Good news, ladies and gentlemen, I am not dead. If you want to know why I haven't posted on this channel in like forever, stick around for the end of this video. After watching the Season 5 premiere, Starlight Glimmer's magical ability seemed pretty impressive, but now, in the light of the season finale, her power seems a lot more terrifying. We've underestimated her skills. Even after the finale, I don't think many people have realized the full implication of her powers. Let me put it this way. When Sunburst got his cutie mark and left for Celestia's school, Starlight had her first thoughts of remorse towards cutie marks. She was the first to really question this perfect system. As the years went by, she devoted her life to learning cutie mark magic, eventually mastering it. She was able to remove and replace a pony's cutie mark at will. Starlight Glimmer was able to change the destinies of an entire village of ponies. Yes, she was rebelling against cutie marks, but more importantly, she was rebelling against destiny itself.
I'm your density. I mean, your destiny.
Don't forget that cutie mark magic is the magic of destiny. Now, if you thought that was impressive, the season finale was, well, frankly, mind-blowing. Instead of the destiny of a few people, Starlight Glimmer changed the destiny of all of Equestria. Simply put, she broke destiny. That is huge. Events that were prophesied, happenings that were predetermined, were simply prevented. Given the nature of destiny, she shouldn't have been able to do that. But wait, you might be thinking, she did use time travel, why shouldn't she be able to change history? Well, that's not how time travel works in Equestria. Bear with me here. Think back to It's About Time. Twilight used a time travel spell by Swirl the Bearded, but this time travel worked differently. When Twilight went back in time, she wasn't able to change anything. In fact, the only events that she caused led to her time traveling in the first place. I could go more into depth on what's known as the Bootstrap Paradox, but that's a topic for a different video, one that probably won't be about ponies. What's important is that the timeline is self-correcting, no discrepancies. Twilight couldn't change any aspect of her past because she caused her past. This is crucial towards destiny being upheld, and destiny by definition must be upheld. There is no start to this loop, and therefore it's immune to change. I believe this is what protects destiny, turning colossal threats into neat little loops. Starlight Glimmer's use of time travel, however, did not follow this pattern. Somehow, she found a loophole. Literally. Instead of loops, she created alternate realities, corrupted realities. That small detail makes all the difference. And don't think for 1 second that this is an accident on Starlight Glimmer's part. Oh no. She knew exactly what she was doing. It's not like she happened to find a different time travel spell that allowed the user to change the past. The spell she used was an adaptation of the one Twilight used.
Starlight altered Swirl's spell, then somehow used it on the map to travel into the past and change something.
They both came from the same source. However, as we saw, Glimmer's spell was able to change the past. She must have made the adjustments necessary to be able to pull off her act of revenge. I think if it weren't for Glimmer's ability to change destiny on a small scale, she wouldn't have been able to make that adjustment and change destiny on a grander scale. She already knew the waves of destiny, applying it to a time travel spell was just the next step. Now that I think about it, all of this makes her the most dangerous villain we've ever had. I might even say she's the only villain who's actually posed a threat. Sure, Nightmare Moon, Discord, and the rest were all pretty threatening, granted, but they stood no chance against what was destined to happen. They couldn't change the fact that friendship wins every time. Starlight could. None of the others have ever beaten destiny. The magic of friendship is pretty powerful, but if you master the magic of destiny, all of reality could be in your control. Just let that sink in. But wait, in the end, friendship still won. Everything was made right, just as always. What if all of this was also destined to happen? Even though the grand scheme of things was messed up, maybe there was a deeper destiny that controlled what happened between altered destinies. Basically, it goes like this. It may be possible that destiny allowed itself to be temporarily broken, so that Starlight would discover the magic of friendship. How would this work? I don't know, but Twilight did seem to have a little help. The whole time, the map seemed to know what was going on, even getting rid of the spell in the end. It kind of has a mind of its own, which makes sense if what Twilight said is true. According to Twilight, the map was still connected to the Tree of Harmony, which sensed something was wrong. This is how Twilight explained the map being in every reality. It looks like the Tree of Harmony through the map helped to bring things back into order. Although this logically works, I'm torn on the matter. I still like to think that, for once, Destiny had no part in this. That Starlight truly broke Destiny, and Twilight truly helped her to fix it. No deeper magic necessary. But what do you guys think? I want to hear what you have to say in the comments. Before I sign off, I want to talk about the future of this channel. As many of you may know, I haven't posted an analytical video on this channel for a few months. Especially when you compare it to my old weekly schedule, that's a long time. I really should have given you guys more of a heads up though. I kinda left you hanging for a while, and for that, I apologize. Anyway, after taking a step back from YouTube, I decided that this isn't something I want to do much of in the future. I don't want to stop posting altogether because I love sharing my thoughts with you guys and all the interaction that comes with. But to be honest, over the past several months, the dedication that kept this channel going has slowly died out. Don't get me wrong, the hours upon hours of editing I put into these projects are still definitely worth it. But from now on, I'll be making videos at a much more relaxed pace. Whenever I do upload, it'll be for two reasons. Either a certain topic inspired me to make that video, or my desire to make a video inspired that topic. Lots of them, such as this one, will be a little bit of both. Some of them will be pony related, some of them won't be. I honestly don't know what to expect. I'm afraid uploads won't be very frequent either. But it's all up in the air. I guess we'll see what the future holds. Overall, I still have a lot planned. A few collabs, the Q&A, and that project I mentioned at 50k subs. Yeah, that one. I do still plan on doing all of those things. It's sad and happy. While I won't be as active, the videos I do upload will be much more inspired. With bittersweet optimism, this is the Brony Notion, signing out until next time. Brohoof.
The birth of an Alicorn is something Equestria has never seen.
It is beyond even our understanding.
Apparently, Celestia and Luna were not born Alicorns. Welp, everything I thought I knew, out the window. Curse you, Flurry the Alicorn! You see this? This is the face of pure evil. Seriously though, call me Pinkie Pie in that one episode because I want my cannon back. Actually, it wasn't baby Snow Demon here that dropped the bomb, it was Celestia and Luna. When it was revealed that Cadence and Shining's baby was an Alicorn, I wasn't at all surprised. After all, that's how most of the fandom thought pony genetics worked. Well, put down your Punnett squares, because apparently this isn't normal. The fact that Flurry was an Alicorn wasn't even the shock, it was everyone's reaction. The only thing that told us this was unusual was Twilight's face here, and later the princess's explanation. It's as if Celestia and Luna's past as non-Alicorns was common knowledge. This is an example of bad writing if you ask me, but no one's asking me. I'm the theory guy, not the critic. Anyway, since we're talking about Alicorns again, I might as well look the part. The perks of being a changeling. That's right, I'm an Alicorn now. Sue me. Or marry Sue me. Since you're watching this video, chances are you've also seen this one. Are There Other Alicorns has over 1.5 million views now, which is absolutely mind-numbingly incredible. Not to sound ungrateful, but I'm not sure if that's entirely a good thing. In that video, I made a confident claim that Celestia and Luna were born Alicorns. I also said there were only 4 Alicorn princesses. Yeah. Well, both of those statements are wrong now, and I've been getting hundreds of comments that all basically say the same thing. You forgot Flurry Heart.
Flurry Heart is an Alicorn.
You forgot Flurry Heart, dude.
Flurry Heart is a acorn.
There are 5 princesses.
Yeah, Flurry
Heart. Duh.
Flurry Heart is an
How about
Alicorn.
condoms, Bobby?
If you include Fluffy
Flurry
Heart,
Heart
I
is
think
Alicorn.
your name is 5.
Heart. Princess Flurry Heart is the only
Flurry
unicorn.
Heart. They come. The baby of Cadence is the first step born.
Fact is, the video's outdated. There are now 5 known Alicorns in Equestria. You got the Princess of the Sun, the Princess of the Moon, the Princess of Love, the Princess of Friendship, and the Princess of... merchandise.
Buy our toys. Buy our toys. Buy our toys. Buy our toys.
And of those 5, only one of them was actually born an Alicorn. So I'm gonna re-explore the question, are there other Alicorns, through this new lens. Call it a sequel. Let me start by asking a seemingly simple question. Is Cadence the first Alicorn to give birth? Because if the answer is yes, then Celestia and Luna shouldn't be all that surprised. If this was the first baby born to an Alicorn mother, they would have simply made the connection, called it genetics, and moved on. We know Equestria has a basic understanding of genetics, so I would expect a reaction more like, oh, so that's what happens when an Alicorn has a baby. Not the birth of an Alicorn is something Equestria has never seen. The latter is quite a sweeping statement for a sample space of 5. This convinces me that there have been other Alicorns. Now imagine that I'm right. Hundreds of Alicorns have existed in the past, and not once have any of them given birth to an Alicorn. Now Celestia's statement makes a lot more sense. This is the premise my theory is based on. I present to you my history of Celestia, Luna, and the Alicorns. Before Season 6, I always assumed that Princess Celestia and Princess Luna came from an ancient Alicorn civilization, some great land outside of Equestria. They definitely seem to have come from somewhere else when they stopped Discord's reign and started their own. The new episode initially brought doubts to this theory. I mean, if Celestia and Luna had to earn being an Alicorn, then it would be easy to assume that they were taught by mentors, just like how they taught Twilight and Cadence. You could also assume that their mentors were taught by mentors as well. This idea indicates a generational model.
a smattering of mentors and their proteges, like a magical baton being passed from generation of Alicorn to generation. Though this does seem to be where Starlight fits in, the explanation didn't really satisfy me. Think of all the questions that still remain under this assumption. Why do the Royal Sisters have flowing hair while Twilight and Cadence don't? They both became Alicorns the same way, right? If it's just Alicorns all the way up the chain, then who are the first Alicorns? And where did Celestia and Luna come from when they stopped Discord? We don't even have a shot in the dark at these questions. However, after digging a little deeper, the pieces of the Alicorn puzzle started to come together. I came to the conclusion that this entire assumption is wrong. There was an Alicorn civilization. Yes, one that fits in the new canon. Let me explain how this works. Before Flurry Heart came into the mix, most of us were convinced that Celestia and Luna were born Alicorns and to Alicorn parents. However, we can't hold this to be true anymore without calling Celestia and Luna flat out liars. Well, at least not the first part. They may not have been born Alicorns, but it's still possible that the two sisters were born to Alicorn parents. In my theory, there was an Alicorn civilization, but no one was actually born in Alicorn. Earning one's wings may have been a coming-of-age type of thing.
Every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings.
That's right.
In the same way equestrian ponies earn their cutie marks, these ponies in this civilization would earn their wings. Side note, I just want to get this out of the way. I think some Alicorns may have started off as Pegasi, earning their horns instead of wings. In the first scene with Flurry Heart, Brony makes a comment about how she thought Alicorn wings had to be earned, and the others voice the same confusion. Some people use this as evidence towards the theory that Pegasi can't become Alicorns, and that, unlike the Crystal Heart spell, Cadence actually started off as a unicorn. Rarity's line doesn't necessarily mean that all Alicorns started out as unicorns. She's just going off of the transformation most familiar to her, Twilight's. Directly after, Celestia and Luna never confirm or deny this, but I still think Cadence was originally a Pegasus. It's been shown that you can contain and even manipulate magic without a horn, so it still works. Heck, some Alicorns may have even started off as Earth ponies. Anyway, back to the civilization. Alicorns give birth to non-Alicorns, who become Alicorns, then they give birth to non-Alicorns, who become Alicorns, and so on and so forth. Non-Alicorns in this civilization would be about as common as blank flanks in Equestria. It could be that these ponies earn their wings and horns along with their cutie marks. Now there's a question lots of people are likely asking at this point. If Celestia and Luna earned their way into being an Alicorn just like Twilight and Cadence, why do they appear so different? Well, because they are. It's important that we establish the difference between Alicorn civilization ponies and the equestrian ponies. Bet you can't guess what the difference is. Yep, magic.
Magic.
As I explained in part 1, Alicorns must contain a large amount of magic. Every pony born in the Alicorn civilization is born with much more magic than ponies in Equestria. Each one of them will become an Alicorn. It's just part of their biology. They don't need other ponies to do the transformation for them. It just happens naturally, like a cutie mark. On the other hoof, your typical equestrian pony just doesn't have what it takes. In your dreams. Even equestrian ponies with a lot of magic still won't turn into an Alicorn without intervention. And those are the key words. Celestia intervened with Twilight's and Cadence's biology. Equestrian ponies aren't meant to become Alicorns. It may have been Twilight and Cadence's destiny, but that doesn't mean it was natural. These two are artificial, which is why their hair doesn't do the same wavy thing. Now it's a question of motivation that looms over our collective heads. For example, why did Celestia and Luna leave the Alicorn civilization in the first place? Also, what was the purpose of turning Twilight and Cadence into Alicorns? I'm going to explain with a story. This is where equestrian history comes in, and I have to admit, this is more like a headcanon or a fanfiction than it is anything else, but hang in there. This story changes everything. A long time ago, there lived a great Alicorn civilization. The civilization never interacted with Equestria and its inhabitants. They didn't have a reason to. In Equestria's early days, there was little technology, the three tribes never got along, and the quality of life was just bad. So the civilization remained uninvolved and indifferent. But that all changed with Discord. Using Equestria as a foot in the door, Discord put the Alicorn civilization at stake. Because of this, 2 Alicorns were sent to restore the peace and to make sure it didn't go away. This is why Celestia and Luna left their home, to help Equestria get back on its hoofs. But as we know, peace didn't last as long as Celestia had hoped. Luna's rebellion kept both of them from returning to their home, for what Celestia knew would be at least 1,000 years. After Nightmare Moon was banished, there were now 2 problems standing between the Royal Sisters and their home. Equestria had become dependent on the Alicorn rulership, so even if Luna was back, they could never justify leaving. That's when Celestia had an idea. The ponies in Equestria were nowhere as magically capable as the Alicorns, but there were some very powerful ponies. So Celestia founded her school for talented unicorns. Centuries of searching for a worthy replacement ultimately yielded no success. There were some promising candidates, but no one quite met the mark. something was missing. Enter the main six. Twilight Sparkle had shown promise just like many before her, but this was different. In a wondrous feat of harmony and magic, the main six brought back Celestia's sister. Twilight Sparkle was the one she had been looking for, a powerful pony with 5 close friends to fall back on. Celestia could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. But even with Luna back, the initial problems still remained. Equestria still needed them, so Celestia brought Twilight up under her wing, preparing her to be an Alicorn herself. She knew an Alicorn leader would be revered in many ways a unicorn leader just wouldn't be. This was to ensure loyalty from all ponies of Equestria. Throughout the next few years, more trouble came Equestria's way. With each consecutive disaster, the main six became more and more capable, and the Royal Sisters became less and less necessary. Equestria was finally becoming independent, and the princesses could soon return home. And that brings us to the present. The main six not only protect from disaster, but promote well-being and harmony, everything you need in a government. The Royal Sisters are almost free to go home, back to the Alicorn civilization, to their parents, possible siblings, maybe even children. We don't know anything about Celestia and Luna's life before they ruled Equestria, but I think the story matches up with the facts pretty well. So where does this theory put our 2 newest characters, Starlight and Flurry Heart? Let's start with Starlight. If it's true that Celestia and Luna plan on returning to their home, they have yet to pass the reins over to Twilight and her friends, because something very important has yet to be done. A big part of ruling Equestria is finding a successor. Celestia and Luna don't just need a successor, but a successor for their successor. If they were to leave Twilight in charge right now, with little ability to recognize good leadership, there would only be order as long as Twilight ruled. By the time she inevitably steps down, Equestria will fall back into disorder and require assistance once again. Twilight still needs to learn how to do what Celestia has been doing for centuries, finding someone to take her place when eventually she ends her rule. Since Starlight is roughly the same age as Twilight, I doubt she'll be replacing her, but she is good practice for the real deal. Well, you know what they say, teach a pony to rule Equestria, and Equestria will be ruled for a lifetime. But teach a pony to rule Equestria, and Equestria will be ruled forever. That was a mouthful. On the question of whether or not she'll become an Alicorn, I think yes. She has the magical potential, and I wouldn't put giving Starlight wings beyond Twilight's ability. Plus, as far as powerful rulers go, the more the merrier. Twilight is going to need all the help she can get. After all, she does have rather big shoes to fill.
As Clown Mayor of Ponyville, I know I have some big shoes to fill.
No way I'm buying a t-shirt now.
Even though Malarson seems to be done with the show, I think another Alicorn is still a possibility. So that's Starlight, but she's not the one everyone's freaking out about. Where does this theory put good ol' McFlurry Heart? Well, in this model, being born an Alicorn would be like someone being born with their cutie mark, in which case we have a good reason to be shocked along with the other ponies. Or do we?
Who's Dewey?
Because there's one more awesome thing about this theory that I haven't revealed yet. It explains the anomaly that is Flurry Heart. Remember when I said that no one in the Alicorn civilization has ever given birth to an Alicorn? Well, Cadence isn't from the Alicorn civilization. These are 2 entirely different types of Alicorns. Of course childbirth wouldn't work the same way. Like I said, Cadence's biology changed when she became an Alicorn, and it looks like that spread to her genes. That's right, Cadence's baby is every part as artificial as she is. Unlike the civilization ponies, Flurry Heart is not a true Alicorn. That's why she didn't have to earn her wings. They were inherited from her mother's artificial genetics. This is something that might not have happened if Cadence became an Alicorn naturally, like the Royal Sisters. Now, we don't know this for sure, but there are 2 firsts going on here. The first artificial Alicorn to give birth, and the first baby born as an Alicorn. We only changed one major variable and got a different result. Of course, correlation doesn't imply causality, but I'm pretty confident that there is a connection, so don't put your Punnett squares away just yet. But hey, that's just a theory. And I really need to end this video before I literally transform into MatPat. Anyway, whether you agree with me or not, you can't deny that Flurry Face here is special. No matter how this phenomena came about, she's the first pony ever to be born with wings and a horn. What exactly the specialness entails is a different question entirely. My guess is she'll end up being some sort of chosen one in an upcoming story arc. I also think magically she'll surpass the skills of Twilight. She might even be Twilight's replacement, but there's no way to tell at this point. In review, Celestia and Luna were born and raised in a land where all ponies naturally earn their wings or horns. When Discord took over, they left the Alicorn civilization and came to Equestria to establish peace. They spent their time preparing Equestria to be independent so they could return home. Part of that was finding someone to rule in their place. During their visit, they turned 2 ponies into artificial Alicorns, one of which gave birth to another artificial Alicorn. The first one being born with the wings and horn combo, which leads us to today. I've covered a lot of ground in this video, like a lot, so naturally I'm really curious to see what you guys think. Do you agree, disagree, why or why not? Can you expand on these theories, including other elements from the show? Let me know what you think in the comments. I can't wait to read these. I hope this video will be relevant for a little longer this time. That is, before it gets proven wrong by the next glorified toy commercial. Only time will tell what the future holds. Until then, this is the Brony Notion, signing out until next time. Brohoof. The wonderful thing about Discord is Discord's a wonderful thing. He has the head of a pony and the body of everything. He's chaos, 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 pandemonium. But the most wonderful thing about Discord is he's the only one. He's the only...
I beg to differ.
What in the... I thought my rift door was locked.
Oh, please. Like a locked door could save you from a Draconequus anyway.
Yeah, about that. Are you asserting that Discord is not the only Draconequus?
Well, of course he isn't he? Aren't I right here in front of you? I am Event Horizon, the Draconequus Spirit of Destruction.
Okay, granted. But you're not exactly, how do I say, canon. Do others of your species exist in the world of Friendship
Well,
is
I'm
Magic?
so glad you asked. Now, technically, no. However, it is possible one of our beloved members can get there. All the doors are open, planets aligned.
I'm not buying it. Discord is intrinsically a one-off character. A species implies order and organization, the 2 things that describe the spirit of chaos the least. Besides, we all know Discord is the result of Swirl reading his unfinished spell.
Ah, yes, because we all know how canon that theory is.
Touché.
Now, look, it would be very difficult to actually integrate another Draconequus in the series, but I'm here to tell you that at least the door's open. We can start at the very beginning. Cherilee's definition. This creature is called a Draconequus. He has the head of a pony and a body made up of all sorts of things. Now, the word means a creature who is a hybrid of a dragon and of equine origin, except there's one problem with that, isn't there?
I'll say, now that I think about it, Discord's head looks nothing like a pony. Or at least it's a stretch. His only obvious pony-like feature is his blue Pegasus wing. As for the dragon part, the only bit of dragon influence I see is his tail, his other wing, and maybe his right foot. That still doesn't account for the deer, the lion, or anything else that makes up Discord. I would have called him a type of chimera, if anything.
So now, please, let me blow your mind. Why is it that he's called a Draconequus in the first place? He's supposed to be half dragon, half horse, Dracon, equine, but yet he looks like that jumbled mess. So, sure, it's probably bad writing, but I prefer to think that there were perhaps others to provide reference, huh? Maybe a few other spirits roaming around to hold a title of magic? There's the spirit of chaos. Why can't there be the spirit of greed, corruption, or perhaps even myself? I am the Draconequus spirit of destruction.
Yes, so I've heard, but are you saying each Draconequus would take a different form depending on the quality he or she represents? Using Discord as an example, his jumbled up features attest well to the concept of chaos. But I can't see how the other ideas you mentioned, such as greed or destruction, would become manifest in one's appearance. I mean, let's face it, you're pretty much a recolor of the already established Draconequus. They can't all look the same.
For the last time, I am not a Discord recolor. We have different heads, different, well, everything. I'm mostly dragon, see? Head of a pony, body of a dragon, a true Draconequus if I say so myself. This mess is a blended hurricane of everfree nonsense. The only thing we share are the eyes.
Ooh, struck a nerve there.
As for, taking a different form for different qualities, sure. I mean, we're magical creatures, are we not? Wait, aren't you able to change your form?
Well, yes, but... this gives me an idea. I am Draconequus Sawtooth, the spirit of... horse theories, I guess. But therein lies the problem. Nothing about my appearance right now suggests theories. Nothing about your appearance suggests destruction. Discord, on the other claw, well, just look at him. If you're right, then Discord is the odd one out in his species, and that just doesn't seem likely to me.
I hate to say it, Event, but it looks like Discord is the only Draconequus.
That's assuming his form is dependent on his role. All you did was just make stuff up. Remember this?
You think you can destroy the elements of harmony just like that? Well, you're wrong, because the spirits of the elements of harmony are right here!
The main 6 are referred to as spirits. Their appearances did not determine their title, although in their cases their appearances had nothing to do with anything. More of their actions, intentions, length of their mane, and... wait, no, that's not right. But you know what I mean. It's not a determining factor, my dear changeling friend. Boom.
Fair enough. The way you're expressing it works out pretty well. I dare say it even fits well in the show. But just because it can be true, doesn't mean it is. Do you have any evidence from Friendship is Magic that could possibly point towards a Draconequus species?
Evidence? Evidence? In canon? Why, of course, right? I mean, yeah, well, Cherylee called him a Draconequus, right? And, she's a teacher, so the name's official in the canon's academia. Who named his species Draconequus exactly, and why that specifically? Wouldn't it make more sense to name him something more vague, like powerful beast or creature of many parts? He looks like an entomophobic tornado aftermath. Maybe? Stay with me here. It was because there were others to compare him by. Without other Draconequus, the equation would make no sense. Now, how numerous we were or how much of a role we played in Equestria can be up for debate later, but it seems plausible that we're something now of an endangered species, forgotten from history, lost to the winds of time. Good riddance, am I right?
You said it, not me. But that's a pretty solid argument. Why else would the name Draconequus exist in the first place? I might add that in the season finale, the term Draconequus was used as if it was a broad group of beings. Yet this, in Discord's presence. And he didn't seem to have a problem. Well, that is until they made Klutzy Draconequus their secret code. This could either be Discord playing along with pony nomenclature, or an admission that he isn't alone.
Well, I'm here for the latter, aren't I?
Hold up. I just remembered something. Important. A very crucial piece to this puzzle that could shatter your theory to pieces. Didn't Lauren Faust herself say Discord was the only one of his kind?
I was hoping you'd bring that up. Actually, yes. Why, I had the chance to ask her myself.
The Draconequus.
Uh-huh.
Is there supposed to be more than one?
I only thought there was one. If in the process of development we found a good reason to come up with another Draconequus, we would have done it. But my rough plan was he was the only one. That he was kind of like a weird mistake in the universe.
That was portrayed really well.
Well, thank you, thank you.
Now I know what you're thinking. Horizon, you're not supposed to exist after all. Why'd you waste my time? However, it would do you good to remember that Faust's exclusion from the show has led to some changes. If you recall, she also said that Celestia and Luna were born Alicorns. And I'm sorry, what was that?
The birth of an...
Yes, I'm quite aware of that clip. Point taken. So, looks like your theory stands up to scrutiny. But as much as I love the idea of a Draconequus civilization, I'm not quite ready to let go of the Star Swirl theory. It's been very near and dear to my heart for quite some time now. I'm sure you understand. At this point, I guess we just wait for one of us to be proven right.
Or for both of us to be proven wrong.
Well, there's that too. Wouldn't be surprised.
Who would have thought that these new people could actually be useful for something? Oh! I almost forgot about our target demographic. Scratch that. I am overjoyed by the expansion of the universe that has been brought to us over the years, all thanks to the brilliant innovation from the show's staff.
Snarky comments aside, I kinda don't regret you joining me today. Thank you for dropping by.
Have no fear, you haven't seen the last of me.
That's what I was afraid of.
This has been Event Horizon, Spirit of Destruction, signing out until never, Bro Claw!
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Event Horizon. He's planning on posting some more videos that dive deeper into the subject of Draconequus, so definitely go subscribe to his channel. Plus, he's written some really great music that I highly recommend. Speaking of music, if you haven't done so yet, check out the bonus track I just uploaded for Villains EP. In the meantime, I have a meeting to set up for. This has been the Brony Notion, signing out until next time. Brogu.
Buenos días, mis bon amigos. I just watched the Season 6 finale and wow, do I have a lot to say. This episode brought up lots of questions about how changelings could function in society and...
What the heck is going on here? Wait a second, I know that voice from anywhere. ANY, is that you?
No.
I had no clue you were a changeling. Well, two can play at that game. Hello out there, this is the ANY Pony, and I have totally not a problem with respecting other reviewers' privacy. I never secretly break into other people's channels in the Rift, and I would especially never impersonate—
Yeah, fine, you made your point. Couldn't hold this for much longer anyways. Transforming into anything but my default pony form is quite exhausting. Half changeling and all that.
Half changeling? How does that work?
Short answer? My mom's crazy.
Okay. Second question. What in the name of King Thorax are you doing here?
Yeah, right. The Rainbow Buff Moose is a king now. Good one. Anyways, one thing I am definitively not doing is trying to get a quick bite on your fans' love for you.
You know, I'm having trouble believing that.
Well, fine. Haven't come around producing much on my own channel recently and grew hungry. And you don't seem to use your 180k sub-channel very often anyways. So I thought I'd do both of us a favor and make a video here. Of course I was going to share the Harvester's love with you.
Oh, come on. That's not how changelings work anymore. Unless... Oh... You're still an unreformed changeling, aren't you?
Unreformed changeling? Are you serious? I am still a real changeling. Well, half changeling anyways. Please don't tell me you bought into this disgusting travesty taking place at the end of To Where and Back Again.
First of all, it's not a travesty. And second of all, yes I did. I think you'll find that the new changeling design is actually quite popular among people with changeling OCs.
Please. Nearly everyone I have talked to hates the new changeling, except maybe Lightning Bliss, but she has a bias towards rainbows anyways. Who would want to look like a cross between a slime pony and a snot-colored rainbow when you can look like this? I mean, seriously, have you actually talked to anyling about this?
Funny you mention it, I was actually getting ready to when I found you here. I've arranged a meeting with a certain indecisive changeling who should be arriving at any moment now. No offense, but he's most likely gonna side with me.
Oh, I'd like to challenge this notion.
Perfect. You'll see for yourself how an uninfluenced mind will take my side. The only right side.
You wish. It is on.
And by the way, he isn't expecting to see either of us, so quick, hide behind that thing.
Pardon?
Weird. I could have sworn Dr. Wolf's door had different colors and was further down the corridor, but that's what it says on the note.
You got to be kidding.
Shush now. If we want to see this bet work out, he can't know you're here, or that I'm not really Dr. Wolf. Why, hello, Sketchy. Please come in.
Hi, Dr. Wolf. It's been a minute since our last meeting. Almost 2 years, I think.
Right. Our last meeting, we talked about,
The comics?
The comics, of course! But today you wanted to talk about the reformed changelings, correct? Please, tell me what's on your mind.
Well, the new changeling designs have been a pretty hot topic lately. I've already made it known that I do like them and I have no problem with updating to the new look, but I'm still on the fence on whether or not I'll actually do it. It would be nice, but it does come with a big workload.
You will see for yourself how an uninfluenced mind will decide. Yeah, right. Should have guessed this shady little changeling is playing dirty. Sketchy has already switched to the dark side. Well, the overly colorful side. Whatever.
I see. Is there also an attachment you feel to the old changeling design?
I think so, but I'm not sure if it's more of a matter of attachment or just laziness.
Laziness? What do you mean?
Well, I do all of the work for my channel myself, including my vectors. I'm basically a one-stallion show. The hard part wouldn't be deciding on a design. Heck, I already have one picked out. The hard part would be doing all the poses. That's a lot of time.
I can understand why that would seem like a reason to keep your current style, but I urge you to consider the symbolic meaning behind the new form.
What the? Is Notion trying to manipulate Sketchy in order to win the bet?
The old changelings lived off of stolen love. They were never satisfied. I know that's not you. You're happy with where you are. The new changelings are self-sufficient, living with each other in harmony. Isn't this a sentiment you want to represent? It's a much better reflection of your personality, I believe. There may be a lot of hard work between now and then, but isn't it worth it to display the core values of the show?
Yes, that cheating little bugmouth. So much for reformed. Well, I have been playing dirty before he even started his channel.
Now what do you think?
Well, that is true. While I have had more than my fair share of dates, I went on them more because I wanted to rather than needing to. I mean, I barely ever have to transform. I am very comfortable and well adjusted, so I suppose a new form would better reflect that.
Now hearing this, I have to wonder. You say you are already very comfortable the way you are, right? You have come a long way establishing that. Even as a changeling of the old design, you made your spot in the world, you made friends, and you don't seem to suffer under the eternal hunger the show retconned for the finale. Wouldn't it be a far bigger statement to stay yourself and show that you can still live a fulfilled life? As I often tell people who get frustrated when the show interferes with their headcanons, don't let the show be the boss of you. The canon is only as relevant as you make it. Stand up against the establishment and take My Little Pony back for the people.
I've literally never heard you say that.
Well, I do.
Okay, now I'm confused. Cause you just told me that changing my design would be to my benefit, so which is it?
Oh, I am just, encouraging you to look on both sides so you can have a balanced perspective. I just want you to consider that maybe committing to the new trend, the dogma of the canon, would be kind of the easy way out. I really only mean that as a way to look at it and not some way to influence your decision. But wouldn't you agree that it would be a far more meaningful route to stick with the challenge and keep the old design? Just think of Mad Munchkin. She intentionally picked an Earth Pony OC because it symbolized the extra mile she is willing to go on a regular basis. Same goes for my close friend and one of the best demo ponies I have ever met, the ANY pony.
You mean the half-breed? He's alright, I guess. I suppose I can see where you're coming from, though. You kinda have a point with the whole being yourself thing.
Oh no, I can't hold this for much longer. I need to hide.
If I'm already happy the way I am, then why bother changing? If I update my design just for the sake of doing so, am I really being myself? I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right, Doc? Doc?
Sorry about that.
What happened?
Oh, nothing. I just had this sudden urge to go sniff a tree.
And yet people think changelings are weird.
Uh-huh. Well, I hope you learned your lesson, Sketchy. The old changeling design is a symbol of hate, and anyone who uses it is on the wrong side of history.
But you were just talking about how I should be myself and not worry about conforming to the canon.
Was I? Oh, I don't know what came over me. Whatever I've been saying in the past few minutes, just forget it. It's not about conforming. You should be yourself. The Sketchy I know is dedicated to his work. He never takes the easy way out. I'm sure if you put enough effort into it, those new poses will be done in no time.
Alright, what's going on here? Something smells fishy.
Indeed, Mr. Sketchy. I'm afraid that this Dr. Wolf is actually an imposter.
Wait, what?
It sure looks like it. How else could there be two of us? And you can tell that he is not the real one, since he constantly tries to manipulate your decision, which is not very nice, I want to add. I assume he must be a changeling who has already subscribed to the new design. They are really desperate to get folks to join their sides, you know. You can also tell that it must be one of them by how sloppy the disguise is woven. Just look at those fake whiskers. You will do a lot better sticking with the old ways, if you ask me, as an unbiased third party. Yeah, right. Does that really sound like something Dr. Wolf, I would say? He's the imposter. Probably one of those old changelings. Oh, please, as if your bushy attitude would have been any more convincing. Say that to my face. Shed your disguise, and I will. You first, you channel invading
I
ought to... Am I interrupting something?
Wait, so you were both manipulating me to pick a side?
No, well, I wouldn't exactly say
word. I mean, at the end of the day, giving suggestions and maybe getting a little bit carried away and...
Yes.
Then what was the point of all this? Do I change or not?
That shouldn't be something for others to decide for you, Sketchy. Just do what you want to do. If you feel like changing, go ahead. If you don't, then remain as you are. Neither choice will satisfy everyone around you, and you're the only one that truly has to live with the choice you make, so you must decide for yourself and no one else.
Yeah, things kind of got out of hoof.
Why did you guys even care about which choice I made? Both of you are always in your pony forms anyway.
We may or may not have placed a bet.
Now I just feel used.
In my defense, Notion had set up this entire scheme to manipulate you disguised as Dr. Wolf into joining him before I even came here to pose as Notion and steal love from his subscribers.
That doesn't make you any better, halfling.
Why? No need for name calling.
Alright. Sketchy, we're sorry.
We are?
No matter what choice you make, the whole point of this is that we should love and tolerate each other, even if Sumling doesn't end up switching to the right design.
Exactly. Wait, what?
Yeah, whatever. If we're done here, I'll show myself out. I can't leave Kevin home alone for too long.
So, that's it? You aren't upset that we impersonated you?
Nah, not really.
Dr. Wolf might be, though.
Who's a silly canine? You're a silly canine. Who is you is Dr. Wolf.
Yes. Yes? Oh, come on! Why didn't Queen Chrysalis join the long list of reformed villains? For vets of this channel, you know how much of a Chrysalis sympathizer I am. The way she behaved in the Canterlot wedding cast her as some megalomaniacal tyrant. But I always like to believe this wasn't the case. She had a kingdom to feed, so her stance against Equestria could have been purely logical. In the light of To Wear Him Back Again, many would find it hard to maintain the same perspective. Her entire kingdom became forever satisfied, which should be a dream come true, right? Yet she pouts off planning some sort of revenge. If she were a true person of her people, she would have stuck with the reformed changelings. Not so fast. Let's look at this from Chrysalis's perspective. The changeling transformation made Thorax the new changeling leader, physically setting him apart from the rest. Whether this was because he was into the friendship thing for longer or if destiny somehow selected him, it's kind of an awkward situation for Chrysalis. I mean, Starlight did offer for Chrysalis to be, quote, the leader the changelings deserve, but only a few lines earlier she said this.
We defeated the changelings with no magic at all. They found a new leader, and they're all kinda good now.
So not only are her people accepting equestrian ideals right before her eyes, but she is also being replaced, no less by the very traitor that caused this mess to begin with. I'm not saying a reformed Chrysalis couldn't have ruled alongside Thorax, but I think this all happened way too fast for Chrysalis to make a logical decision. Just like how Starlight didn't realize her village was genuinely happier once they were liberated. So I still believe Chrysalis wants what's best for her people. She just doesn't think this is it. If this is true, she's bound to come around eventually. Good thing too. I mean, who else is gonna lay eggs for the future changelings? Not Thorax. But between now and then, there's still the issue of revenge. Starlight's case almost ended in disaster. So what kind of revenge can we expect from Chrysalis? If we extrapolate on this comparison, she'll spend some time gathering information, figuring out how she can hit Starlight where it hurts. But honestly, I don't think Chrysalis is gonna go for such a personal attack. If the writers do stick to the petty revenge narrative, I'll be disappointed. For one thing, they've already done that, but more importantly, Chrysalis can still get her children back. Think of it like this. Chrissy is the mother bear, the changelings are her cubs, and Starlight is smack dab between them. That's a bad place to be. Of course Chrysalis is going to be ticked, but the mother bear doesn't maul the obstacle just because she wants revenge for getting in the way. She does it to keep her children safe. Now if the changelings were dead, I can imagine Chrysalis devoting herself to revenge. But they aren't. What I can't imagine is Chrysalis outright disowning her children because they're going through a rebellious phase. Realistically, she should only be focusing on the offender so she can take back the offended. There might be some revenge in her plan, but the big picture is getting her children back. So that's the what, but now we have to ask how. How could Chrysalis win the changelings over? Well, I doubt it'd be friendly. If she returned without changing her ways and demanded a vote for a leader, it's not like it would be a very hard choice. Candidate A still believes in the lifestyle that pretty much starved the changelings for years. Candidate B has seen the light. Always hungry or always satisfied? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with the always hungry. No, forget the democratic appeal. In order for Chrysalis to restore her rule, she would have to take the reformed changelings back with brute force. Sounds harsh, right? Well, if Chrysalis really does see the reformed changelings as lost and confused, taking them over by force would be doing them a favor. That's tough love. But I'm sure lots of you are thinking, is this even realistic? I mean, come on. She may be bigger than the rest, but you can't possibly expect her to go up against an entire kingdom. How do you overpower a group of changelings? Why, with a group of changelings. An army of changelings who had not experienced the new way of life could easily be made to believe theirs is better, and can be made to fight based on that assumption. Yes, I think Chrysalis is bound to start a Changeling Civil War. And I'm not talking the small scale stuff like two YouTubers disagreeing on which side is better. I mean army versus army. Now, most of you are probably wondering where Chrysalis would get these unreformed changelings. They were all converted, right? Not all of them. It's possible that some were elsewhere at the time, but that's not what I'm counting on. Chrysalis could hatch a new colony. Now, I could pull a MatPat and give a 5-minute lecture on insect biology, but suffice it to say, queens of a colony only need to mate once and can lay eggs for the rest of their lives. I think this is what Chrysalis left to do. Wait a minute. When Starlight's people were taken from her, she didn't start another village from scratch. She got right down and dirty to the revenge. What's to say Chrysalis won't do the same thing? Well, these are totally different relationships. Chrysalis wasn't just the leader of her people like Starlight was, she was also their mother. Though she may have lost her first kingdom for now, Chrysalis has the opportunity to raise a new generation of changelings. The new batch would not only serve to counteract her rebellious children, but could one day become the army that forces them back under her control. Chrysalis has the motives and the means to pull off a Changeling Civil War. All she needs is time. I'm not sure when we could expect this war to happen. It really depends on how long it takes for a changeling to grow from this to this. And we can't necessarily make time-based assumptions going off of real insect colonies since changelings are so much bigger. But I hope they grow a good deal faster than ponies do. You know, so we don't have to wait as long as we did between a Canterlot wedding and to wear him back again. Who's excited for the Season 10 finale? Of course, regardless of when it happens, I don't want Chrysalis to be successful here. But a civil war just might be what it takes to convince Chrysalis that the equestrian changelings are better off. Just imagine this war for a second. Large-scale espionage, morphing tactics on both sides, complicated code words, epic fighting sequences, and throughout the whole thing, the equestrian changelings would always have the advantage of constant nutrition. This display of superiority could even be necessary to convert Chrysalis and her people, because just like many civil wars, there is a right side here, even biologically speaking. It's a funny thing that I should have touched on when I was playing Dr. Wolf. When the changelings transformed, they entered cocoons. This indicates not a magical fluke, but rather the next natural stage of life. This means unreformed changelings aren't even fully developed. Ladies and gentlemen, if these are your butterflies, the old changelings are your caterpillars. A&Y. I rest my case. Those are my thoughts on the whole thing, but what do you guys think? Is Chrysalis just going for petty revenge? Or is she gonna raise a new generation of unreformed changelings? Will there be a Changeling Civil War? Leave your thoughts in the comments. This has been the Brony Notion, signing out until next.
We shall leave behind a seed, in hopes that one day it will grow into a force to stand against the darkness for all time.
Is that the tree of... No way. Buenos dias, mis ponimigos. It's been a long time since my last look at the lore of Friendship is Magic, and a lot has changed, leaving me no choice but to ditch many of the theories I've held dear over the years, including, yeah, you win this one, KP, a moment of silence for the Star Swirl's Discord theory. Okay, that's enough. As it turns out, Discord is Discord and Star Swirl is Star Swirl. But speaking of how Star Swirl the Bearded made his first appearance in the show, Star Swirl the Bearded made his first appearance in the show! That's huge! This character has been shrouded in layers of mystery since he was first referenced in Season 2, and here he is, out in the open. But his past is still very mysterious, and some recent things we've learned suggest that there's something else going on with this character, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's see, what else happened? The main six have a school, Maud has a boyfriend, and Spike has a brand new pair of wings. Huh, guess it was dragon puberty the whole time. But by far, the biggest thing that happened recently was an in-your-face explanation on how the Tree of Harmony came to be. Soon after the three tribes came together to form Equestria, Stygian gathered Star Swirl and 5 other great ponies to form a team of guardians, the Pillars. When Stygian became possessed by the Pony of Shadows, the Pillars sent him to Limbo, banishing themselves in the process. But before they did this, the 6 planted a seed infused with their magical essences: strength, bravery, healing, beauty, hope, and sorcery. That seed grew into the Tree of Harmony we know and love today, and the rest is history. The pillars of Equestria, the Tree of Harmony, the elements of harmony, the castle, the map, it's all connected into one big story, almost as if all the loose ends of the show are tying up. But not so fast. There's another massive part of equestrian lore that's still a complete mystery. Alicorns. Yep, another video about Alicorns, I know. But things are totally different now. Nothing's changed in any big dramatic ways, like with Flurry face, but little details here and there have raised some eyebrows and led me to some surprising conclusions, to say the least. But enough beating around the bush, let's just jump into it. When we're talking about Alicorns, there's a lot of unknowns, so just by the nature of the topic, this video will be rife with speculation. But we're gonna start with something we know for sure. Celestia and Luna became Alicorns. Just like Twilight and Cadence, there was a point in the Royal Sisters' lives in which they weren't Alicorns. Here's how we know.
The birth of an Alicorn is something Equestria has never seen.
Celestia's infamous line makes it clear that no Alicorn has ever been born in Equestria before this. Now, many were quick to point out that if the sisters are from before or outside Equestria, this statement doesn't necessarily apply to them. And they're right. But in the very next line, Luna says the birth of an Alicorn is
beyond even our understanding.
This means they must remember a time in which they weren't Alicorns. Otherwise, the two would just assume they were born that way, and Flurry Heart wouldn't be beyond their understanding. This statement doesn't mean of all the Alicorns born, none of the births have happened in Equestria. It simply means of all the ponies, none of them were born as Alicorns. That's why Flurry Heart is so surprising in the first place. Not because she's the first Alicorn birth in Equestria, but because she's the first Alicorn birth ever. But she'll get her spotlight later. For now, let's focus on the 4 Alicorns that don't just ruin all your hopes and dreams. So we've established that they all became Alicorns, but that doesn't mean they're all the same kind of Alicorn, right? If you saw my last video on Alicorns, you know the whole theory, the natural versus artificial Alicorn thing. Well, crumple that up and throw it in the trash. It wasn't disproven or anything, but it makes a lot of unfounded assumptions. Hate to break it to 2016 me, but there's no evidence to support an Alicorn civilization. Looking back, the only reason I supported that theory is because I was just so attached to this idea of natural versus artificial Alicorns. I mean, just look at Celestia and Luna versus Twilight and Cadence. These two sets of Alicorns are totally different. Except they aren't. Let's look at what supposedly sets them apart. First off, flowing manes. The wavy, ethereal look always made these two seem otherworldly, like goddesses among mortals. But now we know that flowy manes aren't actually exclusive to Alicorns. Mistmane, one of the pillars, is just a unicorn, yet had a flowing mane even from early on. But that's not the only thing that sets them apart. What about the height differences? We don't know what causes this for sure, but to say therefore they're different types of Alicorns is quite the leap to make. You have to remember, Celestia and Luna have been around for far longer than Twilight and Cadence, like by over 1,000 years. So time might be the factor leading to their differences. Maybe becoming an Alicorn changes how you age, so instead of deteriorating, you grow taller. This may be in store for Twilight and Cadence, who already seem slightly taller than average. It could also be that tallness is just another way magic can be expressed, like how Tirek grew. We really don't know, which is why we can't put these into categories. There's just nothing concrete we can point to that sets Celestia and Luna apart from Twilight and Cadence. So until we have evidence to the contrary, it makes the most logical sense to assume that they're all the same type of Alicorn. In fact, let's forget everything we've assumed over the years. It'll help us to take a look at this giant mystery from a fresh perspective. With that said, let's start from the very beginning. What even is an Alicorn? We've never been given a straight answer. All we know is it's a pony with wings and a horn, and that's the definition I've worked off in the past. But after looking closely at the lore of the show and what others in the community have had to say, I think it's more than just that. An Alicorn is a pony that has magic from all 3 tribes. Not just Unicorn and Pegasi, but Earth Pony too. Even if it doesn't manifest in a unique physical feature like wings or horns, Earth Pony's strength and connection to the Earth is still magic and it's still important. Maybe that's why they're called Alicorns instead of Pegacorns or Unicorns. They're a mix of all 3. Now, on their own, each magic has pretty average power, but when you put them together, it results in something much greater than the sum of its parts. The boosted magic of an Alicorn. I don't think Alicorn magic is a single thing, rather it's what happens when you put the 3 together. Here's why I think that. Just before the dawn of Equestria, something else happened that shows us just how powerful the EUP combo really is. And that's the friendship fire. When Clover the Clever, Smart Cookie, and Private Pansy all came together in that cave, it wasn't just a group of 3 friends. Something much more monumental happened here. After a history of nothing but tribal intolerance, this was the first Earth Pony Unicorn Pegasus friendship. And what resulted was a blazing heart-shaped fire that kept a united Equestria warm, and is still going to this day. Now, it's true that the fire came out of Clover the Clever's horn, but we know this wasn't just unicorn magic. I didn't know unicorns could do that. I didn't either. Nothing like this has ever happened before, but I know it couldn't have been just me. It came from all three of us, joined together in friendship. This was Ponykind's first look at how much stronger they could be together. There's no denying that this combination is a super magical one, and I'm convinced that's the same principle that makes an Alicorn so powerful. The unity of the three tribes manifest in a single pony. So that's what Alicorns are, but how do you become one? Let's look at exactly what happened to Twilight for clues. She finished Starswirl's spell, which made the element of magic glow. The rest of the elements kicked in and zapped her to a mysterious realm. Celestia arrived shortly after and sang a song. At the end of that song, the transformation happened. It's easy to think Celestia is the one behind this. She just seems so knowing and in control. It was her that gave Twilight the spellbook in the first place, seeming to know exactly what that would result in. With lines like, "You have proven that you're ready, Twilight," you'd think she was the one who turned Twilight into an Alicorn. But as Dulcet Tone pointed out in his great response video, it wasn't necessarily Celestia doing the transformation. To him, it seemed more like she was observing, dramatizing the event at most. This thing seems to happen on its own, or rather, it was set into motion earlier when Twilight finished the spell. Celestia may know what's going on here, and she may have pushed Twilight in the right direction, but that doesn't mean it was her doing. In fact, if any pony besides Twilight was involved in the transformation, it was Starswirl. Especially when you consider that Twilight was wearing what grew from his magical essence on her head. So it makes sense that the elements, especially magic, would resonate with Starswirl's spell. But the connection to Starswirl goes even deeper. In the season 6 episode A Hearthwarming's Tale, there's a scene where Twilight starts gushing about Starswirl's accomplishments. Give it a listen.
Starswirl was an expert at everything from transfiguration, dimensional calibration, teleportation.
We get it. Starswirl's awesome.
It's a funny coincidence that Twilight mentioned those three fields of magic. Cause what happened once Twilight finished that spell? She was teleported to a dimension and transfigured into an Alicorn. The whole process of becoming an Alicorn has Starswirl written all over it. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that Starswirl the Bearded invented Alicorns. Just like how Twilight temporarily gave Rarity wings, a more advanced spell cast by a more advanced wizard could do a bigger, longer lasting change, even permanent. And I think Celestia and Luna were the first he did this to. Alicorns aren't some mystical race from the heavens. I'm here to suggest that Alicorns are a Frankenstein lab experiment conducted by none other than the Pillar of Sorcery himself, Starswirl the Bearded. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but bear with me. Data from the lore surprisingly backs this up. Look at the relationship between Starswirl and the Royal Sisters. I used to think Celestia and Luna were older than Starswirl, since they seem so, you know, immortal. But now we know that the sisters were young at the time of the Pillar's disappearance to Limbo. This got me thinking, what if the sisters didn't come to Equestria from some high and mighty place, but are rather from humble origins within Equestria? From the Season 8 episode Horseplay, we know that Starswirl was one of 6 unicorns that used to raise the sun. It strained them to no end before Celestia took their place 1,111 years ago. She and her sister would have been young, and I'm willing to bet unicorns. Coming forward from a lowly unicorn family, they would have taken over that task with the selfless goal of filling a need. This display of selfless talent and power is probably what put the two sisters on Starswirl's radar, just like how Twilight overgrowing Spike put her on Celestia's. And just like Celestia did with Twilight, Starswirl decided to take the two unicorns under his wing. Well, metaphorically speaking, obviously Starswirl isn't an Alicorn. Or is he? No, he's not. I so got you with that thumbnail though. But what I meant to say is he became their mentor. And we know Celestia and Luna weren't the only ponies who had Starswirl as a mentor. After the friendship fire, Clover the Clever returns to Starswirl and tells him all about the amazing thing that happens when magic from all three tribes combine. As a sorcerer, this piques his interest, getting those ideas to swirl around in his head, so he starts looking into it. Of course, as a pony who doesn't yet understand the power of friendship, he overlooks the teamwork aspect and focuses on how to combine the three forces into a single pony. Once he became confident enough in his knowledge and ability to transfigure, he turned Celestia and Luna into Alicorns. Alright, pause. Why would he do this? Well, for leadership purposes. As the tribes had just unified and Equestria was still in its infancy, the people could use a strong symbolic figurehead or two to boost national pride and identity. And who better to represent all types of ponies than the two ponies who are simultaneously all types? The Alicorn is the perfect symbol of unity between the tribes. But why Celestia and Luna specifically, of all the ponies he could have Alicornified? Simply enough, they were the best candidates. The two sisters were very magically talented, had the right attitude, and were probably already admired greatly at that point. So Star Swirl saw the opportunity and took it. Though it was Clover the Clever and the rest that founded Equestria, I think it was Star Swirl who was mostly responsible for establishing Equestria's rulership through the two sisters. I think he put them in charge of their own realms as well. Luna in charge of the Dream Realm and Celestia in charge of this place, which I'll touch more on later. I doubt the sisters came with those abilities from the start, and it's only fitting that the expert on portals and dimensions would train his proteges in the same abilities. But what about Celestia and Luna's long lifespans? That could be credited to Star Swirl as well. Since he knew that opportunities for rulers like these are few and far between, he would have wanted the royal sisters to hang around for as long as possible, so it only makes sense that he'd throw an age spell into the mix. It's not a stretch to assume he'd be able to. Think about it, there's a whole wing of the Counterlot archives dedicated solely to Star Swirl's spells, and we know he dabbled in time travel, so it's very likely he messed with extending lifespans as well. In fact, there's evidence that he used an age spell on himself. In the Season 8 episode Friendship University, Star Swirl says this: "Dear Twilight, it is difficult to express how grateful I am to you for teaching me the power of friendship. You would think after more than 1,000 years there would be nothing left to learn, and yet even a pony as old as I can continue to be surprised by how much there is to know." Star Swirl seems to be saying here that he has over 1,000 years of experience. And yeah, that's about how long he was in Limbo, but time doesn't pass in Limbo. From the Pillar's perspective, that millennium passed in the blink of an eye. So it just doesn't make sense that Star Swirl should have over 1,000 years of experience unless those years came from before he went to Limbo. That would mean Star Swirl has been around for years and years and years, long before even the founding of Equestria. And how? A simple age spell. With the sheer amount he's accomplished, it wouldn't even be that surprising if he'd been around for far longer than we thought. But the point to all that is, if he did it to himself, he could have done it to Celestia and Luna, and any other future Alicorn. Which brings us back to Twilight and Cadence. Star Swirl obviously wasn't there to transform these two, so how do they fit in this interpretation? This is just straight up speculation, but if Star Swirl really did invent the concept of an Alicorn and thought that all future leaders of Equestria should be Alicorns, I don't think he'd want there to be just two. There are many different things to rule in Equestria, not just day and night. I think Star Swirl's goal may have been to set up a pantheon of Alicorns, each one overseeing, safeguarding, and maintaining a different aspect of Equestrian life. Of course, Star Swirl knew that someone with his power wouldn't always be around to transform these new leaders into Alicorns, and he wouldn't want the perfect potential leaders to just fly under the radar, or walk under the radar since they don't have wings. This leads him to set up an enchantment, so that every time a pony sets off a trigger, it teleports them to that realm and turns them into an Alicorn. This would mean that even for Cadence and Twilight, it was Star Swirl's magic that did the transforming, the difference being Celestia and Luna received it directly, while Twilight and Cadence had to trigger the enchantment. But what did Star Swirl make the trigger? Obviously for Twilight, it was finishing Star Swirl's spell, but that's too specific to her. Cadence must have done something at least slightly different. From Rarity's line in the Crystalline Part 1, it seems to be common knowledge that becoming an Alicorn is something you have to earn by doing some, quote, great princess-worthy deed. I think it's this great deed that triggers Star Swirl's enchantment. But that's too vague. Lots of great deeds have been done. What determines whether they're princess-worthy? Fortunately, Celestia's speech at Twilight's coronation gives us a description of what Twilight did that isn't too vague like Rarity's, or so specific that it can't also be applied to Cadence. But today, Twilight Sparkle did something extraordinary. She created new magic, proving without a doubt that she is ready to be crowned Equestria's newest princess. That's what I think you have to do to become an Alicorn. Some way or another, you have to create new magic. Not just a new spell, but a new kind of magic. And I think you become the Alicorn of whatever kind of magic that is, whether it be love, friendship, or anything else. This explains why Star Swirl was so unfazed by the presence of a new Alicorn. He probably expected it as a result of his enchantment. Now, lots of you are most likely wondering why the enchantment sends ponies to the realm first before transforming them. Why can't Star Swirl's magic just do its thing on the spot? To answer this question, think about his Pantheon of Alicorns idea. Star Swirl wouldn't want a whole bunch of isolated vigilante Alicorns running around in sheer anarchy. He'd want them to be connected in some way, so that even if a pony became an Alicorn on the other side of Equestria, they'd still get a chance to meet up with Celestia in the same place. This helps Celestia keep track of new leaders, and helps the new leaders better understand their destinies. That's why I think Star Swirl put Celestia in charge of that realm, so that she could maintain order to the system he set up. And as it turns out, Cadence's backstory may line up perfectly perfectly with this.
It'd be really nice to have a canon Cadence backstory.
But for now, Twilight Sparkle and the Crystal Heart spell is the best we have, and it still provides some valuable insight. Here's what happens. After she defeated an evil witch, Cadence was surrounded by magical energy and transported to a strange place. A place that no pony except Princess Celestia had ever been. So when Celestia discovered special little Cadence in that mysterious location, her fate was sealed. The princess brought her back to Canterlot to raise her as her very own royal niece. While she knew about Twilight all along, this makes it seem like Celestia didn't know about Cadence until she was found in that realm. This goes along with the idea that the realm's purpose is to form a connection between Celestia and the new Alicorns. As a bonus, it makes sense that not even Luna had been to that realm, since Swirl was there to transform her directly. She was already connected to Celestia anyway. Unfortunately, that's all the information we have to back up the enchantment part of this theory. The show always tiptoes around how and why ponies become Alicorns, but this theory lines up all too well with what we do know, and there's just too many connections between Swirl and the Alicorns to ignore. In review, Clover the Clever gives Swirl the idea to combine magic from the 3 tribes. Swirl figures out how to transform Celestia and Luna into Alicorns so they can be Equestria's new rulers and figureheads. He then casts an enchantment so that future ponies who expand on the magic of Equestria can visit Celestia and become Alicorns themselves. So there it is. That's my theory on what Alicorns are and how they came to be. But to every rule, there's an exception, and this rule is no exception. It's time to talk about Candance Babby. If this whole theory is true, Flurry Heart would be the only pony who didn't need Swirl's magic to be an Alicorn. In the sense that she's completely unaltered, that would make her the only true Alicorn, quite in contrast to my previous claims. Who knows, the artificial versus natural labels could still be helpful down the road, just not in the way we expected. But for now, it's best to treat her as she is, an anomaly. It could still be a genetic thing. If Swirl's magic affected Cadence at a genetic level, it makes sense that her offspring would be the same, but I'm starting to feel like there's something bigger going on with her. The earliest known major magical event resulted from a combination of the 3 types, and here's a pony that was born with that same combination. I just can't help but feel like they're connected somehow. But that's just a random hunch. What do you guys think about Flurry Heart or anything else I've talked about here? And there's quite a lot. Do you think Swirl the Bearded is really responsible for Alicorns? Let me know why or why not in the comments. I'm excited to see what you have to say. It'll be interesting for sure. I'll see you guys down there. This has been the Brony Notion, signing out until next time. Brohoof. Mother of Celestia, that just happened. The Tree of Harmony is as gone as Twilight's old treehouse. And speaking of treehouses, there's a new one that came from the Tree of Harmony, kind of? Magic is weird, okay? And before all this drama, the Tree of Harmony started speaking. Anyone who missed those episodes, yes, you heard me right. This thing has lines. Well, technically, it's the spirit of the tree, manifesting itself as freaky astral Twilight here. The spirit of harmony, if you will, since its existence clearly doesn't depend on the tree. This thing has been pulling a lot of stunts recently. Don't think I didn't notice. But in the context of what's happening magically in this world, it makes a mind-blowing amount of sense. To really understand what's going on here, we need to look at the Student 6. So there's something very obviously familiar about them. 6 characters going on magical adventures? We've seen this before, twice. At first glance, this may seem like the same song, third verse, but the Student 6 are missing something that the other 2 groups have in spades. Connections to the elements of harmony. But what about the time the Tree of Harmony saved them in School Rays? Each student was pulled out of the orb and held in the air by a different color. Can't we use those colors to draw connections? Well, we can try to connect the dots. Silverstream as laughter. Okay, fine, that's a no-brainer. Yona as honesty also adds up. She's easily the bluntest of the 6. Gallus as magic, Smolder as loyalty, and Sandbar as kindness. Those connections seem arbitrary and interchangeable, but okay. Finally, Ocellus as generosity. This one is actually perfect. As a reformed changeling, she went from stealing love selfishly to giving it generously. An accurate and really poetic connection. Maybe I'm a bit biased, but the big problem with the past 4 examples is they're not consistent with another time the Tree of Harmony did something similar. Here's where things start to break down. In Uprooted, the spirit uses a shared dream between the 6 to alert them to the tree's condition. Notice the colors. Silver Surfer and Yona are still laughter and honesty respectively, but the others have been swapped. Ocellus is now kindness. Her gentle nature is comparable to Fluttershy's, so it's fitting but different. Smolder is now generosity. Again, poetics and dragons are stereotypically greedy hoarders, but still different. Sandbar is magic, Sure, he's a pony, but Ocellus rightly points out that ponies aren't the only magical beings. It seems like all living beings have some sort of magic. It's really interchangeable, but whatever. Now, I love Gallus's loyalty for the same reason I love Ocellus or Smolder as generosity. It's a poetic breaking of stereotypes, since griffins are thought of to have shallow and weak connections with others. Gallus's loyal friendships demonstrate that's not the case. But as much as I like most of those connections, they're still inconsistent. Things get even more mixed up in what lies beneath. The Spirit of Harmony was supposedly testing the Student 6 on their greatest fears, but it seems to me like it was sneaking element tests in there as well. Apparently Sandbar's greatest fear is disobeying authorities? Maybe, but it really seems more like the Spirit was testing his loyalty to his friends. Smolder's test seems more like a test in honesty, and Yona's in kindness. As for Quicksilver, Gallus, and Ocellus, their tests don't align with any elements in a way that isn't a stretch. But those first three are different connections to either of the other examples, giving us yet another layer of confusion. Now that we've looked at everything, what elements of harmony do each of the Student 6 represent? All of them and none of them. This bamboozled me for a while, but the simplest answer is, unlike the pillars or the main 6, the students just don't represent the elements one-to-one. Except for maybe Silverquill, but the point still stands. Now, I don't see this as a flaw with them. In fact, when you think about it, the physical elements are gone, so it doesn't even matter who matches what best. The elements are only important as qualities that keep them together, not as physical relics that each one represents. That's because their relationship with the Spirit of Harmony goes beyond the tree and beyond the physical elements themselves. No one else has ever had this kind of connection to the Spirit of Harmony. But that leads to the next question. Why? Think about it. In the very first episode, the elements of harmony latched onto the main 6, personalizing to them. In season 4, when the personalized elements were returned to the tree, it seemed to latch onto the main 6 as well. The tree's magic aura took on the color of the main 6's coats. As it's grown and changed recently, it's even able to take the form of Twilight for Pete's sake. Those are pretty significant connections, and they're not even the ponies who planted the tree in the first place. The Tree of Harmony can't have forgotten about the pillars. All 12 of these ponies are closely connected and fundamentally tied to the tree, and yet the Spirit of Harmony chose these 6 to appear to, these 6 to test, and these 6 to trust with rebuilding itself. If they don't have any solid connections with the elements, what does the Spirit of Harmony like so dang much about them? This is where we get into the nature of magic. Remember in my last video when I was talking about the friendship fire and how that first Earth Pony Pegasus Unicorn friendship was so magically significant? I think something similar is going on here. You see, magic in this world works off of harmony. I mean, the show is called Friendship is Magic for a reason. But what actually is harmony? This is important to understand. It's different things working together to form a new, complex, and beautiful whole. Without differences, there is no harmony to be had, and you can't get more different than this. If the harmony between different types of ponies is powerful, then this is some next level stuff. After all, Cozy Glow was able to drain pretty much all magic from Equestria just by utilizing magic artifacts from each of their 6 cultures. Magically speaking, it makes total sense that the tree would favor them over the main 6 or pillars. I'm convinced that's definitely one aspect of this, but it's pretty clear that the Spirit of Harmony has something specific in mind for the students as well. Think about what the Spirit of Harmony did in seasons 4 and 5. It made a box, which made a castle, which made a map that the main 6 used to spread friendship. But ultimately, it was the main 6 who caused those changes. They ushered in this new manifestation of the Spirit of Harmony. Something very similar is happening now with the Student 6. They're ushering in this new manifestation of the Spirit of Harmony. The new treehouse must have some similar goal, to somehow spread light and friendship across the land through the Student 6. As to how that's gonna happen, I think I have a pretty good idea. With the Royal Sisters retiring, the main 6 will soon be ruling Equestria, right? Well, that's Equestria, ponydom. There's a lot of other systems of rule out there, headed by the likes of King Thorax, Prince Rutherford, Dragon Lord Ember, Queen Nowo, and certainly others. We learned from school days that relations are delicate. When the Student 6 went missing, everyone almost went to war. That's how little trust and cooperation there is between these kingdoms. Something's gotta unite them as their relations grow closer. And I bet this is what the Spirit of Harmony is planning for. This world's United Nations. That's what I think this new Treehouse of Harmony is. It's a hub for inter-kingdom relations and a place to resolve conflict between species. Unlike the castle, which was brought about by just ponies, the treehouse was brought about by many species, making it the perfect place for everyone to meet. Just look at how the Spirit of Harmony explains the purpose of the treehouse.
You've got mail.
Whenever you seek solace, come here. Your friendship and the friendship of future generations will always be safe within these walls. Your friendship will be safe from what? Solace from what? Perhaps the tensions that come with different cultures interacting. Ponies are very different from yaks, are very different from dragons, are very different from changelings, so on and so forth. Getting along will not be a cakewalk, that's for sure. But just Just like Starlight's village learned, diversity is a huge strength, not a weakness. The Spirit of Harmony knows that and recognizes that there is no one better to put in charge of such a peacekeeping organization than the Student 6. This group of friends is living proof that everyone can get along. Maybe the treehouse will get its own map, highlighting squabbles between two species and sending those corresponding students as diplomats. Or maybe the Spirit of Harmony will automatically teleport the problems to them in the treehouse. That'd be a fun switch up. Or maybe I'm wrong about all of this. I'm honestly so excited to find out. This has really piqued my curiosity. Regardless, I think we'll find that Sombra destroying the tree and elements was ultimately a good thing for Equestria, which makes you wonder if maybe this was by design. Isn't it awfully suspicious how the tree and elements were destroyed? The elements of harmony were used on Sombra, disintegrating him. All was well and good until Sombra burst through the tree like the Kool-Aid Man. How was someone who just had the elements of harmony used on them able to do that? His explanation was that you led me right to the source of your power, as if the elements sent him straight to the Tree of Harmony without actually incapacitating him. In fact, that's exactly what they did. It's a little too convenient for Sombra, don't you think? The elements turned Discord to stone, sent Nightmare Moon to the moon, turned Nightmare Moon back into Luna, turned Discord to stone again, and turned him back from stone. Other villains have been dealt with in other ways besides having the elements used on them directly, but not once has any magic of friendship sent a still powerful villain to the unprotected Tree of Harmony. Before now, at least. And I say the tree was unprotected, but remember that this thing had the power to melt Chrysalis's clones. It's also been shown to have some level of foresight. So I just can't believe this could have happened by sheer accident. What's way more likely is that the Spirit of Harmony deliberately sent Sombra to the tree, knowing full well he would destroy it. In effect, it was the Spirit of Harmony that killed the tree and the elements. Now hold up, even if something better than the tree was coming, that doesn't mean the tree had to be destroyed. The castle and map, for example, they came as extensions of the Tree of Harmony, while the treehouse seems to be a replacement, rising from the crudely cut and paste ashes of its former self. But why? Why? Because I don't think the Spirit of Harmony even liked the tree or elements to begin with. Let's start with the elements. There's been a long running trend in the show of a perceived dependence on the elements of harmony, like they're the end-all be-all. As long as the main six have them, everything will be okay. And if not, well, you're doomed. Of course, this has been proven wrong time after time, and yet, it doesn't seem to stick. Back in Season 4, when Twilight suggested saving the tree by sacrificing the elements, the other five started freaking out about what they were gonna do without them. Twilight, the elements of harmony, they're what keep us connected no matter what. You're right about one thing, Applejack. The elements of harmony did bring us together, but it isn't the elements that will keep us connected. It's our friendship, and it's more important and more powerful than any magic. And here she is 5 seasons later, still not getting it. The Spirit of Harmony keeps telling you guys, but y'all just don't seem to remember. Friendship is magic, and that can't be taken away. See what I did there? Cause that's what they said to Sombra.
You just said everything you need to hear.
The reason I think the Spirit of Harmony wants to do away with the physical elements is it's tired of this focus on magic artifacts instead of the true source of their power. It's friendship, stupid. The second time the main six took on Sombra, they didn't have the elements or the tree, yet the power of their friendship alone was more than enough. So it doesn't even seem like Equestria is gonna miss these things. The physical elements had served their purpose and just became a distraction, causing more harm than good. As Twilight said, the elements are still with us in their own way, just not in the form that kept tripping them up. That explains why the Spirit of Harmony would want to eliminate the elements. But why would it want to trim the tree? Trim the tree, trim the tree, trim. Sorry. Basically, because it's only equestrian. This whole time, since the beginning of the show, we've been dealing with equestrian magic. The tree was planted, cultivated, and maintained by ponies, and you can tell the Spirit of Harmony has been trying to break away from that, broadening out the map's horizons to include lands outside Equestria, sending a non-pony on the map. The Spirit of Harmony is just trying to, pardon the pun, branch out. This new change, ushered in by many species, is an expansion into all the other types of magic and how they can interact. The purpose of Sombra's destruction is to make room for a new focus. This pony-made thing is no longer the center of it all. This is. Nothing against ponies, of course. In fact, one helped to make it. But what matters is that this is universal. Just like how the 3 tribes integrated into one society, it seems like all species are becoming more tightly knit than ever. It's a new era of magic. And with this bigger picture in mind, pruning the tree through Sombra was the most reasonable thing for the Spirit of Harmony to do. But what do you guys think? About the students' future role in Equestria? About the Spirit of Harmony's role in recent events? Or anything else? Leave your thoughts in the comments. I can't wait to hear what you have to say. Personally, like we saw in Season 4, I think everything that's happened was all part of the Spirit of Harmony's master plan, saying goodbye to its past so it can say hello to its future. And in that sense, I think the Tree of Harmony is meant to be a metaphor for this entire show. When the Student 6 were building their makeshift treehouse, they were singing about the tree. Listen to some of these lyrics. The tree brought us together, and even though it's gone, our monument of friendship can make the gift live on. The show brought us together, and even though it's ending soon, the community it fostered will keep going strong. And later, it's hard to say farewell to something you hold dear, but goodbye isn't forever as long as we are here. This seems to be just as much about our relationship to the show as it is about their relationship to the tree. In this metaphor, the new treehouse represents whatever the future holds for MLP. The franchise as a whole isn't ending, just the Friendship is Magic iteration of it. And though it'll be sad to see it go, with every ending comes a new beginning. So here's to where we've been, and where we're going. This has been the Brony Notion, signing out until next time. Brohoof! Discord. Ever since he made his first appearance in the Season 2 premiere, Discord has been the subject of so much speculation. He's just this giant mystery begging to be solved. What is he? How did he come to be? And if there's one thing that's consistent through all these theories made about him, it's that we don't really know. Well, unless they get disproven, like the good old Star Swirl equals Discord theory. You know, the one where Star Swirl the Bearded accidentally turned himself into Discord. For longtime viewers, you know I defended this theory till the bitter end. I would have loved for Discord to be the result of some magic experiment gone wrong, but perhaps he still might be. What if Star Swirl didn't become Discord, but rather created Discord, like Frankenstein's monster? A talented sorcerer such as himself is bound to have made some mistakes. There's an obvious appeal to this theory. It also fits in nicely with my headcanon that Star Swirl invented the Alicorn by combining magic from all three tribes. After the success of that, it only makes sense that he'd take it to the next logical step, combining magic from different species. Of course, this wouldn't have gone quite as well. Unlike the other theory, this one is still possible. But as fun as that idea is, it doesn't make much sense from a timeline perspective. Discord didn't enter the scene until the Royal Sisters, as well as the Tree of Harmony, were all fully grown. That's Discord's first known appearance in the timeline. Now, Star Swirl's last appearance in the timeline, before vanishing to Limbo, was when the Tree of Harmony had just been planted. We know the sisters were much shorter at the time too. So a lot of growing happened between Star Swirl's last appearance and Discord's first. That seems to disconnect Discord from Star Swirl altogether. You could say that Star Swirl created Discord before Limbo, but that asks more questions than it answers. If this is the case, where was Discord during the period between his creation and his conquering of Equestria? How did Star Swirl deal with him? Why didn't it last? Too many details unaccounted for just for him to have been the result of Star Swirl's experimentations. Discord's timeline before this point, if he has one, is completely unknown. So each detail we add before this is a new assumption. That's why I'm hesitant to subscribe to that theory. So let's talk about a new one, a fresh theory based on the most recent episodes that's been gaining some traction. This one poses that at the center of Discord's origin story is not Star Swirl the Bearded, but someone who may be just as old, if not older. And that person is Grogar. Though he seems to be all but forgotten by modern ponies, Grogar is infamous among the villains, Sombra revering him as the first emperor of Equestria, the father of monsters. Watching this episode, the next line that Grogar spoke blew my mind. I gave life to the foulest of creatures and allowed them to run wild, taking what they wanted and destroying the rest. My reign was a glorious, fear-soaked epoch of darkness in Equestria. As I heard those words, I could feel the excitement rising as the connection started forming in my head. When he's describing his reign of monsters, we see three distinct creatures become a single, horrifying amalgamation. Almost all the monsters we've seen in the show are combinations that can be split into their component parts and fused back together. The Bugbear, Chimera, Cockatrice. What if these were the foul creatures that Grogar made, sewing together bits and pieces of previously existing animals into new, terrifying forms? And then it hit me like a load of bricks. What if one of those creatures was Discord? Everything was adding up, so I got ready to make a new video, scrambling together my thoughts. But then, I was running some ideas by local Draconequus expert Event Horizon when he said something like, You saw Dr. Wolf's video too? And that's when I realized that someone else beat me to the chase. But maybe I'd still have something to add to the theory, enough to warrant its own video? No, Dr. Wolf covered everything, and even took the concept further into really fascinating applications I hadn't thought of. I recommend watching it, but there goes that video idea. He couldn't have known, but I feel like that was revenge for the one time I impersonated him. So there I was, having just hit that brick wall, still wanting to add something to the conversation. This got me to dig deeper, but the more I searched, the more inconsistencies I found with the Grogar theory. I guess it wasn't true after all. It was then that I vowed that if I can't have this theory, then neither can Dr. Wolf. No, but seriously, I did want to challenge him with what I found, so I ran it by Dr. Wolf. First of all, without magic, the Tartarus monsters split into their base components. Discord had his magic taken away before, and yet he stayed in one piece. So if Grogar created monsters by stitching together parts of already existing creatures, Discord could not have been one of those. Then Dr. Wolf replied by pointing out that the Tartarus monsters gave their magic willingly, while Discord's was forcefully ripped out. His solution is that some magic can only be surrendered, not taken by force, likening it to the Espers in Final Fantasy III. But here's the thing, there's no in-show precedent for this principle, and even if there was, Tirek willingly gave his magic, just like the other creatures, but he didn't split into a horse and But he didn't split into any components. Nailed it. This tells us that a mix such as a centaur can already be a base form. I mean, just look at griffins or hippogriffs. This world is full of hybrids, and I doubt most of them would split into parts if stripped of their magic. Don't get me wrong, there's something to the fact that the Tartarus monsters did separate, and that may point to a special creation by Grogar. We just have no reason to lump Discord in with those. In fact, the evidence is for this already being Discord's base form. That's what I ran by Dr. Wolf next. When Discord stopped acting chaotic, his physical body started to literally fade away. This tells us that he's not an amalgamation of previously existing things. He's a single physical manifestation of chaos, depending only on chaos to exist. Like Fluttershy said, you're a creature of pure chaos. Being normal is destroying you. Dr. Wolf replied to this one by theorizing that the fading away may have been a failsafe set in place by Grogar. If the purpose of Grogar's monsters was to force submission by spreading terror and fear, he could motivate those monsters to keep doing their job under threat of fading away. His full responses can be found in the second part of his series on the matter. But this reply doesn't add up either, because Grogar's purpose didn't need chaos. You can spread fear and terror with chaos, Discord certainly did later, but you can just as well spread fear and terror with an iron fist of order. So if Grogar did set a failsafe in place, it would have kicked in when the monsters stopped spreading darkness, not when they stopped spreading chaos, and Discord would have faded away long ago once he reformed. Besides, we've seen that Discord doesn't even need a body to exist or even spread chaos. He just needs, well, chaos, which is undeniably his purest essence. Now, I have one last problem with the theory that Grogar created Discord. It's that it leaves a huge unexplained gap in Discord's timeline, just like the theory that Swirl created Discord, but even worse. To get a timeline going, we have our first confirmed instance of Discord. This came long enough after the Tree of Harmony was planted for it to have been full grown. Now using Tirek as a reference, he must have come to Equestria when the pillars were still around, because his brother Scorpan befriended Swirl. Tirek was already full grown at the time, so go all the way back to when he was young, and this is when he only heard tales of Grogar's tyranny. He even thought they were just legends, so the actual events may have occurred even before that. Regardless, Grogar's reign was long, long ago, and if Discord was part of that, where has he been? Where was he between then and his first known appearance? Was he dealt with in some way? Banished? Weakened? By who? For how long? This theory leaves so much to be desired for Discord's timeline. Again, as fun and full of story potential as those theories are, and full props to Dr. Wolf, I just don't find them convincing. But this video isn't just a list of all the ways Discord didn't come to be. Oh no, I have a few ideas myself. After talking with Dr. Wolf, I elected to set aside the Discord question for a while and focus on other aspects of the show. That resulted in this video, and it's a good thing, because a certain comment on that video helped me realize that Surprisingly, these topics may be more closely connected than we thought. In the video, I was talking about how the Tree of Harmony was destroyed, and how the spirit of the Tree of Harmony used the Student 6 to build a replacement. Since the spirit can exist outside the tree or treehouse, I consider it its own thing. That's why I called it the Spirit of Harmony. And that's where that comment comes in. Spirit of Harmony and Spirit of Chaos. We got a yin-yang situation going on here. Now, at first I wrote this off as an amusing coincidence, that the show would have a Spirit of Harmony and a Spirit of Chaos. What are the odds of that? Pretty cool, right? But let's entertain the thought for a second. Basically, with yin and yang, opposites can't exist without each other. Heat can't exist without cold to compare it against, and cold can't exist without heat to compare it against. Opposites also give rise to each other. The darker a place is, the more power light has there. Now, let's see what happens when we start to view chaos and harmony as yin and yang, interdependent forces that are fundamentally connected. An increase on one side would be reflected onto the other side. Think about it like a balancing act. 6 ponies plant a seed that would become the most powerful source of harmony in the land. Discord necessarily arises as the chaotic reflection, the equal and opposite force. Look at the timing and things line up perfectly. This is the earliest known instance of the full-grown Tree of Harmony. And why are the sisters here? So that they can take the elements and fight the earliest known instance of Discord. Maybe the reason this is Discord's first known appearance is because this is the very beginning of Discord's timeline. His simple one-track minded naivety makes him seem young, like young. Maybe that's because the harmony from the tree had just pulled Discord into this world. Now, most of you have probably noticed that Discord didn't really bring balance though. He dragged the world into chaos and tipped the scales to his side. In fact, we haven't really seen much balance in the past at all. At first, this might seem like a problem with the theory, but it's all part of the story. The forces of harmony and of chaos have a history of fighting against one another and one-upping each other. The very first thing we saw Discord try to do is destroy the Tree of Harmony by planting seeds of his own. Nice parallel. But it's not just him. The forces of harmony have been trying to completely do away with chaos as well, banishing Discord to stone. Chaos versus harmony has been a huge theme in MLP history, but it goes back even further. Sure, it's possible Discord came as a result of the Tree of Harmony, but we know for a fact that even the tree itself was planted partially to counteract the unbridled chaos of the Everfree Forest. To take things another step back, I wouldn't be surprised if the Yin Everfree Forest started growing in the first place to counteract the harmony from the Yang Friendship Fire, which was to counteract the Yin Wendigos, and basically this has been going on forever. Now hold up. The whole point of Yin and Yang is that opposites aren't supposed to be at odds. They're supposed to complement each other. Order without some chaos is dull, and chaos without some order is cacophony. Think about when something crazy messes up your schedule. It makes you appreciate the routine. But too much of that boring routine makes you appreciate the spontaneous. They need to cooperate, not dominate. And that is why Celestia asked the main 6 to free Discord and try to reform him. She must have realized that chaos doesn't mean evil. Anyone who's played Dungeons & Dragons knows that they're on different axes. And if you can get both opposites to coexist on the side of good, everyone will be happier and stronger because of it. That's what the past 5 seasons have been. The forces of chaos and of harmony on the same team. After an endless seesaw back and forth, finally, balance. I really like this theory of Discord's origin and purpose, not just because it matches his timeline, but because it tells a bigger story. Connecting parts of the lore we never considered might be related. And Discord is the best way to ultimately bring a conclusion to this. A force of chaos that understands a little harmony is important, who can see where chaos is needed and where it's not. For the most part, it's not to say tensions won't exist as both sides grow and evolve. In fact, watching Discord and the Spirit of Harmony interact would be a lot of fun. All that really matters is that they're finally allowing each other to do their jobs. But what do you guys think? Are chaos and harmony fundamentally connected? How do you think Discord came to be? Leave your thoughts in the comments. We're halfway through the 9th and final season of Friendship is Magic, so we're either gonna get our answers soon or never. Hopefully the former, but in the meantime, I'll be reading your comments. This has been the Brony Notion, signing out until next time. Brohoof. What are stars in the MLP universe? In our world, stars are balls of gas burning billions of miles away. Our sun is a star, just a lot closer. But that's our world. The MLP universe is mythological. It's how we used to think our universe was. For one thing, it's geocentric, meaning the sun revolves around the world and not vice versa. Who knows, Equestria and the lands around it could even be on a flat disk, unlike the Earth. Ahem. Unlike the Earth. It seems like stars are one of those different things. Instead of giant and far, they're small and close. Little pinpricks in our sky dome. Consider our first reference to stars in the show. The legend of the Mare in the Moon ends with a prophecy that on the longest day of the 1000th year, the stars will aid in her escape. Sure enough, that's visually exactly what happens. This tells us two things. First of all, stars are close and much smaller than the moon. But secondly, and more importantly, the stars are personified. They're agents, moving, taking action, aiding. This is really interesting, and it makes me ask again, what are stars in the MLP universe? At least some of them seem to be, well, beings. As I've mentioned in the past, there's always a possibility this was a third royal sibling of the stars bailing out their sister, or even a parent bailing out their daughter. But to this day, there's no evidence for anything of the sort. It's remained a mystery, until now. So who could those stars be? Okay, you saw the title and thumbnail. It's Grogar, the tyrannical ram of old. Sounds crazy, I know, but hear me out. Let me show you why I think an event from the first season is tied to a character from the final season. Why I think Grogar was the group of stars that aided in Nightmare Moon's escape. Alright, if this is going to work out, we need to establish how the heck Grogar got up there. Because last I checked, he's flesh and blood, not a group of stars. Nor was he back when he ruled Equestria. But a lot of time has passed between then and now, giving us our window of opportunity. That's just the when. As for the how, we know Gusty the Great stole Grogar's bell and banished him long ago. But the nature of his banishment was never specified. Sure, it's possible he was sent to Tartarus, but that seems underwhelming for a villain of Grogar's status. Besides, a unicorn as powerful as Gusty the Great could have and would have used a stronger solution. I think she may have banished Grogar to the stars. Think about it. The only other being in space we've ever seen was Nightmare Moon, who was also banished there. The concept of being imprisoned in the stars isn't even new. There's mythological precedents for this in our world. Take the legend of Cassiopeia, for example. She claimed to be more beautiful than even the nymphs of the sea, so Poseidon, angered, cast her into the stars. Now just replace Poseidon with Gusty and Cassiopeia with Grogar, and you basically have what might have happened. Minus the claiming to be beautiful part. I mean, maybe, I wasn't there. It's weird to think of the sky as a prison, but it's a pretty effective one. You're completely separated from the world, having no power over the things going on beneath you. However, you may still have some power in your own realm. Enough to aid in the escape of a fellow sky prisoner? Grogar has certainly displayed a vested interest in bringing down the forces of light in favor of darkness, and who better represents darkness than Miss Eternal Night herself? Grogar is the perfect candidate for those stars. He fits the when, the how, and the why. But if we're looking for some positive evidence, let's focus on the what. What exactly was Grogar during his time in the sky? A group of stars, yes, but more specifically, Grogar was a constellation. Surprisingly, there's evidence for this in Season 1. Ghostbusters introduces us to Ursa Minor and Ursa Major, Latin for smaller bear and bigger bear. What I find so fascinating about these two is that they canonize human constellations within the show's lore. And there's one human constellation that's especially relevant to our investigation. Aries, Latin for ram. That's what I think Grogar was. Gusty the Great turned him into the constellation Aries. Now, I know what you're thinking. Just because our world and the MLP world have two constellations in common doesn't mean we have the rest in common. The Ursas are only evidence for the Ursas. And to that I say, you're right. But in the very same season as Nightmare Moon's escape and the Ursa's debut, we get suited for success. The episode where Rarity lets the other five boss her on how to make their dresses for the Grand Galloping Gala. They end up looking pretty tacky. But take a look at Twilight's star-themed dress. She had demanded technically accurate constellations. And what do we see? Centaurus, Scorpio, Cancer, and lo and behold, Aries. This confirms that a ram constellation has existed in the skies of Equestria. An ancient ram tyrant and a ram constellation? They have to be connected. What if it was Grogar they've been looking up at all along? And what if those stars are the same ones that aided in Nightmare Moon's escape? Though this raises a good question. If Grogar was a constellation that whole time, why didn't he bail Nightmare Moon out sooner? She was up there for 1,000 years. Well, who says he would have been able to? Remember back in the first few seasons of the show, it became a joke that each villain's backstory started with 1,000 years ago. That must have been one heck of a year. Of course, this is just rounding on the storyteller's part, but it is strange that each villain popped back up around a millennia after their respective banishments. This got some people thinking that 1,000 years is just the time limit to how long these banishing spells can last. I think that's mostly true, but notice that it's not 1,000 years for each villain. Discord was banished before Nightmare Moon, yet returned after Nightmare Moon. Why? Because it's not just a 1,000-year timer. It takes more than just passing the expiration date. Something has to actively be done to set them free. Objects at rest stay at rest until acted upon by a Darn it, Newton, get out of my videos. But this is exactly what we saw with Discord. It took that little push from the Cutie Mark Crusaders to break Discord's spell. Perhaps Nightmare Moon's push was the Star's aid. Though unlike how the Cutie Mark Crusaders haphazardly set Discord loose without even knowing, Nightmare Moon's escape was premeditated. The 1,000th year arrives and she's out. Like when you open the microwave door right when it beeps. Just me? Anyway, this wasn't an accident. It was foretold in prophecy after all, and for someone as mindful and calculating as Grogar is, I wouldn't be surprised if that was him up there, bailing out his partner in darkness the moment it was possible. Now, you may point out that Grogar would have to have been in the stars for far longer than Nightmare Moon was in the moon, but this isn't a problem. We already know for a fact that Gusty the Great can cast spells that last much longer than 1,000 years. Her wind spell and force field on Mount Everhoof are still going to this day. She cast those before the Tree of Harmony was even planted, so it's possible she was drawing from an ancient, deeper magic, one that could last far longer than even the elements of harmony. And wait a second, I didn't think of this. If the spells on Mount Everhoof are still going, then Grogar shouldn't be free. He should still be a constellation. It just doesn't make sense that one spell would wear off without the other.
That's where an idea of my own might be of some help.
Dr. Wolf, what are you doing here?
I saw my name scribbled over your door and happened to overhear your predicament.
I still haven't taken that down?
Would you happen to know how that strange sign got there?
You said you might be able to help?
Actually, yes. A while back during the video, Why Does Grogar Need Cozy Glow, I suggested a theory as to why Grogar had waited so long to act. And really, the answer may lie within an unintended consequence of Cozy Glow's actions during the Season 8 finale, School Rays. She used 6 relics to create a mystical magnet, drawing in magic like a vacuum. All over Equestria, magic was starting to fail. Unicorn spells, Pegasi weather manipulation, even whatever kind of magic ponies were using to keep cupcakes from spoiling. And we see other creatures like the cockatrices losing their magic as well. Now, the Student 6 were able to stop Cozy Glow before she removed all magic from Equestria, and everything was turned back to normal soon after. But what if during those few days, whatever magic which was holding Grogar back had weakened just enough for him to make his return? It would certainly help explain why someone as powerful as Grogar is shown to be hasn't attempted to reconquer Equestria until the beginning of Season 9.
That's a good point. Spells were one of the first things to go. Gusty's magic would have been diminished long enough for Grogar to escape, but it would have returned before he was able to find where his bell was hidden and take it back. Maybe Cozy Glow's actions are what brought about that perfect opportunity Grogar was speaking of.
Oh, glad to hear that you think this theory has merit. Last time you and I were discussing theories, you seemed to make it a point to prove them wrong. I admit this feels like a nice change of pace.
Not sure what gave you that idea.
It was then that I vowed that if I can't have this theory, then neither can Dr. Wolf.
But yeah, I appreciate your help so much. Thanks for dropping by, Doc.
Glad to be of service. Seriously though, where did this sign come from?
Anyway, this puts an interesting spin on what we already know about Grogar. He says he's been biding his time, watching the forces of good win over and over again. I just assumed he was observing all those villains' defeats through his crystal ball. But maybe that whole time he was looking down from the sky. Not much else to do when you're a constellation, so it turns out this does work with Grogar's timeline after all. let's review. Gusty the Great steals Grogar's spell and casts him into the stars. There he stays as the constellation Aries. After some time, Sky Prison gets a new inmate, Nightmare Moon. 1,000 years later, once her banishing spell wears off, Grogar aids in her escape, but is still himself trapped. He watches each of the main six's victories and keeps tabs on the losers, forming his plan to beat the main six at their own game. His opportunity arrives when Cozy Glow sucks almost all the magic out of Equestria, finally freeing him from his stellar prison. And here we are. We've come full circle, the newest details solving the oldest mysteries. But what do you guys think? Was Grogar the group of stars that aided in Nightmare Moon's escape? Was he even imprisoned in the stars? If not, how did Gusty the Great banish him? I can't wait to hear your thoughts in the comments. And thanks to Dr. Wolf for the help. No hard feelings, I hope. This has been the Brony Notion, signing out until next time. Brohoof.
I don't know why.
We've come to the end of Friendship is Magic. That's it. So many questions were finally answered, but many weren't, and any loose ends that haven't already been tied will never be. On one hoof, that's really sad, but on the other hoof, the world is now ours to fill in the spaces. No more debunked theories. No, seriously, the threat of new info tearing down my hard work has always loomed over my head. Most recently, my theory that Grogar was the group of stars that aided in Nightmare Moon's escape way back in Season 1. When I released that video, the rest of Season 9 had just leaked days before. And sure enough, 1,000 spoiling chatter spilled the tea. And by this point, we've seen it for ourselves. Grogar was actually Discord in disguise, setting up the ultimate obstacle for the newly ruling Twilight and her friends to solve. There are now 6 known Alicorns in Equestria. That little Grogar equals Discord thing has become the new "you forgot about Flurry Heart." He was actually Discord, yes, we know. But here's the thing, Grogar wasn't really Discord. I mean, in Season 9, yeah, but aside from Discord's performance, there was a real Grogar who had a real bell and a real history. Discord told the ponies himself, quote, "Chrysalis, Tirek, and Cozy Glow now have all of the real Grogar's magic," admitting that Grogar wasn't just a useful legend he impersonated, but a historical figure. He may have never made an actual appearance in the show, but Grogar very much existed in the world of Friendship is Magic. When I realized this, I was relieved that my theory was still possible. The real Grogar may still have been banished to the stars, and may still have bailed out Nightmare Moon. So if you haven't seen that video yet and want to hear how I came to that crazy conclusion, check it out, I'm really proud of it. But not now, of course, because there's much more to this villain than just his potential banishment, and it's high time we talked about it. Throughout the episodes, we've learned bits and pieces about this Grogar guy, but let's try to put it all together. I think if we read between the lines of his past, we can form a full story of the earliest Equestrian history, and the massive role Grogar played in it. Bigger than you might think. We know from the episode Frenemies that Gusty the Great stole Grogar's bell, the source of his power, marking an end to his tyranny. But there's gotta be more to the story than just that. One does not simply run into the most powerful being in Equestria, grab his power source, and canter off into the sunset. Grogar must have been compromised in some way, and I think I know how. This story seems to pick up where another story left off. One told in early Season 7, of all places. While babysitting Flurryface and visiting sick foals at the Ponyville Hospital, or should I say, Horspital, Twilight picks a book to read them called Gusty the Great. Fluffy Heart is wreaking havoc the whole time, but we still get to hear a good portion of the story, and this is interesting. While no pony had ever tried to reach Cloudsdale on hoof, Gusty the Great was not deterred. She and her unicorn warriors marched up the hill. But suddenly, they encountered the treacherous Grogar, and Gusty could tell he was ready for battle. She called out to the unicorn warriors, "We can fight Grogar together!" And they shot magical beams into the clouds that wove into one. The beam, stronger than 1,000 armies, shined down. It wrapped around Grogar and pulled him to the ground. "Don't let him escape," yelled Gusty. But Grogar was strong, for fear gave him power, and he broke through the bonds. Then,
"We can stop now if you want."
At that point, McFlurry's antics interrupted the story for good. But it's easy to see how those two stories, separated by 2 seasons, could fit together. A confrontation between Gusty and Grogar. We know how this ends. But there's still a missing piece here. Grogar had just broken through the bond, so Gusty couldn't have taken the bell then, and the Skybeam thing seemed like a final measure. If that didn't work, what could? Is it possible this was a separate story that ended in failure? Not so fast. Let's read that first line again. While no pony had ever tried to reach Cloudsdale on hoof, stop. Gusty and the Unicorn Warriors weren't set off to fight Grogar. He cut them off en route to Cloudsdale, a Pegasus City. What was Gusty and a bunch of Unicorn Warriors doing marching to a Pegasus City in the first place? Well, they certainly weren't marching to war. For one thing, this is the story of a hero Twilight was reading to children. But also, this was before tensions between the tribes started rising, likely even before their precarious trade relationship. I think Gusty and the Unicorns may have been planning more of a first contact, a formal greeting, and an invitation to join forces against the evil Ram Tyrant. And from Grogar's perspective, what's worse than one army of ponies? Two of them combining their strengths. Through his crystal ball, Grogar would have seen the Unicorn Warriors getting ready to team up with the Pegasus army. And what smart tyrant wouldn't have stopped them in their tracks? Things are beginning to add up pretty well here. Though the Unicorns didn't end up reaching Cloudsdale, their confrontation with Grogar may have been close enough for the Pegasi to see. So if it weren't for Fuzzy Hat here, this is how I think Twilight's story may have gone. The warriors' unity was strong, but the fear Grogar struck in their hearts was stronger. It looked hopeless. But then, whoosh, they heard the flapping of wings up above. It was the Pegasi army charging Grogar from the sky. The Unicorns, filled with new determination, joined the Pegasi in battle. But even still, Grogar seemed unbeatable, putting up a fierce fight to match their own. Gusty noticed a talisman around Grogar's neck and realized how they could still defeat him once and for all. "Everybody strike all at once," she cried. "I only need him down for a few seconds." The Unicorns and Pegasi counted down from 3 and struck him with all their might. This gave Gusty just enough time to steal the bell, weakening the treacherous Grogar and ending his tyranny. To keep the land safe, she hid the bell atop a mountain and cast a spell to secure it in place. The end. If something like this is what went down, that would be amazing. Grogar would be the reason the tribes found out they could work together. Their victory over such a powerful villain would be an incredible display of unity. And moving forward into the post-Grogar era, teaming up and helping each other out would just be the next logical step. Even though it took the near disaster of Hearthswarming for the tribes to finally integrate into a single friendly society, their initial teamwork and cooperation paved the way for that giant change. And it could all be Grogar's fault. But I can do you one better. Say I'm wrong. Say these are two totally separate stories and the tribes never worked together to stop Grogar. What if I told you that the tribes themselves wouldn't even exist if it weren't for Grogar? That's right. The evidence lies at the very beginning. No, further back. Before the princesses, before the pillars, before Hearthswarming. Here. Well, not here, this was pretty recent. But what was said here? According to Tirek, quote, "Grogar is ancient and extremely powerful. The land that would become Equestria was a mere collection of farms and pastures until he declared himself emperor of all he saw." It seems like this is the earliest known point in this world's timeline. I mean, what could have happened before this? The people of these farms and pastures were spread out and likely didn't interact much, if at all. That was what this world looked like at the beginning of Grogar's reign. But fast forward near the end of Grogar's reign, and things are clearly different. We're hearing about an army of Unicorn Warriors and a city of Pegasi. This tells us something very interesting, that during Grogar's reign, the land went from sparsely strewn farms and pastures to organized populations capable of forming armies. And it's not hard to see why. Without a force of evil to counter, there wouldn't have been a need for the spread out ponies to form tribes in the first place. So even if Grogar wasn't responsible for the alliance between the tribes, I'd say his actions definitely led to the alliance within the tribes. Especially looking at the Pegasi, this makes so much sense. Pegasi history is steeped in militism, from Flash Magnus to Commander Hurricane. The Pegasi army was a force to be reckoned with for ages, and it would be so fitting if they had their origin in an uprising against the evil first emperor of Equestria. So yeah, that's why I think Grogar is indirectly responsible for literally the rise of pony civilization, strange as that sounds. In review, Grogar took a bunch of scattered inhabitants and formed the first order this land had seen. As a response, ponies organized and revolted against him, ultimately taking him down. They replaced his rule with an agreement between the tribes. Unstable though it was, a crucial first step towards the unity they have today. Now, all of this is based on my interpretation of what little we know about Grogar in that era of history. So, what do you guys think? Given what we know, how does Grogar's rule fit into the history of the tribes and pony civilization? Leave your thoughts in the comments. Can I see something crazy? I want to start posting regularly again. It's been almost half a decade since I stopped posting weekly videos. My recent uploads have been pretty long, but also very infrequent. I want to take on some more digestible topics and post more often, every other week maybe. Now, I know with the show being, well, done, it's kind of insane to revamp the channel now of all times, but with a little help, we can make it happen. That's why I started a Patreon. Don't get me wrong, being subbed to this channel, liking and commenting will always be amazing ways to show your support. So no pressure to anyone who can't. But if you want to take the next step and support this channel financially, now you can. Even if it's just a couple bucks a month, every dollar counts. Not only will you be supporting my videos, you'll be getting some perks out of it. Basically, the amounts you pledge are split up into 3 tiers. The Earth Pony tier, the Unicorn tier, and the Alicorn tier, where just like magical power, each tier has more perks than the previous. I swear it's not racist. If you become an Earth Pony tier patron, I'll put your name or whatever title at the end of my videos. You'll also get behind the scenes stuff and access to my new Discord server I'm calling, wait for it, the Brony Commotion. I know, right? If you become a Unicorn tier patron, you get all of that, plus early access to my videos. And if you become an Alicorn tier patron, you get all of the previous perks, plus a shout out at the end of my videos. A special thanks by name to my top contributors. The show may be over, but the world is still very much alive and waiting for us to rewatch, rediscover, and even learn something new. So if you want to help me explore the wonderful world of My Little Pony and make more videos possible, be sure to check out my Patreon. I'm so excited to see how this goes. This has been the Brony Notion, signing out until Friday after next. We'll see how every other Friday works. Wish me luck, Brohoof. It's hard to fathom just how significant the reign of Grogar was to the Friendship is Magic universe, but I talked plenty about that in my last video. It's time to turn our focus to the future, to what happened after Grogar's bell was stolen, because I don't think his story ended when his reign did. If we learned one thing from the villains in the show, it's that no one's ever really gone. I think Grogar is still out there somewhere, and it doesn't even matter how Gusty banished him, because it wouldn't have lasted. To see what I mean, let's look at a few possibilities. 1. Grogar was sent to Tartarus. If this is what happened, I'm not thinking it would have done much good. After all, Tirek taught us that escaping Tartarus was possible. Maybe he wasn't the first to do so. And by the way Tirek talked about Grogar, we know they never crossed paths. So Grogar would have been in and out before Tirek even arrived. Which was before Nightmare Moon. So where has Grogar been? Tirek only took between seasons 2 and 4 to regain enough strength, so if Grogar was sent to Tartarus and broke out before Nightmare Moon, we should have heard something by now. That's why I find this one least likely. I mean, what was Grogar doing that whole time? Living on a farm, Thanos style? I don't think so. 2. Grogar was banished to the stars, or any spell to keep him back for that matter. Curiously, we've seen that Gusty spells seem to last forever, or at least much longer than the Royal Sisters. The spells she cast on Mount Everhoof are still going strong, so that would be that for Grogar. He'd still be held back by Gusty's spell, right? Well, maybe not. I mentioned this in the Stars video. Remember in Season 8 when Cozy Glow sucked all the magic out of Equestria? As Dr. Wolf theorized, that may have been Grogar's window of opportunity. Sure, he came up with that before we found out Discord was acting as Grogar, but it could still apply to the true Grogar. Just like how Cerberus only needed to be away from his post momentarily for Tirek to escape, the magic comprising Gusty's spell would only have to have been gone momentarily. From there, he would begin the process of laying low and gaining strength like Tirek did. And using seasons as a metric, if it takes him the same amount of time, that would land his big bad return squarely in what would be Season 10. So not long after Twilight's coronation. That's strikingly soon, and I find it a lot more likely, but there's still other possibilities that we should consider. 3. Gusty sent Grogar to another realm, kinda like how Swirl banished the Sirens to the human world. Whether it was to a place like the human world, or somewhere like Limbo, we've seen travel to and from both places. So all Grogar would need is someone with access to the means of travel setting him free. Maybe someone who, I don't know, can open interdimensional portals with a snap? Someone with a tendency to bring back villains? Does that ring any bells? Pun very much intended. Yeah, if Grogar doesn't come back on his own, I think Discord is gonna bring him back. Season 9 wasn't the first time Discord put the main 6 through hardship just to teach them a lesson, so who says it'll be his last? Yeah, he was chastised just like before, but not punished, and everything worked out in the end. So did he really learn his lesson, or was the lesson that he could get away with it? Now, there's a fourth possibility that this commenter shared in my last video, that maybe Grogar's essence was sealed into the bell, merging them into a single entity. This one could actually mean an unceremonious demise for Grogar. That is, depending on how you interpret what happened to the bell under the final rainbow laser. It's unclear. But here's the thing, in any of these scenarios, or any others I didn't think of, it wouldn't even matter if Grogar straight up died, because not even that stopped Sombra. Just like any other form of banishment, he can still be brought back. I never thought the statement, Discord is canonically a necromancer, would ever be true. Regardless, one way or another, I bet Grogar's return is just a matter of time. Maybe even just around the corner. There is this massive unknown gap in the timeline now. It's crazy to think that this version of the main 6 from the time jump episode may have already faced the real Grogar. And who knows what else they've been through in that time. Which gets me thinking, this notion of no one's ever really gone applies to some others too. Tirek, Chrysalis, and Cozy Glow, who were all turned to stone. It was Discord's idea, no surprise there. But what is surprising is that Celestia and Luna agreed to it. When you think about it, it's pretty irresponsible. Discord says the three will be together forever, implying that this would be permanent, but they should know that's not true. Otherwise, Discord would still be in the Canterlot Garden. Spells wear off. You could try to argue that the Royal Sisters plus Discord would cast a longer lasting spell than the Sisters plus the Elements of Harmony, but the math doesn't check out. History has proven the Elements of Harmony to be more powerful than Discord twice. So was turning these three to stone really a solution to the problem, or just delaying it, kicking the can down the road for a future generation to deal with?
That's Future Spike's problem.
The only villains we've seen truly disappear in the show are the ones that stopped being villains. It's true that you can't force someone to come around, but one way to guarantee that they won't is to freeze them in a single pose for 1,000 years. And even worse, it's not like Limbo where time doesn't pass for you. After Discord was unfrozen the second time, he told Twilight, quote, "Being turned to stone doesn't keep me from hearing every word Celestia says." Oh. So you're saying we have 3 vengefully vile villains frozen in place with all the time in the world to let it fester? Maybe not the best idea. Not only are they leaving the problem to the future, they're letting it snowball all the way down. No one's ever really gone, and when they finally unfreeze, well, the future better be in good hooves. The possibilities of what might happen to these 3 and to Grogar are endless, and so much fun to speculate. Who knows if they'll overlap and team up for real this time, but sadly, as it's become a theme on this channel, we'll never know for sure. Anything else done by any of these characters will forever be off-screen. In the comics at best. But that's kind of the fun of it now. This 9-season show is a launching point for any and all headcanons and speculations. So share some of your own. Do you think any of these villains are coming back? Why or why not? What's in store for them and Equestria if they do? Leave your thoughts in the comments. I want to say a huge thank you to all the folks that have already joined me on Patreon. I've been having a lot of fun in chat running polls and stuff. Even released a remix over there. Check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/thebronynotion. And a special thank you to my Alicorn tier patrons. Namink, Fairfallen, Globe Amaranth, Cameo Shadowness, Paco Taco, and Darth Sylar 12. Your support helps make this channel possible. This has been the Brony Notion, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof. Daybreaker, or as I like to call her, Mightmare Noon. Please hold your applause. As far as the show's timeline is concerned, Daybreaker never existed. She was just a figment of Starlight's nightmare. But for not being real, she makes an excellent point. If Luna can turn into Nightmare Moon, you can absolutely turn into me. I never considered this potential for Celestia may have been there the whole time. It just hadn't triggered like Luna's. Though it could have under different circumstances. Just like how small changes in the timeline led to vastly different futures, one tiny detail would have flipped the script on the familiar first story this show ever told. And I think I know what that detail is. So if we want to understand why Celestia would go rogue, we have to fully understand why Luna did. We all know the story. The ponies enjoyed Celestia's day, but slept through Luna's night. Her jealousy boiled over, and she turned into Nightmare Moon. Pretty straightforward. But the more I think about it, the more something bothers me. The story is told as if the dream world and Luna's ability to walk in dreams doesn't exist. Yes, ponies sleep through the night, but that's the whole point. They live on in the dream world. Luna can still interact with them and feel their appreciation. If she wants ponies to enjoy the physical night, moon and stars, all she has to do is appear to them. Notice Luna brings the night with her wherever she goes, always appearing out of the moon. So just like how ponies played and basked in Celestia's sun, they can still dance in beautiful moonlit visions of Luna's night. When you consider this, Nightmare Moon's motivation begins to fade away. Did the story get it wrong? No, I did, because I assumed Luna was walking in dreams back then. What if she only started after she turned back from Nightmare Moon? Think about it. Say Luna's only job was to raise the moon and rule the night, no dreams. Well, ruling over the waking world by night makes just as much sense as ruling the dream world by day. It's pointless. She races the moon, waits for something to happen, anything, nothing. She lowers the moon. Wash, rinse, repeat. Meanwhile, Celestia's work is constantly and publicly acknowledged, appreciated, and enjoyed. So of course Luna became jealous. And even 1,000 years later, after Luna repented, the initial problem was still there. That's when I think she started to explore other options. One season later, we see her trying to find her footing, where she fits in the world. Ultimately, she doesn't find it in the public sphere where Celestia found hers. Her big moment of gratification comes from a one-on-one interaction. Another season later, and what do you know, we get our first confirmed instance of dreamwalking. Instead of scaring ponies, she's comforting the scared. Her purpose is fully realized. Dreamwalking seems to fill all the holes that led her to become Nightmare Moon, which is why I don't think she walked in dreams before modern times. But how would things have been different if she had? Say a time traveler went back to when tensions were rising and told Luna the solution to her problem. That is the one variable I think would have made all the difference. Not only in preventing Nightmare Moon, but in causing Daybreaker. Let me explain. The season 7 episode A Royal Problem gives us the clearest look we've gotten into Celestia's life. We see that her job is largely performative. She has to keep up an appearance. There's lots of smiling, photo shoots, forced laughter with snobbish dignitaries, business, and also a fair share of business. Not many ponies seem to really relate to Celestia. It's as if she's on a different level, which to be fair she kinda is. But look at Luna. Her interactions mean something. They're personal, sincere, intimate. Celestia keeps the land in order, but who do the ponies go to for comfort? Not her. Celestia has always had physical appreciation, but Luna gets all of the emotional appreciation. Daybreaker's motivation is becoming clear. Just like with Nightmare Moon, she's jealous, because Luna has that personal connection that she doesn't. In her lowest moment, she tries to take her sister down, so that ponies can only come to her. But the elements, they're on Luna's side this time, and the rest is alternate history. The only thing that changed to create this vastly different world? When Luna started walking in dreams. Better not give Starlight Glimmer any ideas. Now, none of this is to say Celestia has been a ticking time bomb all along. She seems fulfilled. Aside from her superficial duties, she's formed many true bonds. Maybe that's part of why she opened her school or took in Cadence, to fill that hole. But before she did those things, a dreamwalking sister to be jealous of may have been just enough to push her over the edge. But what do you guys think? When did Luna start walking in dreams? What might have caused Celestia to go rogue? Leave your thoughts in the comments. And if you like my videos, consider supporting me on Patreon. Your help would be very appreciated. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. Northern Lights, The Nameless One, Namink, Fairfallen, Globe Amaranth, Cameo Shadowness, Paco Taco, Darth Sylar 12, and Equinox 3141. Your support helps make this channel possible. This has been the Brony Notion, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof.
I don't know why.
The Royal Sisters are no longer ruling Equestria. By the end of Season 9, Twilight had totally replaced Celestia. But what about Luna's job? Did Luna stop walking in dreams? There's 3 possibilities for what happened after the Royal Sisters stepped down. 1, things stay the same. Luna keeps dreamwalking even after retirement. But that's not likely, cause it wouldn't even be a true retirement. Even though Twilight's raising the moon now, that was just the tip of the iceberg. It was dreamwalking that tired Luna out so much. When she says, "I for one am looking forward to a little rest and relaxation," she must have meant from dreamwalking. Besides, she can't keep walking in dreams forever. So Luna's done, at least for the most part. That leaves us with only 2 possibilities. Either someone takes over Luna's job, or dreamwalking becomes a thing of the past. And that's a real possibility. Don't get me wrong, Luna's job is extremely important. In a royal problem, Luna reveals that nightmares can have grave consequences on a pony's psyche. But at the same time, those 1,000 years went well enough without her. So if dreamwalking did end with Luna's retirement, life in Equestria would still be good enough. But I'm throwing out that possibility too, because look at who took the throne. This is Twilight Sparkle we're talking about. Good enough is never good enough. She would make sure things are just as good, if not better, than life under the sisters. She would not accept a downgrade. So I think Luna will almost definitely be replaced. Now the question is, by who? When Luna had Celestia's magic, she was powerless in the dream world. So not just anyone can walk in dreams, but that doesn't mean it can't be learned. Is it possible Twilight herself will be dreamwalking from now on? I mean, her crown is a fusion of Celestia and Luna's, symbolizing her taking on the responsibilities of both. But I doubt one pony can do the full jobs of 2. She may be in charge of raising both Sun and Moon, but like I said, that's nothing compared to the sisters' full responsibilities. She'd be doing Celestia's job by day and Luna's job by night. And we've seen how Twilight gets when she doesn't sleep. Even Alicorns need their rest. So unless she has some weird duplication spell up her sleeve, I don't think Twilight will be doing more than Celestia's job. What I find most likely, Twilight will delegate the responsibility like she learned in Season 9. Someone else will take the reins from Luna. But who? Well, there's one person I think has a promising future walking in dreams. Wait for it. Rainbow Dash. No, seriously. When the sisters first announced they were stepping down, Rainbow Dash called dibs on appearing in everyone's dreams. But come on, that was more of a joke than a serious declaration. We know how she spends her future and it's running the Wonderbolts. Plus, with what magic? She's a Pegasus. All valid criticisms. But hear me out. Rainbow Dash would be really good at this. You gotta admit, fighting nightmares does seem to be her speed, pun intended. Plus, she has a bit of a comforting streak herself. Wouldn't you feel secure with such a fearless legend looking out for you? And those criticisms don't turn out to be deal breakers. Yeah, calling dibs on dreamwalking was potentially a joke, but it at least displays interest, if not full willingness. Yeah, she's probably a full-time Wonderbolt in the future, but until Spitfire resigns, it's still an occasional gig. And yeah, Rainbow Dash doesn't have magic, but she doesn't have to be the one pulling the strings. That's the important part. There's likely no single creature who could fully replace Luna. But say you had a second pony, opening the doors to every dream that needs help. Now we're looking at a dream team. Any number could be involved here, so that no single pony would have to run every night shift. Just like how a team used to raise the sun before Celestia, maybe a team could run the dream world after Luna. I can pretty easily imagine Twilight assembling a team. Swirl would be the obvious candidate for the logistic aspects of the mission. He has experience with travel between realms and with teaching. This means he could train younger magic users in the same skills. It's about time he put himself to use anyway. Other members of the team could deal with the physical conflict on the surface or with the emotional conflict at the core. The story potential for a dream team taking on this huge task is limitless. It's honestly such a shame that we'll never get to see what that might look like. So let's fill in the blanks ourselves. world. I can imagine their first night going terribly wrong and slowly improving as they get a hold of things. Definitely gets your imagination going. What do you guys think? Will Luna be replaced? By who or who all and why? What kind of scenarios might we see from a dream team? Leave your thoughts in the comments. And if you like my videos, consider supporting me on Patreon. A huge thanks to everyone who already does, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. Namink, Fairfallen, Equinox 3141, Darth Sylar 12, Cameo Shadowness, Globe Amaranth, The Nameless One, Paco Taco, Mungo Jerry, and Maximilian HG. You guys help make this channel possible. This has been the Brony Notion, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof. Legend has it that on the longest day of the 1000th year, the stars will aid in her, Nightmare Moon's, escape. Words that have perplexed us since the very beginning. What are the stars? Who's behind this? I covered this topic August 2014 and again in August 2019 after we learned about Grogar's existence. In January, the question was asked again on Twitter, but this time, the creator of the show herself, Lauren Faust, answered. Of course she waits till after I make my video. Here's what she had to say. Watch the episode again. The stars aligned in a perfect pattern that allowed for her escape. And who controls the sun, moon, and stars? This came as quite a shock. Are you telling me Celestia orchestrated Nightmare Moon's escape? Well, that's that. Surely you're not gonna argue with the show's creator. Bet. Just like J.K. Rowling, Faust can't just tweet things into canon. What I care about is what ends up in the work. Besides, many others have contributed to the show at this point, each with their own visions, often overriding Faust's original vision. Look at Twilicorn or Flurry, we just can't take her words as gospel. However, since no writer has overridden these words, we can't rule them out either, so let's give it a fair shake. At first I found it strange to think that Celestia could have brought her sister back at any time, yet waited 1,000 years. That's quite the timeout. But when you consider that the main six were the only ones that could reform Luna, it makes sense. Any earlier and it'd be the same as last time. So she would have had to wait until there were new bearers before setting Nightmare Moon free. But wait a minute, releasing a villain for the main six to face and learn from? Isn't that exactly what Celestia shamed Discord for doing? If this is true, would that make Celestia a hypocrite? I don't think so, because there's a difference between these two. Discord and all of his interdimensional craziness has never been shown to have visions. Celestia has. In fact, she seemed to know everything about the situation with perfect confidence. So while Discord's move was a gamble, Celestia's move, if indeed properly informed, would have been completely safe. Celestia's exact words to Discord were, "You've made a grave misjudgment," which isn't necessarily judging his method, but the gamble he took and lost. So releasing Nightmare Moon wouldn't have to make her a hypocrite. But it would make her a liar. And I quote, "I saw the signs of Nightmare Moon's return." Now, if she directly caused those signs, it would technically be true that she saw them as well. And if I punched someone, I wouldn't be wrong to say I saw someone get punched. But that's not what it communicates. Her words communicate that she knew about Nightmare Moon's return, but wasn't involved. And in this moment of unveiling, I trust that. The test was over. There was no need to go out of her way to word things deceptively. So no, even still, I don't think Celestia set Nightmare Moon free. But I know who did. And no, it's not Grogar. Well, it kinda is, maybe. Let me explain. In that first episode, bigger forces than Celestia were already at play. Sure, Celestia played a part by sending Twilight to Ponyville, but there were a lot of other variables outside her control. Everything was perfectly orchestrated, but not by her. It was by the same force that united the main six before they even met. The same force that brought those ponies to Ponyville, each for separate reasons. In the past, I called this destiny, but now, looking back on these 9 seasons, I think I understand. It was the spirit of the Tree of Harmony, setting the stage for the ponies that would bear its elements. We know it's not just some vague destiny because we see the tree's specific MO. It used Nightmare Moon in her traps to show showcase each element, just like how it used trials to reveal the keys in Season 4, or how it used fears to test the students' friendship in Season 8. Even down to the fake ponies, the Tree of Harmony was at work here. So if the tree was aligning the stars metaphorically, perhaps it had a part in aligning the stars literally, either directly from its own power or indirectly, using, say, an ancient ram imprisoned in the stars. I like that theory, okay? Or who knows what else, really. You might be thinking, for that matter, the tree may as well have just used Celestia. It's possible, but there's nothing connecting Celestia to the stars in the first place. In the tweet, Faust asks who controls the stars, but we've never actually seen anyone control the stars. The original story only mentions the sun and the moon, and in the transitions we've seen to and from night, the stars don't get moved. It seems to be more like our world, where they're always present, just too dull to stand out during the day. Obviously something was animating those stars, but nothing points to Celestia in particular, especially since she only claimed to see the signs. But the jury's still out, so what do you guys think? How much of a role did Celestia play in the first episode? How much of a role did the Tree of Harmony play? Who the heck controlled those stars? Leave your thoughts in the comments. I look forward to reading them. And if you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/thebronynotion. Every dollar helps. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Silver Blaze, Paco Taco, Namink, Fairfallen, Mungo Jerry, Maximilian HG, Yoshi Dark Lord, Equinox 3141, Darth Sylar 12, and Cameo Shadowness. You guys help make this channel possible. This has been the Brony Notion, signing out until Friday after next. Brohu. Flurry Heart. One of the greatest mysteries Friendship is Magic ever threw at us. A baby Alicorn? What could this mean? What purpose might she play? But instead of, answering those questions, they didn't do anything with her. Even when we got a look into the future, we still didn't see what became of Flurry Heart. Or did we? This bab has been driving me mad for 4 years now, but I think I finally solved the case. The Canterlot Castle gets a new stained glass window every time something monumental occurs. And in the future, there's windows depicting events we never saw in the show. Apparently the Student 6 do something with a space dinosaur. I guess such a diverse group of friends would be best suited to make first contact with an alien species, if that's what's going on here, I don't know. But today we're gonna focus on this window and see if we can piece together who Flurry Heart turned out to be. The window shows us an older Flurry in the Crystal Empire using her magic on the Crystal Heart. Curiously, in the background, we see the castle where the heart is usually kept. So she must have done something irregular and significant with the Crystal Heart. How very specific, I know, but let's work with it. This window at least confirms that Flurry's destiny is somehow connected to the Crystal Heart. But what about Cadence? She's the one with the Crystal Heart cutie mark here. Plus the heart spreads love, which is pretty much her thing. True, but Flurry is connected to the heart in a way that her mama just isn't. Look at the crystalling. The Empire's love for Flurry became part of the heart and prepared it to be stronger than ever before. This isn't to say she's more connected than Cadence, but equally connected in a different way. Because of this, I find it likely that Flurry Heart is destined to rule the Crystal Empire, but not as a successor to Cadence. Celestia ruled for well over 1,000 years before passing the reins to Twilight. Meanwhile, Cadence has only been ruling the Crystal Empire since Season 3. Since it looks like all Alicorns are gonna have similar lifespans to the Royal Sisters, I don't think Cadence is gonna need replacing by the time Flurry is old enough to rule. Rather, I think Flurry Heart is gonna rule alongside Cadence, together as mother and daughter. Kinda like how Celestia and Luna ruled side by side as sisters. But there's still the age-old question, what will Flurry Heart be the princess of? Besides merchandise, of course.
Buy our toys. 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 Buy our
merchandise. But for real this time, we got the Princess of the Sun, the Princess of the Moon, the Princess of Love, the Princess of Friendship. Stop. There's already a problem here. Love and friendship are important relationships that keep people together. But Sun and Moon? Not not so much. That's part of why I used to split the Alicorns into different categories. But what if we've been looking at this all wrong? What if every Alicorn is meant to embody a different kind of relationship? Twilight, who rules with her friends, represents the relationship of friendship. The Royal Sisters, who rule together, represent the relationship of siblinghood. Cadence, who rules with her husband, represents the relationship of love, but not just romantic love. I believe Cadence represents love for one's children, since that's often a natural extension of romantic love. And this is where Flurry Heart comes in, because the love doesn't just go one way. There's two sides to this coin: love for one's children and love for one's parents. With that context, Flurry Heart finally starts to make some sense. She's the princess of love for one's parents. And even better, this explains why she was born an Alicorn. We don't know how the sisters became Alicorns, but Twilight had to accomplish a feat that showed her understanding of friendship. Cadence had to accomplish a feat that showed her understanding of love. But love for one's caretaker as an instinct is the only relationship that applies at birth. Babies don't understand siblinghood, friendship, romance, and especially not raising children. But boy, do they ever understand their relationship with their caretaker. That is why the birth of an Alicorn is something Equestria has never seen. No one has ever been born understanding the relationship they're meant to embody, at least not until the princess of love for one's parents. That's quite the mouthful. Turns out there's a much better way to say this that perfectly ties into Flurry Heart's destiny. Remember how I said the Crystal Heart spreads love? Well, that's only half the picture. Throughout the show, the Crystal Heart is always described as spreading two qualities.
Light and love.
Light and love.
Love and light.
Love and light. Light. While Cadence is the princess of love, the other side of that coin is Flurry Heart, the princess of light. Both kinds of love, the profound and the light-hearted, are equally important. This is why they should rule together, because only together is the Crystal Heart fully realized. Cadence to spread love, Flurry to spread light. And spreading light is exactly what it looks like she's doing in that window. I think Twilight may have known this when she called Flurry Heart Equestria's last hope. If villains ever dragged Equestria into darkness, hope would come through the Princess of Light. When you examine the Alicorn princesses through the lens of bonds that unite society, everything seems to fall into place. Love for your friends, siblings, significant others, children, and parents are all represented. Plus, it finally gives a satisfying answer to the Flurry Heart question that's been cursing me all these years. You have both princesses of sisterhood, the princess of love, the princess of friendship, and the princess of light. It's simple and beautiful. But what do you guys think? Am I right about Flurry Heart's destiny? Why or why not? Leave your thoughts in the comments. And if you want to support my videos financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/theBronyNotion. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons: Cameo Shadowness, Darth Sylar 12, Equinox 3141, Namink, Fairfallen, Yoshi Darklord, Maximilian HG, Mungo Jerry, Paco Taco, Silver Blaze, Sodden Grider, and The Nameless One. You guys help make this channel possible. This has been the Brony Notion, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoo. Male Alicorns. Why don't we have any? Besides a few glitches and fan-made OCs, all the Alicorns we've seen have been female. I don't see why there would be a gendered aspect to being an Alicorn, so I chalk it up to coincidence. Flip some coins and you just might get the same result 5 times in a row. I think this world simply has yet for a stallion to become a Stalicorn, but that could change. Last video, I tried uncovering Flurry Heart's role as princess, and I theorized about the purpose of Alicorns as a whole. That video got me thinking, what if Shining Armor was meant to become an Alicorn? If you haven't seen that video, definitely check it out after this. That is, if you want to. But here's a quick summary. Each Alicorn embodies a different kind of relationship. Celestia and Luna represent siblinghood. Twilight represents friendship. Cadence represents romantic love, and by extension, parental love. Flurry Heart represents the other side to that coin, love for one's caretaker. But there's something I didn't address. Why are there 2 Alicorns of siblinghood, but only 1 Alicorn of romantic love? Both of these relationships go both ways. If both the ruling sisters are Alicorns, shouldn't both the ruling spouses be Alicorns? For things to be consistent, either one of the sisters shouldn't be an Alicorn, or Shining Armor should be. Now there's a potential explanation for this because the royal sisters aren't exactly even. Just like how Flurry and Cadence have different relationships to each other, so do Celestia and Luna, as older sister and as younger sister. The dynamics are certainly different. So more accurately, Celestia would represent love for one's younger siblings, and Luna would represent love for one's older siblings. Meanwhile, two spouses are on even footing. They love each other as equals, so having more than one Alicorn of romantic love would just be redundant. Same goes for Twilight's friends. There's already an Alicorn of friendship. If you're gonna have two Alicorns of the same general principle, the relationships have to be uneven. With that in mind, Shining Armor's lack of wings isn't inconsistent. But even still, there's something strong pulling me to the idea of an Alicorn Shining Armor. Even though he's not the Alicorn of romantic love, maybe one day he could be the Alicorn of something else. It just seems right. Think about it, the Crystal Empire's royal family is one pair of wings away from being a royal Alicorn family. Like the sisters' diarchy, this family could rule together as a triarchy. King Shining Armor, Queen Cadence, and Princess Flurryheart. Not only is this outcome fitting, but the alternative is really awkward and unfitting. Aside from just the surface of having an odd unicorn out, it goes much deeper when you consider lifespans. Cadence and Flurry complement each other perfectly and will be amazing leaders for centuries to come, but unless something changes, not Shining. It doesn't seem right that they should just leave him to history, especially since their bonds with him are just as important as their bond with each other. It wouldn't be complete. You might be thinking, the same can be said of the main six, and they sure don't have Twilight's immortality, but maybe Shining Armor is different. The same symbol of magic found on his Alicorn sister's cutie mark can also be found on his. This could mean he has the same potential. Though he doesn't show it off as much as Twilight, he is very magically talented. Perhaps he's meant to guard the forces of magic. The Crystal Empire is the magic capital of the world after all. If his destiny is to rule alongside and protect Alicorns, he should have the lifespan of an Alicorn. I know we're not supposed to think about mortality in the show about candy-colored creatures, but in a world with aging, it's an unavoidable consequence of introducing times past with ponies that aren't around anymore. And it becomes a real problem for the Crystal Empire unless Shining Armor becomes Equestria's first Stalicorn. Now that I think about it, we never did see Shining Armor in the future, did we? So what's to say he didn't earn himself a brand new pair of wings? What do you guys think? Should Shining Armor be an Alicorn? If so, what would he be the Alicorn of? Leave your thoughts in the comments. Also, just a heads up, I'm changing my channel name soon. It's a big deal, I know. But don't worry, it'll still be an MLP channel and I'll keep the same upload schedule, just a new name. I know some of you are attached to the current name, but I hope you'll give this new one a chance. I'll make the big announcement next Friday. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/thebronynotion. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. Equinox3141, Namink, Fairfallen, The Nameless One, Yoshi Darklord, Cameo Shadowness, Darth Sylar 12, Paco Taco, Maximilian HG, Mungo Jerry, Silver Blaze, Sawdin Grider, and DH. You guys help make this channel possible. This has been the Brony Notion, signing out until next Friday, sort of. Brohoof. My name is Sawtooth Waves. I'm a changeling. Not the love-stealing kind, don't worry. The queen sent me to Equestria some time ago, but once I got here, I just couldn't go back. The love and light in this land was unlike anything the Hive could offer. So I settled down in a small village and lived undercover as an earth pony. In a nearby forest, I found something even more amazing. A rift to a virtual world called the internet. Turns out the people there are just as excited about my world as I am. What better place to share my thoughts about Equestria? So I started this YouTube channel where I post all sorts of theories and analysis of things that go on around here, plus the occasional music. I went through a few different names before settling on just using my own. I like the personal vibe to it. As a changeling, I'm used to change. But nothing could prepare me for what happened next. The entire hive abandoned the ways of the old queen, and all of a sudden, there's changelings all over Equestria. I know it's impolite to hide my true form now, but I've grown to love the humble earth pony life, so pretty much no one knows my story, except all of you now. You can keep a secret, right? I still have so much to say about my world, and right now, I'm tuning in every other week. So if you want to keep up with it all, subscribe and ring the bell to stay notified. Thank you so much to everyone who stuck around all these years, and I'm excited to see what's to come. With that said, I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next time. Brohoof. Be quiet. I order you to be quiet. Order? Who do you think you are? I'm your princess. Oh, I didn't vote for you. You don't vote for princesses. Well, how'd you become princess then? The Alicorn of the day star, her hoof clad in the purest shimmering alloy, held aloft a pair of wings from the heart of the sky, signifying by divine providence that I, Twilight Sparkle, was to bear these wings. That is why I'm your princess. Listen, strange mares flying through the clouds and distributing wings is no basis for a system of government. Supreme executive power derives from a mandate from the masses, not some farcical ethereal ceremony. Be quiet! You can't expect to wield supreme executive power just cause some helio hackney threw some wings at you. Shut up! I mean, if I went around saying I was an emperor just cause some shiny chieftain had lobbed some flappers at me, they'd put me away. Shut up, will you? Shut up! Ah, now we see the violence inherent in the system. Shut up! Come and see the violence inherent in the system. Help! Help! I'm being repressed. Okay, I had fun with that parody, but seriously, Twilight Sparkle is a dictator. She does have a council and an advisor, but final say goes to her. She wasn't elected, has no term limits, sounds pretty authoritarian to me. Now, the idea of a powerful, benevolent monarch is heavily romanticized in the fantasy genre, and obviously Twilight Sparkle does a great job. But we have to look at the principle of it. The people of Equestria are awfully lucky that their unelected, all-powerful ruler supreme happens to have their best interests at heart, because that's not guaranteed for the future. Just look at what happened to the Crystal Empire. Their monarchy went corrupt pretty fast into disastrous results. But that was different, right? A unicorn was in charge then. Now Equestria is ruled by Alicorns, which we all know can never go corrupt. Oh. But at least becoming an Alicorn only happens to ponies with a good heart. Oh. But at least all Alicorns are generally competent and intelligent? Oh, come on! I guess we can't put full faith in Alicorns to be good leaders. Perhaps Equestria's Alicorn government is just as vulnerable to corruption as the Crystal Empire was. Now that itself is already enough to call the status quo into question. But it turns out there's another major problem with strictly Alicorn rulership, and that's this. Alicorns don't represent the population anymore. Way back when the three tribes came together, Alicorns were the perfect leaders, because they represented Unicorn, Pegasus, and Earth Pony all in one. But today is a very different time. Your average citizen may not be any of those things. That's a serious problem for exclusive Alicorn rulership. Think about it this way. Saying only Alicorns can rule is just another way of saying only ponies can rule. I don't see a problem with that. Of course you wouldn't, pre-season 8 finale Chancellor Naysay. All creatures should at least have the chance to lead, since no single creature can represent the whole population. Except maybe Discord, but I don't think I need to explain why that's a bad idea. Fortunately, there's a very direct solution to both problems I've mentioned. Have elections. Vote for the ruler of Equestria. Now, this isn't a threat to Alicorn rulership. If someone is so obviously perfect for the job, they'll get the vote. Don't worry, Twilight. What this is a threat to is bad Alicorn rulership, should that ever become a problem. Ideally, no tyrant can stay in charge if the people have the power to vote them out, and any other creature could take that place. If this system was implemented, Twilight could still stay in charge, but she'd have to do so on basis of popular vote, not divine appointment anymore. As elected leader, she'd be ruling under the consent of the ruled, for once in Equestrian history. So what's stopping them? We know Equestria is familiar with the concept of democracy. Pip became class president via popular vote, and I'm pretty sure Mayor Mare was elected as well. But for the most powerful office in the land,
not a single poll. It's time things change. Sawtooth is working hard to ensure all equestrians can exercise their rights. A vote for Sawtooth is a vote for progress. Sawtooth Waves, definitely an Earth pony. I'm Sawtooth Waves and I approve this message. But what do you guys think? Should Equestria become a democracy? Why or why not? Leave your thoughts in the comments. And if you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons: Cameo Shadowness, Darth Sylar 12, DH, Equinox 3141, Fairfallen, Namink, Yoshi Dark Lord, Hound Flash, Maximilian HG, Mungo Jerry, Paco Taco, Silver Blaze, and The Nameless One. You guys help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof. Imagine a squad of unreformed changelings conspiring to free their queen from her stone prison. This was a side plot in my Patreon's D&D campaign led by the Nameless One, and it got me thinking, could something like this actually happen? The more I thought about it, the likelier it seemed. The return of Queen Chrysalis could be just around the corner. In a previous video, I talked about how poorly the Royal Sisters in Discord dealt with the 3 villains. Turning to stone has only ever been a temporary fix, and it's only a matter of time before the spell wears off. But wearing off aside, in every other instance we've seen of someone getting turned to stone, the spell has been consciously reversed. The main 6, using the elements, brought Discord back not too long after turning him to stone. Same with the Cockatrice, bringing Twilight back after turning her to stone. Using the same logic, the Royal Sisters in Discord could bring back the 3 villains in a controlled environment, which I think is the best case scenario. But if they never do, is it possible someone else could? Could anyone but the Royal Sisters in Discord reverse the spell that they cast? To answer that question, we need to look to the one other instance of characters getting turned to stone. The time it happened to the Royal Sisters in Cadence. And Derpy. And Tempest, and the Storm King. People get turned to stone a lot in Equestria. Those green orbs had cast the spells, but unlike the other cases, they were released by an entirely different magic. The Princess's magic, channeled through the Staff of Zacanis. This tells us the casting magic and the freeing magic don't have to match up, leaving the door wide open for the unreformed changelings. But are there still any unreformed changelings in the first place? And even if there were, would they even have the magical power to pull this off? Is this really a threat? Well, let's address these one at a time. Are there unreformed changelings left in Equestria? King Thorax said he was able to convince all the renegade changelings to change, except Pharynx, but eventually even he was convinced. End of story, right? That seems to put a pretty big damper on the unreformed conspiracy, until you realize there was an unspoken that I know of in there. He was able to convince all the renegade changelings that he knew of, the ones that still hung around the swarm like Pharynx did. But we have to consider that maybe the changelings most loyal to Chrysalis wouldn't want to be near the new hive. And just like how Twilight got rid of all the Pinkie clones she knew of, some changelings may have slipped between the cracks. Here's the scenario I find most likely. After their queen's second defeat, those still loyal to her abandon the hive. They go into hiding, looking for signs of their true leader, or at least of other true changelings. They never do hear word of Chrysalis and her escapades until she happens to make it in the paper. Word of her fate spreads, and the unreformed changelings, seething with righteous anger, realize what they must do. But can they do it? We've established they might be out there, but do the changelings have the magical power to reverse such a big spell? Well, of course, we can do more than just morph. Chrysalis can teleport, hypnotize, and make clones. But even regular unreformed changelings can use magic just like any unicorn. They all have horns after all, which is more than we can say. They can even change their magic color to match the pony they're imitating. Well, some of them can. The queen doesn't seem to be able to. But anyway, changelings are just like unicorns in that they can hone their skills and rise above the rest. Changeling wizards. Look no further than Mirage, a famous figure in changeling culture. Yes, there's changeling culture. If there's any doubt about the level of magic we're talking here, Mirage's talisman was one of the 6 magic artifacts used to drain all the magic out of Equestria. It was alongside the Amulet of Aurora, which can cause tsunamis. We don't know what the talisman on its own can do, but a talisman
by definition is something that holds magic, just like Grogar's bell. See, changelings can be magically prolific, just not me. But that checks both off our list. There very well might be unreformed changelings out there, and they could have the power to reverse a stone spell. And something tells me if there aren't already changelings who can do it, they're working on it. Maybe they'll take back the Talisman of Mirage to help. The only other thing they'll need to figure out is how to free Chrysalis without also freeing Tirek and Cozy Glow. Though even if they couldn't, they might be desperate enough to do it anyway. So unless the villain statue is kept under higher security than Discord statue was, Equestria's gonna see some familiar faces pretty soon. But what do you guys think? Are there unreformed changelings? If so, will they set Chrysalis free? What kind of things might happen? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and if you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons: Cameo Shadowness, Cyanax, Darthstylar12, DH, Equinox 3141, Fairfallen, Namink, Yoshi Darklord, Houndflash, Maximilian HG, Mungo Jerry, Paco Taco, Skunk Bunk, and the Nameless One. You guys help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Growth. The return of Queen Chrysalis could be just around the corner. There very well might be unreformed changelings out there, and they could have the power to reverse a stone spell. If there aren't already changelings who can do it, they're working on it. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Growth.
It worked! Our plan is finally coming together. You'll be free soon, Your Majesty.
Sawtooth, we really need to have a talk about that sign on your door. What? In Equestria? What are you changelings doing with the villain statue? No, wait. Don't tell me. You're trying to free the queen.
Yeah, pretty much.
And what made you think this was a good idea?
Oh, no. It wasn't my idea. You can thank Sawtooth for that.
Seriously, you had to test that out on me? And in the face?
We have bigger problems right now.
Sawtooth? You've been an unreformed changeling this whole time?
What? Oh no, I'm reformed.
Yeah, Doc. Don't you remember when Sawtooth and I had this huge fight about whether Sketchy should reform or stay pure, and we both impersonated? Oh, right. Never mind. What matters is we share a common goal now.
That makes even less sense. Why would a reformed changeling want to bring Chrysalis back?
Not just the queen, the other two as well.
It's a long story.
Not really. It was just the thing to do, you know?
Okay. I have serious doubts you've actually thought this all the way through, but just for the sake of argument, do explain.
With pleasure. Allow me to demonstrate my Stone Prison Ethical Outcome Matrix.
Here we go again.
Look at it this way. Would the stone spell last forever on its own, or would it eventually wear off?
It's hard to say. This was the combined power of the Royal Sisters along with Discord rather than the elements of harmony.
We can't know for sure, but one or the other must be true. Now, are they awake?
Possibly. Discord demonstrated some level of awareness, but he's Discord. So who knows if the other villains here could?
It's also unknown, but they're either conscious or unconscious, which gives us 2 × 2 is 4 possibilities. Say the spell lasts forever and they're fully asleep. This would mean casting them to stone was no different than killing them, and one of them was a literal child. Now, if the spell lasts forever and they're awake, that would mean total and eternal paralysis, which I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy.
Neither would I. But what if the spell is temporary? It would be like imprisonment in Tartarus.
Right, they'll either come back just as angry as when they left, or a lot worse after being totally paralyzed for so long.
That's why we are hoping they're asleep. But if they are awake, It's a good thing we are acting now so things don't have more time to fester. The longer they are in there, the harder they'll be to calm down.
That plus, if we don't do this, someone else with bad intentions just might.
I suppose I can understand why you're doing this, but again, I seriously doubt you've thought this all the way through. Why not get the princesses and the guards involved here? This should be a job for them, not some ragtag band of changeling buddies.
Believe me, I tried the lawful good approach, but no. I think those three have caused enough trouble already. Ugh, that meeting did not go as planned, so I recruited ANY and pulled a national treasure.
Oh, what?
The Nicolas Cage movie? Nick Cage's character warns the government that someone's gonna steal the Declaration of Independence, but they don't take him seriously, so he takes things into his own hands and steals it before the other guy can. We pulled a national treasure.
Hands?
If someone's gonna free the villains, I'd rather it be a group of changelings that mean well than a group of changelings that don't. It would have been nice to have the princess on our side, but that train has left the station.
I suppose that makes some amount of sense. I don't agree with you, but I understand the argument. But now that begs the question, exactly how did you manage to steal the statue in the first place?
That was the fun part. Once they moved the statue to Canterlot Garden, Sawtooth, Countess Rose and I devised a plan to steal the statue and replace it with a fake.
Countess Rose was involved with this too?
Yeah, she was the fake.
Guys? Am I done here? Hello? Guys?
Next we focused on how we'd free them from Stone. At first we tried to get a cockatrice to do it for us. He either didn't have enough power or was too stubborn to try. We couldn't really tell.
Not our finest hour. But that's when I had the idea to use the Talisman of Mirage. Sure, it involved infiltrating the School of Friendship and stealing a magic artifact, but surprisingly that was one of the easier parts of all this. Oh hey Starlight, I need this for Changeling History Day. Quanti Draconequus. Turns out I have a pretty good thorax impression.
We are changelings, we have a pretty good everything impression. But yeah, once we've got the talisman, I figured out how to use it.
Which is when he turned me to stone and tested it out.
And it worked! So, without further ado...
Hold on! I'm not particularly worried here because again, you really haven't thought this all the way through, but please humor me here. What exactly were you going to do next? Do you even have a plan on how to deal with them once they're free?
Well, of course, we are not stupid.
How to reform each villain, a detailed guide written by yours truly.
I am surprised Twilight doesn't like you more.
I'm not. Should I read the plan? It'll take about 5 minutes, but I'm sure you'll find it very interesting.
No, that's not necessary. Just take my word for it. He definitely thought it through.
If you say so.
Without further ado, here goes nothing. Huh?
If you're reading this, you just cast a spell on an actual stone carving. You really think we'd keep Equestria's most wanted in plain sight? Guess you aren't as clever as you thought. Princess Twilight Sparkle.
Told you didn't think this all the way through.
Where's the real statue then?
That's the thing. It could be anywhere in Equestria by now. Or who knows where else. We should probably go get Countess Rose.
Definitely
yeah,
a good idea.
We should do that.
Well, that didn't go as planned, but what do you think of my reasoning? Do you think the villain should be released? Leave your thoughts in the comments. And if you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. Cameo Shadowness, Dr. Hooves, Darth Sylar 12, DH, Equinox 3141, Hound Flash, Maximilian HG, Mungo Jerry, Paco Taco, Skunk Bunk, and all the people who pledged more than 10 for whatever reason. The Nameless One, Cyanax, Yoshi Darklord, Namink, and Fairfallen. Thank you so much. You help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out. Signing out till Friday after next. Brohoo. Pinkie Pie has been one of the most confusing creatures in Equestria for as long as I can remember. She seems to break the laws of physics on the regular, pulling party cannons out of thin air, teleporting. She even has strange knowledge from other worlds. But that's just Pinkie being Pinkie, right? You can't explain it. Or can you? I may have just solved Pinkie Pie. Recently, I've been talking a lot about the villains who were turned to stone, and I definitely have more to say, specifically about reforming them. But let's take a break from that topic, shall we? Turning them to stone was a pretty significant event, but just moments before, something crazier happened. It started chocolate raining, but it wasn't Discord this time. Oh no. Pinkie, that mad mare, had absorbed Discord's chaos magic from Grogar's bell. It was wild. Fortunately, Discord was able to get his magic back before Pinkie turned the cosmos into frosting. But the effects of that one moment may have had farther-reaching consequences on Pinkie Pie than we thought. My theory goes like this. When Pinkie took in all of Discord's magic, it infused her entire timeline with that chaos. Being too much to contain in a single moment, the magic spread out across her whole life, stretching indefinitely into her future and into the past when she was a filly. Her very essence was infused with chaos magic. That is why she is the way she is, always pulling physically impossible gags like Discord would. Think about it, Pinkie and Discord have always been kindred spirits. Their chaotic energies feel connected somehow, seeming to follow the same rules, or lack thereof. Plus, they both do that thing where they stare off into space as if someone were there watching them. Is someone watching me? Anyway, it's possible these two are so similar because the same magic is flowing through them. That may sound far-fetched, but we can prove that Pinkie has magic in a sense that other Earth ponies just don't. When the Student 6 broke Cozy Glow's spell and all that missing magic was returned, something bizarre but almost unnoticeable happened. Obviously, the ones with horns got magic, but so did Pinkie Pie. And it's not like they all got magic back. The other Earth pony and the Pegasi didn't. Just the Unicorn, the Alicorn, and Pinkie Pie. This strangely specific detail has to mean something. Maybe that there's a magical element to Pinkie's crazy abilities, and I think she may have gotten this magic on the fateful day she absorbed the whole of Discord's chaos. It is a little hard to wrap your head around though. An event in the future affecting the past? We already know magic can extend through time, but how can we connect this concept to Pinkie Pie? If only we had evidence that some part of her isn't bound in time. Like if she had some sort of ability to interact with the future. Some kind of sense of... Oh wait. Pinkie sense is our evidence that some part of her is connected to a different point in time. This lends credibility to the idea that she got her powers from a single event that affected her whole timeline. Even though Twilight gave up on trying to explain Pinkie sense, I hope she can look back, connect the same dots, and finally have a satisfying answer. Pinkie containing chaos magic would certainly explain, well, everything, but the theory is not without its problems. For example, Cozy Glow also absorbed Discord's magic, and while it did a number on her for a minute, there were no other evident effects. Though this could just be a testament on how different beings react to chaos magic, or the different circumstances under which they wield it. We can't exactly expect raw chaos to follow an ordered pattern. Or maybe I'm wrong, and Pinkie is truly just Pinkie, regardless of the craziness she experienced. What do you guys think? Did Pinkie get her weird powers from this one moment? Why or why not? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and if you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons: Maximilian HG, Cyanax, Skunkbunk, Houndflash, DH, Mungo Jerry, The Nameless One, Paco Taco, Darth Sylar 12, Cameo Shadowness, Yoshi Darklord, Dr. Hooves, Fairfallen, Namink, and Equinox 3141. You guys help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof. Say Chrysalis, Tirek, and Cozy Glow got released from Stone, not by someone evil, but by someone who wanted to see them reformed, just like with Discord. Is there still hope for these three? And if so, how would you go about reforming them? I may just have the answer. 2 videos ago was about whether the villain should be freed from stone. If you haven't seen it yet, go ahead and watch it after this video. But realistically, if you could successfully free those 3, how would you keep them from just going back to the same old ways? If only we had a detailed guide of some. Oh wait, I do. First, you gotta keep them apart. We've seen how powerful they are together. At first I was hoping that would play in our favor. Working as a team might help them realize the magic of friendship. And while they did come pretty darn close, something was still blocking that. They were blocking each other. If they remained a team after being released, they would most likely just pull each other back down into evil. And we know they do a great job at evil. That's why it'll be much safer to keep them isolated from each other and focus on reforming them one at a time. Now, to keep each villain from trying anything, Discord should be there, ready to turn them back to stone at a moment's notice. Side note, the Royal Sisters wouldn't need to be there. If you watch closely, all they did was destroy the cupcake. The actual magic that turned them to stone was the lightning, which only came from Discord. Anyway, back when Discord was the one being reformed, having the elements of harmony trained on him certainly kept him in check. But you gotta give them freedom at some point. Continue the story, and Discord didn't budge from his stubbornness until Fluttershy promised not to use her element on him, and tyranny was within his grasp. It was only when Fluttershy made him choose between tyranny and friendship that he realized he valued friendship more. But just because Fluttershy's gamble worked doesn't mean we should take our chances here. When the time comes, each villain can be tested, made to think they have the choice between friendship and tyranny, but should they try to choose tyranny, there's no real threat. I think that's the best way to safely bring these 3 back. Now, keeping them from being a threat is one thing. Effectively showing them the value of friendship is an entirely different matter. We need to get them to the point where they can pass the test, which may not be as hard as it sounds. Like I said, after working together, they came so close to getting it, but for one reason or another, it didn't stick. So let's explore those reasons. Each villain has their own motivations, their own blocks that keep them from embracing friendship. So we're gonna need a different approach for each one. Today, I'm tackling Chrysalis. I'll tackle Cozy and Tirek another day. In that one moment, when the 3 were on the verge of understanding the magic of friendship, Chrysalis was the first to back out. She panicked, claiming, quote, "The magic of friendship is like a disease, an infection that spreads to those around you. I watched it infect my hive. I will not let it get me." This is what's holding her back. She saw the changes happening to the hive, fierce soldiers becoming docile weaklings, and wanted nothing to do with it. The thing is, she may have a point. You could argue that Thorax threw the baby out with the bathwater. Instead of reforming changeling culture, he seemed to abolish it in favor of mimicking pony culture. That's a legitimate thing to be upset over, so I can understand where Chrysalis is coming from here. But her woes aren't truly with friendship, are they? They're with Thorax's leadership. The dragons embraced friendship and stayed just as rough and tumble as ever. Meanwhile, the changelings aren't even recognizable. It's almost as if they're trying to be ponies, down to imitating their traditions. I think Chrysalis may be conflating this sort of pony colonialism with friendship. What we need to do is disconnect those ideas in her mind. Yes, it's a shame that changelings lost so much of their identity, but it wasn't because of friendship. It was because they needed a strong link to their culture, a link that Thorax just couldn't provide. Friendship isn't the problem, and it's all about making her see that. So how do we do it? Well, you could point to the dragons, but if we really want to convince Chrysalis, there's a much better example closer to home. Pharynx. I think Pharynx is the key to reforming Queen Chrysalis. He was of the last to embrace friendship, afraid that he'd lose a part of himself. But the only thing he lost was his hunger. He is living proof that friendship can be fierce, and that the best parts of old changeling life can live on. The magic of friendship can look like soft, cuddly ponies, but it can also look like a soldier defending the safety of those they love. I can imagine a scenario where Chrysalis tries to take the hive back by force, expecting them to cower in their frailty and surrender. But instead, she's met with Pharynx putting up one heck of a fight. She's exposed to the reality that you can embrace friendship without abandoning your identity. No one exemplifies this better than the friendly but fierce Pharynx. Chrysalis would finally understand that it's not truly friendship she's against. It's all of the changelings losing touch with their culture. Pharynx might agree, telling her that the hive needs a figure to bridge their past to their present, a role only she can fill. The hive still has a place for her. That moment of feeling needed and appreciated is what convinced Pharynx. So the same may work for Chrysalis. She could finally reform. From there, she could live at the Hive, connecting changelings to their history and tradition, bringing back the best of what used to be while leaving the worst behind, giving changelings their own sense of culture instead of misunderstood pony traditions. Once she can be trusted with authority, maybe she could even rule alongside Thorax, or at least be an official advisor. He could stand to learn a lot from her. Regardless, the future of Queen Chrysalis can still look bright. I'm holding out hope that Twilight will take after her mentor and free the villains under controlled circumstances. But what do you guys think? Is there a better way to go about freeing the villains and reforming Chrysalis? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and if you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons: Playton, Sarah Star, Oceana Love, Ghastly Spark, Maximilian HG, Cyanax, Skunkbunk, Houndflash, DH, Mungo Jerry, Dr. Hooves, The Nameless One, Paco Taco, Darth Sylar 12, Cameo Shadowdus, Yoshi Darklord, Fairfallen, Namink, and Equinox 3141. You help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoo. Cozy Glow is the most devious yet adorable villain we faced. Makes you wonder how she was raised to end up so diabolical. As far as reformation goes, she'll be one tough nut to crack. But there's hope, and I think the key to reforming her revolves around her cutie mark. Last time I talked about how Chrysalis could be reformed if she was released from stone. If you haven't seen it yet, definitely check it out after this. But today, we're focusing on the only pony of the three villains. The reason her being a pony is significant is because she has a cutie mark, which gives us a look into her destiny. So grab a snack, get cozy, and let's go old school with some cutie mark analysis. The rook in chess is the piece that can move vertically and horizontally. It's considered a big player since its mobility makes it easily capable of checkmate. Same is true of the queen, appropriately, which is why they're known as the major pieces. They carry the most weight and can force other pieces to move or suffer the consequences. Unlike the queen, the rook is more low-key, which is exactly how cozy operates. Chess symbolism is often used cynically, comparing one's thoughts and actions to that of a chess player, cold and calculated. Yeah, that definitely fits Cozy to a T. She views others not as individuals, but as pieces in her game, means to her end, controllable. She's manipulative and power hungry, and chess is all about power gained through manipulation. Her cutie mark makes perfect sense, right? Well, something about this doesn't sit right with me. A cutie mark is a symbol of one's purpose, and I just can't believe Cozy Glow was destined to manipulate. Think about it, we've never seen a malicious cutie mark. They've always been a force for good. Even in cases where a pony didn't understand their mark, they always found a positive spin on it. There's gotta be one here as well. I would say call in the CMC, but this cutie mark problem is beyond them. Maybe it just means you lack playing chess? Believe me, I've been there. No, what we need is someone who's been in Cozy Glow's shoes. Someone who knows how to manipulate, who wanted power just like her, but came to realize friendship is far more valuable. That person is Diamond Tiara. I think Diamond Tiara is the key to reforming Cozy Glow. I've talked about her in the past. I figured she wasn't happy with her cutie mark, seeing it as a symbol of her wealth and brattiness, afraid that her destiny was officially tied to being spoiled instead of to who she is. Turns out it was spot on. She didn't understand the full meaning of her cutie mark until the Crusaders reached out to her. They helped her realize she wasn't meant to rule, but to lead. The crown represents not a position she was born into, but a talent she learned, how to inspire. She already knew she could influence people, but the Crusaders taught her to see the positive side of it. Something very similar is going on with Cozy Glow. Say what you like, but she sure knows what drives people, how to work a crowd. We've seen her use that for evil, manipulation. But just like with Diamond Tiara, there's another side to that coin, motivation. Chess is a very complex game, interconnecting pieces working together in different ways. It takes real talent to process and determine the best moves. The same is true when you're in charge of a group of people and how they all interact. You have to know how to motivate them towards a common goal. Cozy Glow would be fantastic at this, whether as a principal, a supervisor, or anything of the sort. Okay, you'd have to be crazy to put her in any position of authority now, but the potential was always there, and still is, if she can be trained to see others as inspirable rather than controllable. Easier said than done? Yes. But Starlight went through a very similar process, going from manipulative controller to trustworthy counselor. And in Cozy's case, the seeds have already been planted. On Mount Everhoof, after working together with the villains, Cozy Glow said, when we helped each other, it felt better somehow. She even suggested using her power to help others. Cozy Glow isn't a lost cause. She just needs someone to tend to that seed. Enter Diamond Tiara. Here's how it could work. If these two met, they might instantly hit it off over their similarities. Diamond Tiara could explain how she used to have a school wrapped around her hoof. Cozy would relate. They could share their stories, and Diamond could tell her all about how she was thwarted. Again, Cozy would relate. She might ask what scheme Diamond Tiara cooked up next, and be surprised to learn that she didn't. Diamond could tell Cozy that no amount of power could ever fill the hole in her heart, and Cozy would relate. Diamond would go on to explain that only friendship could fill that hole, the feeling of mutual care that Cozy never truly gave a chance. Until now. Even if Cozy relapses and tries to use their friendship somehow, Diamond Tiara knows those tricks too well. She'd put her hoof down like Fluttershy did with Discord, and make Cozy choose between their friendship and her selfish plans. At this point, with no evil queen to hold her back, I think she'd finally make the right choice. From there, Diamond Tiara can teach her from experience how to see the light of her cutie mark and how to use that power for good. Cozy Glow can go on to accomplish great things. Her future can still look bright, as long as someone believes in her enough to give her a chance. But what do you guys think? Is there a better way to reform Cozy Glow? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and if you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons: Clayton, Sarah Star, Oceana Love, Ghastly Spark, Maximilian HG, Cyanax, Skunkbunk, Houndflash, DH, Mungo Jerry, Dr. Hooves, The Nameless One, Paco Taco, Darth Sylar 12, Cameo Shadowness, Yoshi Darklord, Valid, Namink, and Equinox 3141. You help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoo. Tirek, that centaur from long ago and far away, has tried to take over Equestria 3 times now. He was thrown in Tartarus after the first 2 attempts, and imprisoned in stone after the 3rd. But that may not be the end of his story. Even after all that, could this villain still be reformed? I think so. And the key to reforming him is gonna surprise you. So I've already talked about how to reform Chrysalis and Cozy Glow. If you haven't yet, definitely check those out after this. But today we're finishing the series on the only villain with 2 rib cages. Why is that significant? It's not. I just find it interesting. Seriously, how does that work? But anyway, can an old centaur learn new tricks? If we're gonna figure out how Tirek can be reformed, we need to know what motivates him in the first place. Why he's always wanted all that power so badly. We don't need to look too far for this one. Luckily enough, we were given a direct answer straight from the horse's mouth. Or from the Draconequus mouth, I guess. Discord called Tirek a, quote, pathetic centaur who uses magic to compensate for the fact that, deep down, he's afraid he'll never be enough to please dear old dad, King Vorak. Yeah. And Discord seemed to strike a nerve there, so it's safe to assume he wasn't far off. This tells us that Tirek, Prince Tirek apparently, isn't driven by power just for power's sake. He wants to prove himself to King Vorak and live up to his expectations. That means if we can show him that his quest for power won't truly solve his problem, we may have a case. But how do we do that? For previous villains, I've suggested pairing them up with specific people who've been through similar situations. There's something powerful about someone saying, I used to feel the same way, but then I found the solution. I think the same idea will help Tirek, because there's one other person who fits the bill, someone who's been in Tirek's shoes and would understand his struggle perfectly. And that person is Diamond Tiara again. I think I think Diamond Tiara is the key to reforming Tirek. What's funny is you think I'm joking. I'm 100% serious. As crazy as it sounds, just hear me out. Diamond Tiara has her own sort of King Vorak. Her mother spoiled rich. We learn that she's completely obsessed with class and status, and pressures Diamond Tiara into the same rigid expectations. That's why Diamond used to step on others to climb to the top. When she finally rebelled from that, this is what she had to say. "You've spent your life acting like a high horse and raised me to follow in your hoof prints. At first I thought this was fine, but then I finally realized I wanted something you don't have. Friends." In that moment, Diamond Tiara realized two things. First, her mom's expectations were incompatible with what she truly needed. You can't have friends if you only care about status and wealth. Second, and this is crucial, the approval of someone who doesn't want what's best for you isn't worth seeking. Diamond Tiara could have kept following in her mom's hoofprints, but at what cost?
At what cost?
See how this applies to Tirek now? If King Vorak is the type of person you feel like you have to steal all the magic in Equestria to impress, I'm not thinking his priorities are in the right place. Just like Diamond Tiara's mom, he values power over what's actually good for Tirek. That's why Diamond Tiara is the perfect person to demonstrate this. However, she's gonna need some help. Tirek's heart has been set on making his father proud for literally over 1,000 years. He must have a strong sense of family pride. He's not gonna give that up at the advice of a little filly he just met. That's why I saved Tirek for last, because one of his old comrades can put in a good word for her. I know I said keep the villains apart, but once the first two are reformed, and as long as there's others to keep them accountable, I think including them may be what it takes to convince Tirek. He's worked closely with these two, making an almost unstoppable team. They're probably the closest thing he has to family right now, and I'm sure at some level he even respects them. Looking on at his old frenemies and the happiness they found, a complete picture forms. Friendship isn't the disease, it's the cure. Power will only leave you empty. And if that's the path someone wants for you, make your own path. It's on them to accept you. If they do, that's great. But even if they don't, you can always count on us to have your backs. Seriously, how does that work? I think this is what Tirek needs to experience, a sense of family, one that doesn't come burdened with hollow expectations. It may take a while for that sense to develop, but as long as he's shown true friendship in the meantime, he'll eventually realize it's worth far more than the approval of someone who never even cared. He'll finally give up his endless quest for power and embrace friendship. From there, I think Tirek belongs where his story began, back home to share the magic of friendship with his people. After all these years, he can make up with his brother Scorpan. Maybe there's even hope for King Vorak, that he'll see the path Tirek chose and respect it, perhaps even following it himself. Tirek can set an example for the whole kingdom. His future can still look bright. But what do you think? Is there a better way to reform Tirek? Leave your thoughts in the comments. And if you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons: Gilded Page, Charlotte, Clayton, Sarah Star, Oceana Love, Ghastly Spark, Maximilian HG, Cyanax and Yoshi Darklord, Skunkbunk, Houndflash, Mungo Jerry, Dr. Hooves, The Nameless One, Paco Taco, Darth Sylar 12, Cameo Shadowness, Valid, Namink, and Equinox 3141. You help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof. After Twilight took over Celestia's school for gifted unicorns, Luster Dawn became her top student. But who is this Luster Dawn, and is it possible she's the daughter of Starlight and Sunburst? The idea that Starlight and Sunburst are Luster Dawn's parents has been floating around for a while now, and not without reason. Based on color palette, she looks like what you might expect if you were to cross Starlight and Sunburst. And speaking of Sunburst, compare his cutie mark to Luster's. Both supposed father and daughter have shining suns. This wouldn't be the first time we've seen similar cutie mark themes between family members. Luster seems to have Starlight's go-get-em attitude with Sunburst's passion for academia. Her priorities and mannerisms have Sunburst written all over them. She's a nerd. But unlike Sunburst, she's not just book smart. If Luster Dawn is the top student at the school for gifted unicorns, she must have quite the magical talent to back it up. Perhaps that was inherited from one of the most powerful unicorns in Equestria? It's enough to raise an eyebrow, so let's investigate. For Luster to be the daughter of Sunburst and Starlight would first have to be an item. We know these two go way back and were super close friends even as foals. But do they ever become more than just friends? Well, look into the future and what do we see? Lo and behold, they're standing next to each other. It must be true love. Okay, so there's no evidence these two have ever been romantically involved. But that doesn't mean it's not possible. What we see of them isn't inconsistent with a romantic couple. It could go either way. But there's one thing, one tiny detail that brings this whole idea crumbling down. And his name is Spike. No, Buffer. Oh, less Buff. There we go, Future Spike.
That's Future Spike's problem.
When Luster met with Twilight in the Canterlot throne room, Spike had no clue who she was. That tells us a lot. Imagine for a moment that she is Starlight's daughter. Unlike Pinkie, who had Lil Cheese recently, Starlight would have had to have Luster a lot earlier for her to be full grown. It couldn't have been too long after Spike and Twilight moved to Canterlot. Are we really supposed to believe that Spike and Starlight lost touch completely after moving away? They were pretty close back when they lived at Twilight's castle, and all it would take is one reunion for her to bring up something as significant as having a child. It just doesn't add up. Now imagine that Luster isn't Starlight's daughter. Her parents aren't in any of Spike's circles. Now it's believable that Spike wouldn't know her. So no, I don't think Starlight is Luster Dawn's mother. Besides, we've only once seen magical power as a thing that can be inherited, and that was a special case between two Alicorns. For just unicorns, great power tends to come from humble roots. So there's not really that much connecting these two in the first place. But notice I'm only debunking the connection between Luster and Starlight. I think the case for Sunburst being Luster's parent is much stronger. Of course there's the cutie mark thing, but also she'd be following in her father's hoofprints by attending the same school. Even though Sunburst flunked out, he's always had a deep respect for the study of magic. The second his daughter showed the potential, Sunburst would be proud to send her to the same school he went to. In this scenario, it makes sense that Spike wouldn't know Luster. He's never really been close to Sunburst, and I can easily imagine them basically forgetting about each other. Sure, they both have Starlight in common, but that degree of separation makes it plausible that Luster just never got brought up in Spike's circles. That's why I find it likely that Sunburst is Luster Dawn's father. But that leaves one question. Who, if not Starlight, is the mother? Let's look at what we've gathered so far. Since Luster is likely Sunburst's daughter, and she was born not long after Twilight's coronation, her mother must be someone Sunburst already knew at the time. Someone he gets along with. Maybe someone he spends a lot of time around at the School of Friendship? Someone great and powerful? You heard me right. Trixie Lulamoon could be Luster Dawn's mother. You gotta be kidding me. First he says Diamond Tiara can reform Tirek, now this? What's he gonna say next? Princess Celestia has secretly been Grogar this whole time? Huh, actually. Okay, I know, Trixie and Sunburst having Luster Dawn, crazy, right? Just bear with me. When they met, Trixie and Sunburst bonded instantly over their love of magic tricks. Though this may seem like just a surface similarity, it goes deeper than just that. Think about why they like magic tricks. These are both ponies who put on a show of greatness despite magically not really being all that. During that first interaction, Sunburst said, "I always liked close-up magic because I knew I could do it if I just practiced enough," which is more than he can say for real magic. And come on, that's just adorable. I think Trixie may have formed a small crush here. But alas, Sunburst was just visiting from his home in the Crystal Empire. That's pretty far away. Now, what would it take for her to see him around more often? Getting him a spot at the School of Friendship. And that's exactly what Trixie did. Trixie was the one who recommended Sunburst for Vice Head Stallion. She's the one who sent him the letter. I can't help but see a progression here. They have a lot in common, they make a good first impression, she causes him to move to Ponyville, they see each other a lot more often, and before you know it, Luster Dawn happens. Looking back to the future, the interactions between Sunburst and Trixie are equally ambiguous, but at least the Spike problem disappears. Neither Sunburst nor Trixie are in Spike's circles, so it works out. I can definitely see Trixie as Luster's mom. Maybe that's where she got her self-confidence from. For one final piece of evidence, look at Trixie's name and cutie mark. Just like Sunburst, it symbolizes a time of day, or rather night. And what's between day and night? Dawn. Just some food for thought. Now, do I really think Trixie is Luster Dawn's mother? Well, it's a possibility, more likely than Starlight at least. Though it's also very well possible we don't know Luster's parents at all. Luster could just be a random unicorn from who knows where. But what do you think? Do we know Luster's parents? If so, who are they? Leave your thoughts in the comments. And if you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. Gilded Page, Charlotte, Playton, Evan Starr, Oceana Love, Ghastly Spark, Maximilian HG, Cyanax and Yoshi Darklord, Skunkbunk, Houndflash, Mungo Jury, Dr. Hooves, The Nameless One, Paco Taco, Darthsiler 12, Cameo Shadowness, Fairfallen, Namink, and Equinox 3141. You help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof. Starlight Glimmer went back in time and prevented the rain boom, keeping the main six from ever coming together. Twilight tried to stop her, but time after time, she was unsuccessful. This created timeline after timeline of worlds different from our own, but she eventually got through to Starlight and they set things right? Well, let's just say the mess was a lot bigger than I ever realized. Here's how we're to believe things happened. A single timeline. Starlight goes back in time and Twilight follows. Starlight prevents the rain boom, corrupting the future that Twilight returns to. Twilight goes back and tries to prevent Starlight from changing history, but she still does it just in a different way, changing the future in a different way. This happens a few more times, but long story short, Twilight finally convinces Starlight not to change the timeline. They go back to the same future from which they left. Everything's alright. But hidden in this narrative are some deeply disturbing implications. Each time a new future was created, it was essentially a wipe to the previous future. Every event in those timelines was overridden, essentially killing everyone there. Yes, we have different versions of them in our timeline, but they had completely different memories and even personalities. Unique individuals lost. Though they were formed by hardship, there was some good in those lives. I can't help but think about the hidden village in Chrysalis's future. That grape filly, would she even have been born under the original set of circumstances?
This is cozy.
There's a reason the Avengers didn't prevent the original snap. Humanity had found life even in hardship. Undoing 5 years of history just wasn't an option. But under this narrative, entire families and communities ceased to have ever existed. Lost not even to history. Gone and forgotten. Unless this whole narrative is wrong. What if, instead of overriding a single timeline, each world existed on its own, branching off from when the rain boom was supposed to happen? This is what I find more likely, that Starlight Glimmer unleashed a multiverse. Here's what the narrative looks like from this perspective. Starlight goes back in time and Twilight follows. Starlight prevents the rain boom, creating a separate future that Twilight returns to. The original timeline still exists, but Twilight no longer has access to it, because she's now in a universe where the rain boom never happened. So she goes back in time to before the split off, hoping to protect the rain boom and continue on to her timeline. She fails quite a few times. When Starlight finally lets the rain boom happen, the other universes still exist, they just aren't accessible from the rain boom timeline. If this is the case, the good news is these universes weren't destroyed. The bad news is they were left on their own, the only person with any knowledge on how to fix things only dropping by for a few minutes each. But those timelines are still out there somewhere. The war against Sombra is still waging, Chrysalis is still ruling, and Eternal Night is still lasting. I think Starlight should take responsibility ready for that. And I don't mean just going, yep, my bad, can't help being a Gemini, but to actually do something about it. These worlds are bleak, but not hopeless. Their main sixes and elements of harmonies are presumably still out there and can be brought back together George McFly and Lorraine style. Now, obviously, restoring the balance in all of these timelines is way beyond the scope of a single pony, but the tasks can be delegated. Starlight, with Star Swirl's help, could whip up a spell, not for back and forth time travel, but for up and down parallel travel. Maybe they could design mirrors like the one to the human world. All she would need is to recruit and train a team. Now, what if I told you this team already exists, and we've seen them, hidden in plain sight? A whole team of ponies with the same hourglass cutie mark. What if at some point after Starlight's reformation, she sought out all of these ponies and formed a secret society to help clean up after her mess? We already know she's rubbed shoulders with at least one of them, the one that happens to be confirmed to know a lot about time travel. Perhaps Dr. Hooves is the first pony she confronted with the plan. Regardless of how all these different ponies got the same cutie mark in the first place, I think this could be their ultimate destiny. A mission to traverse the timelines and set things right. To journey to and from the worlds, gathering intelligence and organizing operations. The story potential is endless and so much fun to imagine. But what do you think? Is there a multiverse instead of just one timeline? If so, what can be done to help them out? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and happy birthday to the first video I posted here. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. Sam is Cool, Josie, Hexstream, Gilded Page, Charlotte, Playton, Oceana Love, Ghastly Spark, Maximilian HG, Sorry I Killed Durak, Yoshi Darklord, Skunk Bunk, Hound Flash, Mungo Jerry, Dr. Hooves, The Nameless One, Paco Taco, Darth Sylar 12, Cameo Shadowness, Fairfallen, Namink, and Equinox 3141. You help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoo! I've been trying to unravel this Alicorn mystery for years now. So when Cozy Glow became an Alicorn, I just knew this meant something major, but I couldn't put my hoof on what. This certainly isn't the first evil Alicorn we've seen, look at Nightmare Moon. And this isn't the first Alicorn who didn't have to earn it, look at Flurry Heart. So what exactly is new here? Well, I finally figured it out, and I'm gonna be honest, the answer changed my view on Alicorns completely. So for one thing, Cozy Glow is proof that non-unicorns can become Alicorns. It's great to finally have that answered, but Cozy Glow's ascension taught us another thing, something a little harder to accept, that there's nothing special about being an Alicorn. I know this goes against everything I thought. For so long, I held on to the idea that there was something supremely extraordinary about being an Alicorn. It certainly seemed so, but Cozy Glow ruined that. Curse you, Cozy the Alicorn! Now we know that any pony can become an Alicorn if you just pump them full of magic. There's no rite of passage you have to go through, no special requirements you have to meet, you just need the magic, regardless of how you even get it. At first glance, this might seem like a disappointing answer to the question we've been asking, but there's still something interesting going on here. Like, how much magic do you need to become an Alicorn? Things get really confusing, because Starlight's magical abilities seem to rival, if not surpass, Twilight's. And you can't forget the most powerful wizard of all time, Star Swirl the Bearded. Yet, these two are just unicorns. I think that's because the question itself is flawed. It's not about how much magic, it's about what kind of magic. An Alicorn is a combination of all three tribes, so if you're a unicorn and you don't have Earth Pony and Pegasus magic, it doesn't matter how much unicorn magic you have. Nothing's gonna happen till you receive magic from the other two tribes. Let's see if this idea lines up with the Alicorns we know. Cozy Glow became an Alicorn by absorbing the magic stored in Grogar's bell. Grogar's bell was filled with stolen magic from other ponies, so it makes sense that there would have been magic from all three tribes in there for Cozy to absorb. So far so good. Twilight completed Star Swirl's spell, which caused the Elements of Harmony to blast her with magic. The Elements of Harmony were magically connected to ponies from the different tribes. Perhaps that has something to do with why Twilight became an Alicorn. Alright, now Flurry Heart was born as an Alicorn, but her mother certainly had magic from all three tribes, so it's entirely possible that that magic was simply passed on to her. Huh. That was easy. This lens definitely seems to simplify things, and it works too well to overlook. But it does leave a lingering question. What about Celestia and Luna? If becoming an Alicorn is just a matter of receiving magic from different tribes, why do the Royal Sisters make such a big deal out of it? I mean, that's why we initially thought it was a big deal, because they treat it like a rite to passage, like it's something inherently connected to rulership and worthiness. But why? I think the answer lies with how they became Alicorns. They're going off their own experiences. Their ascensions must have been just as ceremonious and regal as Twilight's. To better explain, here's how I imagine it may have happened. How Celestia and Luna became Alicorns. Around 1,111 years ago, the 6 unicorn wizards tasked with bringing forth day and night were growing more weary with each cycle. This caused unease across the young nation, spreading fears that the day-night cycle could come to an end. But amid all the distress, 2 talented young unicorns stepped forward, offering to take the wizard's place. Word got around, and a crowd of recently united tribes gathered to watch in anticipation. As the sisters moved the celestial bodies with ease, something akin to the crystalling occurred. The people of Equestria, overwhelmed with relief and gratitude for the sisters, shared their love and light with them. The 3 tribes' magic flowed into the sisters, and they became Alicorns. The people of Equestria quickly realized that these heroes perfectly represent all 3 tribes and would make amazing rulers. The coronation follows not long after, and the rest is history. If something like this is what happened, it would make sense for the Royal Sisters to associate being an Alicorn with worthiness and rulership. That's how it was for them. They wouldn't know that the true reason had nothing to do with that. So of course they're gonna be surprised when they see Flurry Heart, a pony who accomplished nothing and certainly isn't worthy of ruling. At least not yet. Though Cadence's part in this is unclear, the rest seems to make a lot more sense than any of the previous models I've come up with. But what do you think? Is it really as simple as just receiving magic from the 3 tribes? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and if you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. Sam is Cool, Josie, Hexstream, Gilded Page, Charlotte, Playton, Oceana Love, Ghastly Spark, Maximilian HG, Cyanax and Yoshi Darklord, Skunkbunk, Houndflash, Mungo Jerry, Dr. Hooves, The Nameless One, Paco Taco, Darth Sylar 12, Cameo Shadowness, Fairfallen, Namink, and Equinox 3141. You help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoo. When Trixie came back to Ponyville and challenged Twilight to a magic duel, she was wielding a strange charm known as the Alicorn Amulet. It amplified Trixie's power significantly, but that came at a cost. The amulet corrupted her, amplifying her jealousy and steering her to evil. I've always wondered about the origins of the Alicorn Amulet. Why is it even called that? Who's the gray figure depicted on the front? It's been a mystery ever since. Until now. So it makes sense that something called the Alicorn Amulet would boost Trixie's power. Alicorns have a higher base level of magic. But what about the corruption element to this? What? Oh, don't worry, it's a replica. Anyway, why is the Alicorn Amulet evil? Alicorns aren't evil. Well, they can be, but they can also be good. It's a neutral thing, so the amulet can't be referring to the nature of Alicorns. No, I think the evil stored in this amulet is a reflection of the specific pony whose magic enchants it. That gray figure on the front. let's get to the bottom of who that is. Now, lots of people would think Sombra, and yeah, I see why. Dark gray with red highlights, the amulet fits his color palette perfectly. Looking at how it affected Trixie, the mind control fits Sombra's MO. Plus, it gave her red magic, the same color as Sombra's magic. There's just one teensy problem. Sombra isn't an Alicorn. Or is he? No, he's not. So it's kind of hard to believe that the Alicorn on the Alicorn amulet represents a unicorn. The only way I could kind of see this is if the amulet belonged to Sombra. Like if he wore an Alicornified version of himself to boost his image, I guess? I don't know, that never seemed likely to me. So who is it then? These were pieces I was trying to put together back in the early days of my channel, but I couldn't get past that roadblock. It was a cold case, and I left it at that. But years later, against all odds, something happened. A small detail that I didn't even notice at first reopened the case. In my last video, I talked about what Cozy Glow becoming an Alicorn teaches us. It's pretty mind-blowing, definitely check it out after this. But there's something I left out. Something just as much, if not more, mind-blowing. Not only did Cozy Glow become an Alicorn, more significantly, she unbecame an Alicorn, showing that X-Alicorns are possible. And if there's one, she may not be alone. Then it clicked. Sombra. Sombra is an X-Alicorn. The amulet is how he used to look. That's the missing piece to all this. And even better, not only does Sombra being an X-Alicorn explain the amulet, but the amulet explains Sombra being an X-Alicorn. Just like how Cozy Glow gained Alicornhood by absorbing magic and lost it by losing that magic, I think Sombra lost his wings when the magic was sucked out of him by the Alicorn amulet. That's right, this little trinket contains the very magic that made Sombra an Alicorn. That's why it's called the Alicorn Amulet, and why it gave Trixie Alicorn-like powers. When you take into account that you can unbecome an Alicorn, the amulet finally makes sense. It's a look into Sombra's past, who he used to be, and how that changed. There are some unanswered questions. Who went toe-to-toe with Sombra and successfully stole his Alicorn magic? For that matter, how did Sombra become an Alicorn in the first place? Maybe topics for a different video. But what do you think? Is Sombra an X-Alicorn? Is he the one on the amulet? Leave your thoughts in the comments. And if you want to support my channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. Etwan Wu, Melina Swiftwind, Petrolhead02, Josie, Hexstream, Gilded Page, Charlotte, Clayton, Oceana Love, Ghastly Spark, Maximilian HG, Cyanax and Yoshi Darklord, Skunkbunk, Houndflash, Mungo Jerry, Dr. Hooves, The Nameless One, Paco Taco, Darth Sylar 12, Cameo Shadowness, Fairfallen, and Equinox 3141. You help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoo. Sombra is shrouded in mystery. Long ago, he took over the Crystal Empire and enslaved its people, but we don't know what led up to that, what influenced him. Besides rumors from questionable sources, we have nothing on this guy. But given what little we do know and what I've been piecing together these past few weeks, a full story emerges. One that fits quite nicely in equestrian history. This is the tale of a once beloved king, his fall from grace, and his descent into darkness. Hi, King of Appaloosa here. This video has spoilers from my last two videos, so if you'd like to watch them in order, feel free to pause and come back when you're done. For everyone else, onto the recap. In my last theory video, I used Cozy Glow as proof that Alicorns are possible and suggested Sombra is also one. This would explain why the Alicorn on the Alicorn amulet looks just like him but with wings. Furthermore, I suggested the amulet itself is why Sombra is no longer an Alicorn. It absorbed all the Alicorn magic out of him. Now, in the video before that, I explored what it means to be an Alicorn and how to become one. I came to the conclusion that somehow you have to absorb magic from all three tribes. Applying this idea to the different Alicorns, it worked out pretty well. But what about Sombra? Let's put these two ideas together. If he became an Alicorn, how did he absorb magic from the three tribes? The answer is central to who Sombra is. Let's get one thing out of the way. He didn't get his magic from the crystal ponies. If you haven't noticed, they don't even have Pegasi or Unicorn magic to give. And no, that's not evidence that their magic had already been stolen, cause in all the times we've seen ponies drained of their magic, they kept their natural physical features. Cozy Glow lost her horn, but she was naturally a Pegasus in the first place. The only time we've seen ponies lose their natural wings or horns was with Discord in the main 6. So the crystal ponies were never unicorns and Pegasi. They were always, well, crystal ponies. They're their own thing, and you can tell them apart from earth ponies by the geometric glints in their eyes. So Sombra must have gotten his Alicorn magic elsewhere. But let's put a pin in the Alicorn conversation and talk about Sombra in general. What is he? Where's he from? We know he's not a crystal pony, but is he even a regular unicorn? He sure doesn't look like one. His horn is different, his eyes and teeth are different, plus he has that shadow form. So is he a so-called Umbrum as the rumors would posit? Not so fast. When Luna transformed into Nightmare Moon, she gained the same slit eyes and sharp teeth that Sombra has. She also had her own mist form. This makes me think Sombra started out as a normal pony, but just like Nightmare Moon, gained those features through a magic transformation. The whole shadow thing is just a type of magic that can be utilized, not its own race. Sure, there could be a whole species of shadow creatures, but we haven't seen evidence for that. It's much simpler and easier to say Sombra is a plain old unicorn, born in the unicorn tribe to unicorn parents. As for when, I'd say he was born back when the tribes were separated, but lived to see them come together. This has the added bonus of putting Sombra in a setting where he could absorb the magic from all three tribes and become an Alicorn. So the stage is set, but where do we go from here? It's not like we know anything about this part of Sombra's life, right? Well, maybe we do. When the three tribes held a summit to address the growing blizzard, they each sent representatives. There was the ruler of the Pegasi, Commander Hurricane, the leader of the Earth Ponies, Chancellor Puddinghead. But the Unicorn's representative wasn't their top boss. Princess Platinum was introduced not as the Unicorn ruler or leader, but as daughter of the Unicorn King. What if that Unicorn King was Sombra? This would have been before he turned to dark magic, so Sombra may not have been his name. Based on his daughter's name, I think King Cobalt is rather fitting. Now we have a clear before and after, from respected king to evil tyrant. But how does such a big change happen? And where does the whole Alicorn thing fit into this? I think it all comes down to one event in equestrian history that changed everything for Sombra. The rise of the Royal Sisters. Without further ado, here's how I think it may have happened. How King Sombra came to be. Long ago lived the great unicorn king Cobalt. He was respected and loved among his people, but beneath his friendly smile was a lust for power, a lust that had been filled his whole life. But times were changing. The tribes had just come together into a single society, meaning the king had to share his power with the other tribe leaders. As much as he resented that, it was nothing compared to what was to come. The 6 unicorn wizards were growing too tired to bring forth day and night, and the equestrian people feared for the worst. But then 2 young unicorn sisters stepped forward to take the wizard's place. A symbol of hope for Equestria, a symbol of doom for the king. King Cobalt glared as the sisters moved the sun and moon for the first time. The grateful people of Equestria poured out the love and light in their hearts, but not the king. The only thing in his heart was a seething jealousy. The sisters, basking in love and light from the 3 tribes, became Alicorns, filling the king with certain dread that the last of his power was slipping away. Sure enough, the Alicorn sisters were crowned, and the king was forced from his throne. The people didn't need a unicorn leader when the Alicorns represented all 3 tribes at once. With bitter hatred, the king conceded. But he took note of what happened that day and devoted his time to studying ancient and forbidden magic.
Many moons passed. It was the dawn of the first summer sun celebration. A crowd had formed to celebrate as the sisters changed night to day. But instead of their new princesses, they were met with their old king, looking grim and more sinister than they ever saw him. Using a dark spell, the king ripped magic from them and took it all for himself, transforming him into a fearsome Alicorn. King Cobalt was dead. He was now King Sombra. Using dark magic, he fought the sisters and overthrew them. The Dark King ruled with an iron fist, demanding the allegiance of all beneath him. But one of those unicorn wizards stood him down. Well-versed in ancient magic and privy to Sombra's tricks, Swirl the Bearded stepped forward with a gem. Casting a powerful spell, he pulled the stolen magic out of Sombra, causing his wings to dissolve in mid-air. The once again unicorn lashed back like a threatened animal. But Swirl, thinking fast on his hoofs, used the magic to banish Sombra from Equestria. The problem was dealt with, but try as he might to return the stolen magic, Sombra's spirit had corrupted it. So Swirl locked the magic in the gem and cast the gem into a frame of Sombra's image, a warning to anyone who should come across it. Meanwhile, Sombra was on his own, banned from the realm he once ruled, with nothing but himself, his magical ability, and his undying lust for power. Sensing a faint trace of magic to the north, he donned a robe to hide his wingless back and set off in search for more life to conquer. After much perilous travel, he found exactly what he was looking for. Sombra had always known the magic properties of crystals. Back when he sent his daughter to find a new land, it was the guiding criteria. But even the bounty of Equestria paled in comparison to this magnificent empire of crystal, a civilization full of magic ripe for the taking. Here he would take back his due place as king. As we know, he succeeded, crushing the empire under his hoof. But his rule was once again cut short. The very princesses he'd overthrown years before came back for round 2. Sombra put up a fight, but this wasn't like last time. Knowing he stood no chance, Sombra cast a spell, causing the entire empire to vanish with him. If he couldn't have his treasure, neither could anyone else. 1,000 years later, when the spells wore off, he had one last struggle for the throne, which ultimately ended in his death. And that was the end of King Sombra. Well, until a chaos god LARPing as a dead goat brought him back so he could troll his friends, but you get the picture. So that's what I think happened. Sombra was the king of the unicorns who was replaced by the royal sisters, which led him to stage a coup, resulting in his banishment. Not only does this fit the timeline, it perfectly sets the stage for the parts of Sombra's life we know for sure about. After banishment, he searches for a new land, finds the empire, and takes over it. I think it works really well. But what do you think? Am I right about how Sombra came to be, or about his time as an Alicorn? If not, what do you think really happened? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and if you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons: Itawin Wu, Melina Swiftwind, Petrolhead02, Josie, Hexstream, Gilded Page, Charlotte, Clayton, Oceana Love, Ghastly Spark, Maximilian HG, Cyanax, and Yoshi Darklord, Skunkbunk, Houndflash, Mungo Jerry, Dr. Hooves, The Nameless One, Paco Taco, Darth Sylar 12, Cameo Shadowness, Fairfallen, and Equinox 3141. You help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof. Excuse me? Right, King Sawtooth. That's better. Now what is it this time, Brayburn? You've done eaten all of our apples. This here's the last one. I'll give it to you if you take off your amulet. Ugh, whatever, just give me the apple. Flurry Heart's destiny is a mystery. We got to see almost everyone else in the future, but not her. Sure, there's the stained glass window, but what does that really tell us? That Flurry does something significant with the crystal heart? Could you even get more vague? In the past, I've taken it to mean that Flurry's destiny is to spread light through the crystal empire, but that barely clarifies things. Spreading love and light is what the crystal heart does, and Flurry's been doing just that since she was born. So what makes whatever event is pictured here so worthy of being put on a stained glass window? This has bothered me since I first laid eyes on it, but looking at the Crystal Empire over the years, I noticed a small detail that may just give us our answer. When we first saw the crystal ponies, they were dull and weary, but as they were reminded of life before Sombra, they brightened up a few shades. Each restored memory brought a more lavish appearance. This all culminated when the crystal heart was restored and the ponies reached their highest energy level, embedding them with glistening facets of crystal. It even affected non-crystal ponies, though that only lasted a few minutes. What's strange is how long it lasted for the crystal ponies. They kept their powered up form for years throughout the Equestria games and everything else that happened, until right before we met Flurry Heart. When the main six arrived at the Empire to visit the new baby, the crystal ponies were back the way they looked before the crystal heart was restored. Much brighter than life under Sombra, but not full crystal. So it seems their crystal form wasn't permanent, perhaps wearing off over time. The crystal form was activated again as a result of Flurry Heart's crystalling, but this time it lasted even shorter. By the very next visit to the Empire, the crystal ponies were back to normal, and we haven't seen the crystal form since. Maybe the changeling panic caused it to wear off faster, but regardless, you get the sense that the crystal form only happens after special occasions, like the time they got a new princess, or the time they got a new princess. This is just their default form, and occasionally they get powered up. But what if we have it backwards? When Celestia briefed Twilight on the Crystal Empire's past, all the ponies before Sombra took over were in full crystal form, and it didn't show them during some ceremony, it was just day-to-day life. Now this may have been shortly after a crystalling or something of the like, but I want to propose a different idea. What if this was their natural state? I mean, it just makes sense that the crystal ponies are meant to keep the crystal form. This would be the true default, and anything less than that would mean something's wrong. So what's wrong? I think the reason the crystal ponies keep falling back to the sub-tier form is because the Empire still hasn't fully recovered from Sombra. The crystal heart has endured a lot, and recent events sure haven't helped. If I'm right, everything is still healing, so the crystal empire's held back from its full potential. Whenever they power up, it's not some special occasion, but a glimpse at what used to be the norm. And that brings us back to the future. I think it's possible this window depicts Flurry Heart restoring the Empire to its former glory, upgrading it to a level of magic that we in the modern era have never seen. The crystal ponies would keep their crystal form indefinitely, and it wouldn't just affect them. I bet the non-crystal ponies in the Empire would keep the form as well, instead of it wearing off right away. It would be fitting that the Empire royalty would keep the same crystal form as their constituents. Of course, when they leave the Empire, I imagine it would disappear, but maybe not for the crystal ponies. Perhaps with this new level of magic, they'd keep their look no matter where in Equestria they go. It'd be a new golden age for the Crystal Empire, perhaps even surpassing the time before Sombra. Now, how exactly Flurry Heart brings this about is up for debate. Maybe she learned a spell of some sort, or maybe it was the result of her eventual coronation ceremony. Perhaps flying around with the heart is part of an old Empire ritual. It's still hard to say exactly what's going on here, but regardless, I think Flurry Heart's window has to do with the full restoration of the Crystal Empire. And since the Empire's magic affects all of Equestria, seems like a pretty window-worthy event to me. But what do you think? Is the Crystal Empire still recovering from Sombra? Is Flurry Heart's destiny to restore it? If not, what is her destiny? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and if you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. Pineapple1865, Evil One, Gamer Plays YT, Brony Pony 880, Itawin Wu, Josie, Melina Swiftwind, Hexstream, Gilded Page, Charlotte, Petrolhead02, Clayton, Ghastly Spark, Cyanax, and Yoshi Darklord, Skunkbunk, Houndflash, Dr. Hooves, Maximilian HG, The Nameless One, Darthzylar12, Cameo Shadowness, Fairfallen, and Equinox 3141. You help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof. The main six are Equestria's greatest defense, so when Starlight went back in time and prevented them from ever meeting, it allowed the villains to succeed. We saw what would have happened if the main six weren't there to stop Sombra, Chrysalis, Nightmare Moon, and others. But in all the alternate futures we saw, why didn't we see a Sunset Shimmer timeline? So Sunset's plan was to use the element of magic in the human world to gain untold powers, and to use those powers to take over Equestria. She turned an entire high school into her own personal army of basically zombies. However, she was defeated before she and her army could go through the portal. But in an alternate timeline where no one stood in her way, how might things have gone differently? Well, if Sunset's army was sent through the portal, they would have had to face the Crystal Empire Royal Guard, who could have easily gotten reinforcements from the rest of Equestria. So a high school of teenage zombies versus the entire Equestrian military? Yeah, they wouldn't have stood a chance. But as for Demon Sunset herself, she may have been a force to be reckoned with. In Equestria, the element of magic is useless without the other elements, but not so in the human world. If that power carried over, it's possible she'd be strong enough to overthrow Equestria, with or without an army. So why didn't we see this outcome in one of Starlight's futures? One possibility is that we just didn't get enough timelines. Starlight only created 7 alternate futures, so it could be that Sunset winning just wasn't one of those. Had Starlight created more timelines, maybe Sunsets would have shown up. But as it was, we only had Sombra, Chrysalis, Nightmare Moon, Tirek, Discord, Flim Flam, and that brings us to the next possibility. What if we did see the Sunset Shimmer timeline? What if she were the cause of this barren wasteland? Messing with magic between the worlds, who knows what immense powers of destruction Demon Sunset may have been capable of. Perhaps she tore an irreparable hole in the fabric of both worlds. The question of what led up to this timeline is truly frightening, because it's completely unknown. But that's the problem, isn't it? This world is so devoid of structure, there's no evidence for or against it being the result of Sunset or anyone else for that matter. If you have any ideas on what caused this timeline, I'd love to hear them, but as far as I can tell, there's no reason to believe it was Sunset. If anything, I have pretty good reason to believe it wasn't. Here's my take. No matter how many timelines Starlight made, we never would have seen a scenario in which Sunset succeeded. That's because I don't think there is a way Sunset could have succeeded. I know I said Demon Sunset may have been able to take over Equestria, but she was only that powerful in the first place because the element of magic, which she only obtained because Twilight took it to where the mirror was being kept. And the reason Twilight had it is because she had discovered the magic of friendship, which only happened because the Rainboom had ultimately brought the main 6 together. In an alternate timeline without the Rainboom, Sunset's plan never could have happened. The elements would still be in their old forms at the Castle of the Two Sisters, and even if Sunset went to the castle herself, the element of magic would be missing. Remember the prophecy? When the 5 are present, a spark will cause the 6th element to appear. That was Twilight's spark when she discovered the magic of friendship. But this never happened in any of Starlight's timelines. The very element that gave Sunset her power would have been hidden. She would have been limited to the other 5 elements, which I doubt would have given her nearly as much, you know, magic. Because Sunset's plan depended on the main 6 in the modern elements of harmony, Starlight's alternate timelines were fundamentally incapable of bringing about Sunset's victory. So that's why I think we didn't see a Sunset Shimmer timeline. But what do you think? Could Sunset have done things differently? If so, what would that plan have looked like? And why didn't we see her timeline? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons: Pineapple1865, Evil One, Gamer Plays YT, Brony Pony 880, Itawin Wu, Josie, Melina Swiftwind, Hexstream, Gilded Page, Charlotte, Petrolhead02, Playton, Ghastly Spark, Cyanax, and Yoshi Darklord, Skunkbunk, Houndflash, Dr. Hooves, Maximilian HG, The Nameless One, Darth Sylar 12, Cameo Shadowness, Fairfallen, and Equinox 3141. You help make this channel possible, but for sake of time, I'm moving the Alicorn tier to $30 instead of $10. In its place, the new $10 perk will be a group call with me after each video. This is the new Unicorn tier, and the $5 tier will now be known as the Pegasus tier, for all you Pegasi who felt left out. So definitely check out my Patreon. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoo. Sunburst could be Luster Dawn's father. I made the case for that in this video here. Definitely check it out after this. But today we're asking a different question. Is Sunburst the brother of Sunset Shimmer? So based on just their looks, it's easy to see why some people would think Sunset and Sunburst are related. They have similar eye, coat, and mane colors. Both look, well, sunny. And taking a look at Sunburst's mother, it's not hard to imagine she might be Sunset's mother too. We'd have a whole family of sun names and cutie marks. Stellar Flare, Sunburst, and Sunset. As for the father, his cutie mark may not be sun related, but his name might be. I've seen him called Sunspot, but I think Solar Wind matches better. Regardless, Sunset seems to fit quite nicely into the family. She would share her mother's ambition and her brother's desire for prestige and love for magic. The similarities go on. Both supposed siblings showed magical promise and were sent to Celestia's school. I mean, with names and cutie marks like that, you can't blame them for thinking they were destined to work with Celestia. But of course, both Sunburst and Sunset had less than stellar experiences at the school. One flunked out while the other let her talent go to her head, betraying Celestia and abandoning Equestria for another world. Okay, so they had very different experiences, but it wouldn't surprise me if they came from the same family. So, did they? Well, there's one potential problem here, and her name is Starlight Glimmer. Starlight used to be super close with Sunburst. They were inseparable. So if Sunburst and Sunset were siblings, you'd think that Starlight would at least be familiar with her best friend's sister. Yet, when Starlight and Sunset crossed paths, they had to introduce themselves. There was no recognition, no familiarity. They had never met. So that's that, right? Not so fast. We gotta take their ages into account here. According to Celestia, Sunset Shimmer began her studies not long before Twilight. This leads me to think that Sunset is at least a bit older than Twilight, and likely Sunburst and Starlight as well. There's no way to distinguish a couple years difference between adults, but turn back the clock and it may become apparent. If Sunset was just a couple years older than Starlight, it's possible she left for Celestia's school before Starlight even formed her first memories. So provided a small age difference, these two not recognizing each other isn't a problem at all. But wouldn't Starlight at least know of Sunset Shimmer? Wouldn't Sunburst bring up his older sister at least once? Not necessarily. Sunset's rebellion and disappearance would have been a sore subject, one that folks in Sire's Hollow would try their best to avoid. So even if Sunburst had memories of an older sister, he probably wouldn't have shared them. That would be why neither Sunburst nor Stellar Flare ever mentioned Sunset. What happened to her would have affected them deeply. Especially Stellar Flare, which, in this context, her behavior towards Sunburst makes a lot more sense. She would write to him incessantly and over-involve herself in his business. Her explanation was that she remembered how lost Sunburst was after he flunked out of magic school, and thought that as long as he had a plan, he'd never feel that way again. But what if that's not the full story? What if there's an element of guilt there? Perhaps when Sunset left the nest, Stellar was more hands-off, keeping out of her business. So when news of Sunset's defiance and disappearance reached her, she would have felt personally responsible for not helping guide her. Sometime later, when Sunburst left home, you can understand why she overcompensated, constantly sending letters out of fear of losing him too. If this theory is true, it's quite the sad one. But at least we know Sunset came around and ended up okay. She eventually made up with Celestia, so we can only hope she reunited with her folks as well, whether that's Stellar Flare or someone else. But what do you think? Is Sunset part of Sunburst and Stellar Flare's family? Why or why not? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Hexstream, Equinox3141, Maximilian HG, Cyanax and Fairfallen, Yoshi Darklord, Gilded Page, Dr. Hooves, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, Petrolhead02. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. You all helped make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof. Sunburst and Sunset Shimmer may be brother and sister. I spelled out the reasons why in this video here, but almost no one seemed to disagree. Most people said it was plausible and even likely. So let's try something a bit more controversial. What if I told you Sunburst may have played a part in helping Sunset steal Twilight's crown? Big claim in the intro, right? So let's start with what we know and set the scene. Regardless of what family Sunset Shimmer came from, we know she went to Celestia school, got too big for her britches, and ran away to the human world. Her story has already been told, but what about the life she left behind? Imagine being Celestia here. She lost a student under her wing and therefore had the duty to inform that student's family, whoever they might be. This is something that had to have happened, though it's unclear just how much Celestia told them. Did she explain about the mirror in the alternate world, or is that information too sensitive? I think Celestia may have kept the exact nature of Sunset's disappearance to herself, instead simply telling them that Sunset grew rebellious and ran away. Sure, that would give them a false sense of hope that Sunset could still be found in Equestria, but maybe Celestia just couldn't risk word getting out. These are choices that must have been made that would have greatly affected Sunset's family. How would they deal with this crazy tragedy? Would they look for answers, and would they find them? That all depends on which family we're talking about here. You already know what I think. Sunburst, Stellar Flare, and Solar Wind, as I'm calling them. It may not be proven, and anything from this point forward is basically fanfiction, but I found that something interesting happens when you insert Sunburst's family into this story. It adds a depth of emotional richness that I think is worth considering. But story potential isn't the only appeal. Someone as magically minded as Sunburst just might have been able to figure things out. And that puts him in a position to answer a question that we've had for years. How did Sunset Shimmer know? For longtime fans of the channel, this is probably sounding familiar. In 2015, I pointed out that Sunset was somehow able to stay up to date with equestrian news, being familiar with the main six and the modern elements of harmony. She must have been in touch with someone from Equestria. I suggested Flash Sentry. His sudden appearance in the Crystal Empire Royal Guard right before the heist is pretty suspicious. The full video can be found here, and it still has some merit, but I was at least a bit off. When Sunset went to the Canterlot Library with Twilight, Pony Flash didn't seem to recognize or even notice her. Sunset's reaction is even more telling. She looks surprised to see a pony version of Flash, as if she hadn't considered that a pony version of Flash exists. There just doesn't seem to be any trace of history between these two. So let's take Flash out of the equation and replace him with Sunburst, who, by the way, spent more time around the mirror than Flash ever did. Quick history lesson: the mirror has been kept in 3 places: Canterlot Castle, the Crystal Castle, and Twilight's Castle. Sunburst, after Sire's Hollow, also lived in 3 places: Canterlot, the Crystal Empire, and Ponyville, in the same order at the same time. What are the chances? Of course, he had other reasons to move each of those times, but seeming to follow the mirror around does raise an eyebrow. Sunburst also has something we couldn't pin down for Flash: motivation. If Sunset is his sister, he has a clear motivation to talk to her. He misses her and wants her to come home. This is a vulnerability that Sunset could exploit, tricking all the right information out of him. This lays a sufficient groundwork for Sunset to draw inspiration from. No Flash required. But wait a second, Sunset knew more than just equestrian news. She knew exactly when and where Twilight and her crown would be. That's something only a guard would know, not Sunburst. True, but for those details, maybe Sunset just sneaked through the portal and listened in on the guards. The downside to keeping a portal in a top secret area is that anyone on the other side of the portal has access to your top secret area. That's a much more likely possibility than a guard deliberately giving the information away. So it's looking less like Flash and more like Sunburst may have played a bigger part here. But there's many questions left unanswered, so without further ado, let's explore how these events may have unfolded, starting right after Sunset Shimmer's disappearance. This is the story of the life she left behind. It all started with a knock at the door. Stellar Flare's excitement of seeing the princess was quickly replaced with a sinking realization of what might warrant such a visit. With a heavy heart, Celestia explained to her and to Solar Wind that Sunset had grown rebellious and disappeared just the night before. The parents pleaded her to commission a search party at the highest levels. Celestia knew that any search efforts in this world would be pointless. But the family couldn't know that, so she agreed. As the hours became days, became weeks, became moons, any hope that she'd return all but faded. Life went on, and the family found a new status quo, but Sunset never really left their minds. Her disappearance molded their thoughts and actions. When Sunburst got his cutie mark, his parents recognized his potential, and though they had reservations, decided he could study magic at the same school Sunset once attended. With both kids away from the nest, Solar Wind left Sire's Hollow to travel Equestria, looking far and wide for any sign of his daughter. Stellar Flare held the fort, hoping that any day now, Sunset would come home. She kept in touch with Solar, and especially Sunburst, writing to him frequently to ensure he wouldn't share his sister's fate. After flunking out of magic school, Sunburst had no clear direction, just this nagging mystery. He would often replay the story in his head. It never quite sat right with him. His sister was always headstrong, that much was true, but just disappearing didn't seem like her. He always suspected that something magic was going on, that there was more to the story. So he stayed in Canterlot, his sister's last known location, and studied all the ways magic could cause one to vanish without a trace. As the moons went by, leads would come and they would go, but he was determined to keep searching until he found the answers he was looking for. And sure enough, one day as he was reading through an old wizard's journal, he found it. An entry about a doorway to a different realm, last known to be in Celestia's possession. This just might be the one. Sunburst mustered up the courage to ask his former teacher about Sunset. He shared everything he had found about the portal and asked if maybe that's where she disappeared to. Celestia looked on somberly, sighed, and apologized for keeping the full truth from him. Gravely, she told him the rest of the story, describing her own attempt to retrieve Sunset and how it was complicated by the otherworld's doppelgangers. Celestia reflected. I am likely the last person she'd want to see, anyway. She paused, looking thoughtfully. Perhaps the influence of a younger brother is what Sunset needs. A wave of anxiety filled Sunburst as he realized what the princess was implying. The thought of traveling to a mysterious world terrified him, but that fear was quickly overpowered by a boldness and determination to find his sister. I'll do it! Whatever you're suggesting, I'll do it! A brief smile graced Celestia's face as she witnessed his display of courage. As I'm sure you are aware, the Crystal Empire has returned and is now under Princess Cadence's rule. I'll be sending the mirror there for safekeeping, and I can grant you clearance with the Royal Guard, but you must agree to keep this top secret. If any pony inquires why it is that you moved, tell them it was to study the Empire's magic, something I imagine you'd already be doing, were it not for your investigation, she said with a knowing grin. Celestia sent him off with her best wishes. Sunburst immediately packed his books and boarded the next train to the Crystal Empire. When everything was ready and the portal opened, Sunburst took a deep breath, focused on his goal, and stepped through. Adjusting to his new form was strange, to say the least, but he kept his focus, and it didn't take him long to find who he was looking for. Even with the different form, she was unmistakable. Sunset. They reunited, and at first Sunset seemed disinterested. But once she realized this could be used to her advantage, her tone shifted. So, tell me what's new in Equestria. You've missed a lot, actually. Sunburst proceeded to tell her about Celestia's evil sister and about the 6 ponies who reformed her with the elements of harmony and how they became Equestria's defenders and helped fight off Discord, the Changelings, and most recently King Sombra, and how the one with the element of magic just became a princess, which kinda makes sense since her element of harmony did take the form of a crown. Though he never said anything confidential, it was just enough to get those wheels turning in Sunset's head. She kept the conversation going, coaxing all the information she could out of him, but when Sunset decided he was no longer of use, she told him to get lost. But why? I just want you to come back to Equestria. Oh, I'll come back to Equestria when the time is right. And just like that, Sunset cut off all ties with him. Defeated, Sunburst went back through the mirror and reported his failure to Celestia. She encouraged him. It was a valiant effort, and I'm proud of your attempt. But I believe it is best we leave her be. She'll come around on her own time. I'm sorry, Sunburst. Sunburst hoped that he could one day prove himself, and more than anything, that he'd one day see Sunset this side of the mirror. Once again, with no direction, he settled down in the Crystal Empire and focused on his studies. Sunburst was crushed, but at least he found closure in knowing what happened. The mystery was finally solved. And the rest is history. Sunset uses that information to form a general plan, then listens in on the guards to form a specific plan. The plan succeeds, Twilight goes over, Sunset gets reformed, the whole shebang. And now that Sunburst and the Mirror are both in Ponyville, I like to think the siblings meet up regularly. So that's how things may have gone down. Of course, that's not the only possibility. For example, if Celestia refused to tell Sunburst what happened and didn't let him use the mirror, he may have tried to visit Sunset in secret. Yes, the Canterlot and Crystal Castles are both very heavily guarded, but he may have seen his chance when the mirror was in transit between the two. There's honestly countless possibilities. I just shared my favorite one. But what do you think? How did Sunset's disappearance affect her family? And if they're related, did Sunburst play a part in Sunset's heist? If so, how? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Hexstream, Equinox3141, Maximilian HG, Cyanax and Fairfallen, Petrolhead02, Gilded Page, Dr. Hooves, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, Yoshi Darklord. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. You all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next time. Brohoo.